Chapter 2175. Inside the consciousness space, Xiaochen still could not come out of the strange cycle. The Buddhist sects Kasyapa Buddha and the Blue Dragon Bloodline's blood-soaked Dragon Emperor all abandoned the demonic path and returned to the righteous path. Just as Xiaochen felt at a loss, Gu Yuhan's group of 4 slowly approached the god-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. It looked like they would need less than 10 seconds to charge up. Sovereign Emperor. Xiaochen closed his eyes and entered deep thought, thinking about which bridge to choose. It really is spiritual rain. Why is there spiritual rain on the god-conferring platform? Xiaochen had already seen the might of divine energy long ago. As they slowly approached, it looked like they were going to merge. However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The situation changed drastically. A sharp light soared into the clouds on the god-conferring platform, piercing through the sky. An aura suddenly burst out, shocking the surroundings, unprecedented in the past and present. What's going on? Xiaochen did not want to be an ancient demonic sovereign or a powerful divine sovereign. He only wanted to be himself. Xiaochen already saw the future of the divine bridge and the demonic bridge. If he chose either, the benefits of the 7 azure lamps would not diminish. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt horror in his heart. There seemed to be an unknown plot on this god-conferring platform. If Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng had not been careless and could not condense divine energy on this god-conferring platform, Xiaochen would not have defeated them so miserably. Xiaochen's position changed. 2 ancient, burning azure lamps blocked his way in all directions. However, Xiaochen had not woken up yet. The scarier thing was that Gu Yuhan's group of 4 had been condensing divine energy as they climbed. How condensed was the spiritual rain contained within the rainwater? However, such a choice did not remain in Xiaochen's memory. Perhaps it was erased. If one did not make a choice, one would not be able to reach the other side. No matter which direction one took, 2 bridges would appear, 1 divine bridge and 1 demonic bridge. The moment the 4 attacked, Mu Zifeng's expression changed. He knew that he was in trouble. With Xiaochen's experience, he could easily tell that anyone who blocked these 4 killing moves would die unless a sovereign emperor made a move. Gu Yuhan felt stupefied. Although Xiaochen was domineering earlier, everything was within Gu Yuhan's control and expectations. The disciples of the various factions were overjoyed. The spiritual rain falling from the sky was even purer than the origin liquid. There was no third option. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate together, but that they couldn't. Ling Yu. Perhaps it was not without reason that the sky-bridging peak was broken into 3 pieces by the Black Dragon King. The 2 bridges in front of him were formed by sensing the demonic energy and spiritual energy in his body. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, began to laugh wildly, feeling incomparably pleased with himself. In the illusory space, Xiaochen opened his eyes and made his choice. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Gu Fei won this bet. Mu Zifeng, remember, you owe me a wish. I hope you can accept your defeat. A figure suddenly stood up. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Instantly, the killing moves of the 4 experts crumbled and crumbled in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen could only rely on himself to resolve the problem before him. Back then, he could not find the answer to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's question. Furthermore, now that Xiaochen's cultivation had fallen from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage, he would definitely die. In the past few years, Xiaochen had purposely given up on cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Amid thunder and lightning, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured endlessly. In just a few breaths, Xiaochen's cultivation plummeted like a flood, incredibly fast. Before the 4 could sigh, the remaining palm lights shattered their internal organs, leaving thousands of holes in their bodies. Then, they fell off the sky-bridging peak. However, when Xiaochun looked back, nothing changed. Only by making a choice could one see where the other shore was. If it were someone else, perhaps only one bridge would appear before them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two divine bridges appeared because of Xiaochun. Long ago, Xiaochun learned that one could not cultivate the righteous Tao and demonic Tao cultivation techniques at the same time in the martial epic. As Xiaochun looked at the two ancient bridges in front, he sat down cross-legged and formed hand seals. Immediately, the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy in his body flowed out continuously. If he had to choose one path to obtain the benefits of the 7 azure lamps, then he would not mind giving up on it. Back in the real world, on the God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. After entering this God-conferring platform, Xiaochun did not say anything about turning his head back. He would not run into such a problem. Xiaochun searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did indeed cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Could there be only one bridge left before him? If the veritable essence energy in Xiaochun's body could reach the state of primal chaos, yin and yang, perfectly merging. Right, let's do that. However, why must I separate myself? Inside his consciousness space, Xiaochun scattered his spiritual energy and veritable essence energy as fast as he could. The two ancient bridges in front had already started flickering endlessly. On the heaven-bridging peak, many cultivators were drenched by the rain. When the rain seeped into their skin, they discovered that their cultivation had increased slightly. The 4 of them condensed divine essence along the way. At this moment, the moment they attacked, the terrifying aura instantly severed the thunderclouds, and the entire heaven-span peak started trembling. Boom! A single thought from a fiend god. This fall was even worse than Chu Feng's and Bai Yunfei's. Whether or not he could survive was up to fate. Xiaochun was overjoyed. As expected, it was like this. Good. Mu Zifeng snorted coldly and ignored Xiaochun. He only looked at Xiaochun, feeling confused. He still could not understand. Gu Yuhan said coldly, determination flashing in his eyes. Although he said that he was turning back, he was actually running away. How could running away solve the problem? The figure who stood up gently waved his hand. When his palm was facing the sky and his back was facing the sky, he pushed out his palm. Facing the howling wind and torrential rain, the few of them took large strides. Just as they were about to step onto the conferred God stage, they leaped up and attacked simultaneously. Divine energy that was purer and denser than Gu Yuhan's, and the others surged out. As the Buddhists say, repent, and you will be saved. Oh no! Now, the 4, who were only a few steps away from the conferred God stage, did not dare to move rashly. Gu Yuhan's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the spiritual rain in his hand, he showed a strange expression in deep thought. What is this Xiaochun up to? Shock flashed in Xiaochun's eyes as he turned around. There were actually 2 bridges behind him as well, 1 divine bridge and 1 demonic bridge. That is possible. Perhaps he sensed that the 4 below are coming and knows that he will die for sure. So, he might as well take a gamble. Even if he did not want to, he had to choose. What cultivation did these people have? They were heaven-defying sovereign personages, at the very least. When the spiritual rain entered their bodies, it actually increased their cultivation. With this thought, Xiaochun's eyes lit up. His thoughts immediately cleared up. Xiaochun did not get overly anxious. He continued to think calmly, thinking of a way to resolve this. Be it the ancient demonic sovereign under the blood moon on the other side of the demonic bridge, or the powerful deity sovereign under the bright moon on the other side of the divine bridge, They were all himself. Mu Yunju glanced at the conferred god stage a few steps away. Then he said, "Senior brother, this fellow's cultivation has fallen to late-stage sovereign personage. What move are you making? To think that I cannot understand it." Mu Yunju and the other two gaped at each other, unable to figure it out as well. Even if Xianxia had been at his peak, he would not have had any chance of victory against these four killing moves, which were formed entirely from divine energy. At best, he would have been hanging on by a thread. Strange. Even if Xianxia found Xianxia's memories of this problem, it would not be of much help. Quickly absorb it. Ha ha ha. This is even purer than origin liquid. It really is the immortal spiritual rain. Suddenly, a large amount of veritable essence energy flowed out of Xianxia's body, looking pure and dense. Wind blew, thunder roared, clouds moved, and rain fell. Soon, the spiritual energy that Xianxia gave off turned into a heavy downpour. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it poured down with a crashing sound. Be it in the future or in the past, I will only choose to be myself. No one can determine my future. As long as Xianxia's spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and demonic qi, veritable essence energy reach a balance, he will be able to merge his veritable essence energy into one. We can't wait any longer. No matter what tricks he plays, we just need to suppress him with strength. This is origin energy. It looked like this made sense. They might have faced a similar situation before. With a thought, a god-demon could either become a god or a demon. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods, including Mu Zifeng, could not understand either. Let's do it, then. Now that Xianxia made up his mind, he no longer hesitated, turning to leave. There were many god, monarchs, and demonic lords in the world. However, there was only one Xianxia. However, the price is too high. Even jumping off the god-conferred platform would be better than this. Furthermore, look, he still has not opened his eyes. This means that he is still refining the Prometha energy of the azure lamp. After living for so long, I can't even understand the actions of a junior. It was not that some people had not cultivated the Prometha energy. However, in the end, they were forced to give up on one of them. Whoosh! Cultivation is not easy to come by. Who knows how many resources he exhausted and how much time he had to spend to reach his current cultivation. Why did he scatter it just like that? Gu Fei, who was laughing maniacally outside the trial tower, was stupefied. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia actually became a sovereign emperor, instantly turning the situation around. Is it possible that he is brewing some kind of secret technique? I know that some secret techniques will cause one's cultivation to drop when executed. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in Xianxia's body could no longer reach its initial state of balancing yin and yang, merging them into one. Now that Xianxia suddenly released his origin energy, he could not understand. Xianxia executed a horrifying killing move at the same time, instantly drowning out Xianxia. Gu Fei smiled and said, "I think you are overthinking. Perhaps you are just stupid. The Prometha energy is not that easy to refine. If you are not careful, you might end up damaging your brain. Don't you think so, Mu Zifeng? This who would scatter the veritable essence energy that they had cultivated so painstakingly? How many years would it take to condense it?" Chapter 2176. Sovereign Emperor, Divine Vein, Realm Sovereign Emperor. On the God-conferring platform, Xianxia's aura and the surging divine energy in his palm proved that Xianxia was already a bona fide divine vein realm sovereign emperor. First, Xianxia's cultivation dropped significantly, falling from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage. Then, he jumped 2 grades, directly advancing to sovereign emperor. Many people felt stupefied. Xiao Chen's advancement felt like a dream. Even false emperors could not advance to sovereign emperor in a short time. How could the bottleneck between sovereign personage and sovereign emperor be so easy to break? The Cloud Sea realm had three major stages: Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. After passing Sovereign Personage, one would break through the limits of humans and start cultivating the divine. The bottleneck between Sovereign Personage and Sovereign Emperor was from human to divine. Even the peak geniuses of the faux god world needed 1 year to comprehend before they could break through. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qi Ming, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, the profound Heaven Holy Sun Chu Chaoyan, and the others who had already left the faux god world had to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before they broke through their bottlenecks. However, someone like Xiao Chun, who instantly broke through the bottleneck of a sovereign emperor, was one of a kind. 1 moment ago, Xiao Chun was still a late-stage sovereign personage. In the next, he became a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, defeating Gu Yuhan and the others with a wave of his hand. Then, he soared into the sky from the god-conferring platform. He actually became a sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan's voice trembled as he spoke in a daze. Zhang Yushan was not the only one. All the disciples of the various factions on the heaven-bridging peak were shocked. Everyone had only one goal in the faux god world: to become a sovereign emperor as soon as possible and return to the great thousand realms to show off their might. However, for most people, becoming a sovereign emperor in 10 years was an extravagant hope. Even though the faux god world's environment and fortuitous encounters were much better than the outside worlds, it was still somewhat difficult to become a sovereign emperor in 10 years. Those who could become sovereign emperors within 10 years would be heavily nurtured by their sects and factions. They would hold high positions, and their futures would be limitless. In the past, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had told Xiao Chun this: no matter how talented one was, if one could not become a sovereign emperor, everything would be meaningless. At the trial tower, Mu Zifeng looked at Gu Fei and said, "Brother Gu, it looks like I won this bet in the end." Gu Fei's expression was gloomy as he shouted, "I can still afford to lose, don't worry." Then he left in a hurry. He looked anxious as he flew towards Real God Hall. Everyone knew that Xiao Chun wanted to see the Holy Lord and do his best to protect Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju's lives. These two were outstanding talents. Their strength was clear for all to see. The profound heaven, Holy Land had spent a lot of resources on these two. Dying like this would be a huge loss. The many faux gods sighed softly. No one had expected things to end like this. In the end, the heavenly alliance's Xiao Chun monopolized the greatest benefit of the god-conferring platform. There were many obstacles along the way. Gu Yuhan, Chu Feng, and the others did their best to monopolize it. In the end, all their efforts ended in vain. Back then, if Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei had agreed to Xiao Chun to form their own azure lamps and absorb the Prometha energy, the result might have been different. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Chun absorbed 7 azure lamps, breaking the shackles of godhood and becoming a divine vein realm sovereign emperor. Did Xiao Chun really absorb only 7 azure lamps? Only Xiao Chun knew the answer. He did not absorb 7 azure lamps, but a total of 14. When the divine demon bridges merged into one, the Prometha lamps did not merge. There were 7 on each side, for a total of 14. The instant Xiao Chun refined the energy of the 14 Prometha lamps, he felt his cultivation soar. This was the first time in his life that he experienced the carefree feeling of soaring into the sky, advancing rapidly. It was truly a carefree feeling. Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chun tightly clenched his right fist. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light as confidence welled up in him. Xiao Chun had waited for this moment for a very long time, for many years. He had not wasted his 7 years in the faux god world. Many outstanding talents ended up as sovereign personages. Since they could not become sovereign emperors, they could only waste their lives and die in sorrow. Xiao Chun finally cleared the hurdle of becoming a sovereign emperor. After glancing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chun shouted, "Where are the Heavenly Alliance disciples? Xiao Chun will open the way for you. Aside from my Heavenly Alliance disciples, no one else is allowed to enter the God-conferring platform." What? Damn it! What is this Xiao Chun trying to do? Why can't we go up? Because he is a sovereign emperor. If you are not convinced, just look at what happened to Gu Yuhan and the others. Ha ha ha! Xiao Chun is a sovereign emperor. Let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us now. Immediately, some people rejoiced while others grieved. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance disciples rejoiced. Along the way in paradise, the Heavenly Alliance disciples had been bullied and humiliated. The heaven-bridging peak had also been ostracized by the other factions. The Heavenly Alliance disciples had always been at the bottom of the heaven-bridging peak. Mu Zifeng, this disciple of yours is really arrogant. Once he gained the upper hand, he immediately became arrogant. Humph! Why doesn't he think about how pitiful he was before he came? He was even wrapped in a bedsheet to deceive others. How shameless! I thought that he was some big shot. He is only SOSO. When the other faux god powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions naturally turned unsightly. What did this mean? Xiao Chun directly chased their disciples off the god-conferring platform. All of them felt enraged. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Everyone is right. This Xiao Chun is really undisciplined when doing things. He is simply shameless. I'll teach him a lesson later." However, Mu Zifeng felt incredibly pleased in his heart as he laughed loudly. Indeed, this Xiao Chun did not make a mistake. This was what Xiao Chun needed to do. Even when he stood in a high position, he did not forget his status. What a bunch of fellows! Previously, when the Heavenly Alliance disciples were ostracized, he did not say a word. Serves you right for having such a day. Naturally, Xiao Chun had to thank the Heavenly Alliance for his accomplishments today. He was doing this to return the favor. Hence, he did not find anything wrong with it. After looking down the mountain, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he went to a corner of the god-conferring platform. Then he suddenly attacked, using his own strength to block all the divine might there. Boom! Immediately, Xiao Chun forcefully opened up a fast passage on the heaven-bridging peak, which was filled with divine might. Naturally, only the Heavenly Alliance disciples could use this passage. Soon, the stronger Heavenly Alliance disciples, Wu Meng, Gongzi Lan, and Mou, climbed up the god-conferring platform one after another. They showed somewhat complicated expressions, feeling very grateful. "Congratulations, Xiao Chun. You are too polite." When the Heavenly Alliance's people arrived at the summit through the fast passage, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and stopped. "I'll leave the rest to the 3 of you to maintain order. I'm going down the mountain." Wu Meng nodded. There were many Heavenly Alliance disciples, so there had to be an order. The 3 also understood the rules, so they easily took on this task. Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently leaped up and directly jumped down from the summit. As Gongzi Lan looked at Xiao Chun's back, he sighed. Back then, he was defeated by me. In the blink of an eye, he already left me far behind. Mou said after some thought, Xiao Chun has a sense of toughness, sharpness, and pride. However, he is low-key and dependable, matching the air of the faux god world. It is simply tailor-made for him. It is not strange for him to surpass us. The 3 withdrew their gazes and looked at the god-conferring platform. Wu Meng said after some thought. The three of us should be able to condense an azure lamp each. Being able to obtain such a harvest is already an opportunity. Right. If not for Xiaochun, not to mention one permethal lamp, we might not even be able to reach the god-conferring platform. The three sighed in their hearts, compared to the other super factions. Even with the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance disciples were still slightly weaker. Indeed, they had to thank Xiaochun for their current opportunity. However, there was a reason why Xiaochun was in such a rush to leave. In the burial ground, Yuan Jun chanted scriptures, purifying the dead. A Buddhist light shone on his body as he walked among the corpses. He looked like a Buddha in the world, inspiring awe and veneration. I found it. Yuan Jun suddenly rejoiced. Then he saw a pile of corpses turn into fireflies and scatter after being purified, revealing a dust-covered, ancient key. However, just as Yuan Jun was about to collect it, a strong aura descended from the sky. The Buddhist light that Yuan Jun originally gave off was forcibly suppressed into his body. The strong aura forced Yuan Jun to take a few steps back before he could stand stably. The ethereal immortal palace key? Monk Yuan Jun, why are you looking for this? Xiaochun, who descended from the sky, grabbed the key. Then he raised his eyebrows as he looked at Yuan Jun. Chapter 2177. An ethereal immortal palace key. Xiaochun also had one, which the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. According to rumor, there were a total of 7 ethereal immortal palace keys. If one gathered all of them, one could open the ethereal immortal palace and take out the transcendent grade soul tool, the Wings of Time. This Wings of Time had a great origin. It was the only transcendent grade soul tool in the world. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor relied on this Wings of Time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. However, the world did not have much interest in the ethereal immortal palace, as the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys were scattered throughout the great 1,000 realms. The most important one, the inheritance key, had been lost for a long time, its whereabouts unknown. More importantly, no one knew where the ethereal immortal palace was. Even if one found the key, it would be useless. Hence, Xiaochun felt very curious. Why did Yuan Jun give up on the opportunity on the god-conferring platform? Why did Yuan Jun come to this burial ground to search for the ethereal immortal palace key? The instant Yuan Jun saw Xiaochun appear, he showed an extremely stunned expression. The combination of his bald head and his shocked face looked very interesting. After stabilizing his emotions, Yuan Jun smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Benefactor Xiao was joking with this monk. Congratulations! Being able to obtain the opportunity of 7 azure lamps is unprecedented in paradise. After you become a sovereign emperor and leave this faux god world, your name will shake the world. Why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? When Yuan Jun saw that Xiaochun did not budge, he continued to pursue the matter. After some thought, he said, Everyone has their own secrets. Although this monk is a monk, I am no exception. Benefactor Xiao, please stop asking. Xiaochun entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, That's fine. I won't make things difficult for you. Then, as Xiaochun spoke, he tried to put the ethereal immortal palace key into his storage ring. Yuan Jun immediately panicked. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop Xiaochun. Benefactor Xiao, this monk found this after much difficulty. Don't do this. Xiaochun toyed with the ethereal immortal palace key for a while. Then he smiled and said, It belongs to whoever looks for it first. You are a monk. There is no need to be so unreasonable. Since it's in my hands, it naturally belongs to me. What's wrong with putting it into my own storage ring? Yuanjun frowned heavily. Then, he said sullenly, Benefactor Xiao, we have some friendship, right? Let's not talk about the matter of the ice-fire wasteland. Let's talk about today. If this monk didn't withdraw today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have obtained such a great fortune, right? When Xiaochen heard this, he immediately found it funny. This monk had almost cheated him of his ice-fire lotus platform in the ice-fire wasteland, yet he still had the nerve to mention it. As for today, if you don't fight for it, what has it got to do with me? Xiaochen said softly, Let's not talk about this. Tell me, why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? If you tell me, I can give it to you. Yuanjun revealed a troubled expression. He said, I cannot tell Benefactor Xiao about this now. Xiaochen didn't make things difficult for him and said, Then I'll keep it for you for now. When you can tell the truth, I'll give it to you. Ignoring Yuanjun, Xiaochen leaped into the air. His figure gradually grew weaker and eventually vanished from paradise. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the trial tower. He immediately noticed many gazes on him. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 super factions looked at Xiaochen with somewhat unsightly expressions. Xiaochen, come over here. Mu Zifeng smiled, faintly, and waved at Xiaochen. Greetings, Lord Mu. Xiaochen landed and performed a cupped fist salute. Mu Zifeng carefully sized up Xiaochen. Then, he nodded and said with a smile, Not bad. Your performance this time is pretty good. Among the rewards, I'll think about what to give you after we leave the faux god world. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiaochen had to leave the faux god world. This trip to the faux god world came to a perfect conclusion. Xiaochen would appear in the Great Thousand Realms as a member of the Heavenly Alliance for a long time. Thank you, Lord Mu. How much longer can I remain in the faux god world? 3 days. Xiaochen thought to himself. With only 3 days remaining, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave now. The environment of the faux god world was similar to the great desolate Aeon, very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen had stayed here for 7 years. However, it felt like less than 1 year had passed in the outside world. This felt rather wondrous. Mu Zifeng said, There are still 3 days. You should deal with your matters first. I'll take you away after 3 days. All right. I'll take my leave first, then. Wait up. Just at this moment, a voice containing great might rang out. The one who spoke was a Bushan Palace old man. This old man wore hemp robes and looked like an immortal. He showed a dignified expression without showing any anger. He gave off a blazing aura, looking like an inextinguishable sun. No one dared to look at him directly. Senior Jean. When Mu Zifeng saw the old man, his heart sank. He did not dare to be slow. However, Xiaochen did not understand what was going on. This Senior Jean should be a Bushan Palace expert with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he did not know why Senior Jean stopped him. It seemed like this person did not come with good intentions. The faux god powerhouses of the other factions showed suspicious expressions, guessing what was going on. This should be snatching Xiaochen away. Senior Jean looked at Xiaochen and said, Xiaochen, someone previously told this old man that you once had a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City. Mu Zifeng felt nervous when he heard that. This was blatantly snatching Xiaochen away. However, Xiaochen's dragon race bloodline was real, so he could not say anything about it. Mu Zifeng's thoughts raced as he said softly, Senior Jean, Xiaochen did indeed have a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City, which is why he left the Divine Dragon Empire. Right now, he is a free person in the Heavenly Alliance, able to come and go as he pleases. My Heavenly Alliance does not interfere with the internal conflicts of the other factions. Senior, rest assured, Senior Jean smiled and said, "Little Feng, you are treating Xiao Chun like an outsider by saying that. No matter what, Xiao Chun is a divine Dragon Empire person. He just suffered some grievances. I have a pretty good relationship with Ancestor Dragon City's old fogies. Xiao Chun, if you have any grievances, tell me. I can still help." Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. The third palace master was right. If one did not become a sovereign emperor, one was nothing. Back then, if Xiao Chun had been a sovereign emperor, there would not have been any problems with that matter in the divine Dragon Empire. Now that Xiao Chun had become a sovereign emperor, the powerhouses of Bushan Palace would be willing to step forward and resolve the matter. Reality was really interesting. However, the grudge between Xiao Chun and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was not as simple as Senior Jean thought. Xiao Chun believed that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor would give Senior Jean face. However, the dragon race also had its own faction in Bushan Palace. If Xiao Chun did not become a dragon emperor, he would just be asking for trouble by remaining in Bushan Palace. Xiao Chun said straightforwardly, "Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. It is just a small matter. This junior will deal with it himself." Xiao Chun could tell that Senior Jean held a high position among the faux god powerhouses. Xiao Chun's words had humiliated this senior powerhouse. It would not be easy to face him in the future. In that case, take it as me saying too much. Senior Jean remained expressionless as he quietly withdrew, not saying anything more. Senior Jean was a powerhouse of Bushan Palace, much more important than Xiao Chun. Clearly, it was impossible for Senior Jean to persuade Xiao Chun. However, Mu Zifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Chun, you can withdraw first." Faux gods surrounded Xiao Chun, making him feel uncomfortable. Fearing that someone would call him again, he quickly left. Just after Xiao Chun left, the profound heaven Holy Land's Gu Fei returned from the True God Palace. As he watched Xiao Chun leave, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Damn it! If I were still here earlier, I would have smacked that fellow to death." When Gu Fei met the Holy Lord earlier, Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan were severely injured. Although they managed to survive, it was hard to say whether they could become sovereign emperors in the future. Gu Fei felt stifled in his heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Paradise's trial was more or less over. Xiao Chun had obtained the greatest benefits: 1 thunder cliff tree and 7 permethal lamps. The remaining benefits on the God-conferring platform had to be shared with a group of people. There was nothing more to see. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 super factions shook their heads and sighed as they left one after another. Back in the burial ground, Yuan Zhen played with the skulls of the dead, feeling very depressed. "Screw you!" Yuan Zhen flew into a rage and tossed the skulls in his hand. He did not look like a monk, but more like a hooligan appearing very ruffian. He had found the ethereal immortal palace key, after much difficulty, but Xiao Chun snatched it away. This truly angered Yuan Zhen. Furthermore, this fellow had become a sovereign emperor. Even if Yuan Zhen wanted to make a move, he could not. After venting his frustration, Yuan Zhen stood up and looked at the vast sea of corpses. Then he said softly, "I really cannot remain in this rundown place. I have to become a sovereign emperor as well." "Huh." Yuan Zhen sighed. He felt helpless when he met Xiao Chun. Chapter 2178. After leaving the trial tower, Xiao Chun immediately headed for Fiend Cloud Hall. Lu Benwei showed a faint smile. He had been waiting for a long time already. When he saw Xiao Chun arrive, he performed a cup fist salute and said, "How do you feel about soaring up and becoming a sovereign emperor?" Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying seriously. "At first, I was very excited. When I looked at the entire paradise, I could clearly feel how insignificant the others were. However, after I left paradise and saw a group of faux god powerhouses, I no longer felt anything. Ha 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 ha. Lu Benwei could not help guffawing when he heard that. Xiao Chen's answer was rather interesting. However, when he thought about it, he found that to be true. This was the faux god world. The faux gods that one could not meet in the great thousand realms were all gathered here. No matter what kind of accomplishments one had, one would not be able to feel proud. Xiao Chen spoke honestly. The instant he advanced to Sovereign Emperor on the god-conferring platform, he had felt hot-bloodedness surge in his body. It was like he had gained a new life. Gu Yuhan and the other three, who were originally strong opponents, were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Only when one truly became a sovereign emperor would one understand the difference between a false emperor and a true sovereign emperor. After leaving paradise, the group of faux gods looked around. This was especially so for Senior Jean, who held a high seniority. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. Now that Xiao Chen arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall, his mental state had completely calmed down. Xiao Chen thought about how many obstacles he had faced on his path to becoming a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm. He had experienced too much and could already remain calm when facing anything. I'm here to say goodbye, first senior brother. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Benwei. After thinking for a while, he said, first senior brother. Lu Benwei appeared slightly stunned. Then he asked softly, what did you call me? First senior brother. Although I did not become Senior Fiendish Saber's disciple, we have been together for 5 years. Although we are not master and disciple in name, our relationship has already surpassed that of ordinary master and disciple. Whether Senior Fiendish Saber recognizes me as his disciple or not, he is my master in my heart. In 3 days, he would be leaving the faux god world. There were some things that he would not have the chance to say if he did not say them now. Lu Benwei was quite pleased in his heart. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, it's good that you have the heart. I have always treated you as my junior brother. Come, follow me to see Master. He should see you. Yes, it was as Lu Benwei said. This time, Fiendish Saber, Shimu did not avoid Xiao Chen. Thump. When Xiao Chen saw Shimu seated above, he immediately knelt without saying anything. This junior Xiao Chen will be leaving this faux god world soon. I will never forget Senior Fiendish Saber's various favors. Not to mention how much guidance he had given to Xiao Chen in the past 5 years. Just the life-saving grace a few days ago was enough for Xiao Chen to kneel towards this eccentric senior. Xiao Chen's heart had always been filled with awe and respect. This was especially so after Xiao Chen learned that Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen but chose the saber Dao. Shimu's expression was clearly stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and said coldly, I'm not your master or your parents. What is there to kneel for? Whoosh! Right after Shimu spoke, he lifted Xiao Chen up with a palm strike, not letting him continue kneeling. Lu Benwei smiled and said, Master, I have worked hard for you. In this trial of true God paradise, I managed to do my best. Xiao Chen was in the limelight this time, occupying 7 lamps on the God-conferring platform. This was unprecedented. Many faux gods were stunned. This time, I am here to say goodbye to you. Shimu retorted with a serious expression. What work if I go out wrapped in a bedsheet? Who knows how many people will laugh at me? I'm leaving? Shimu spoke halfway when he suddenly thought of something. He revealed a melancholic expression and turned to leave. Before he left, he said, Stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the next 3 days. Don't go anywhere else. Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. He still had some friends in the faux god world. It did not seem appropriate for him to stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the last 3 days. Xiao Chen could not help glancing at Lu Benwei, hoping that the other party would say something. Who knew? Lu Benwei smiled and said, Xiao Chen, just stay here. If you want to meet anyone, I'll bring them over. Since Lu Benwei already said that, Xiao Chen could not rebut, so he nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while. Then, Lu Benwei imparted many of his Sovereign Emperor cultivation experiences to Xiao Chen. Sovereign Emperor was just a title, not a realm. The true realm was the Divine Vein realm. However, everyone had always referred to it as Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Now, the two meant the same thing. After transcending mortality, there were three major realms: Veritable Personage, Primal Core, and Cloud Sea. Each realm had three stages. At the Cloud Sea realm, there were Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. However, be it Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, or Sovereign Personage, they were all in the Cloud Sea realm. Above the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. Above the Divine Vein realm was the Supreme Faux God realm. After crossing the Cloud Sea realm, one would be considered to have broken through the limits of cultivation. When one reached the Divine Vein realm, one would start cultivating the soul. The physical body was ordinary. There were 12 meridians, 12 tendons, and so on, forming the major cycle and minor cycle. The meridians ran through the entire body. Veritable essence energy and spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, forming the foundation of cultivation. However, after crossing the Cloud Sea realm and transcending mortality and entering Sage realm, the physical body would undergo a rebirth. It would become an extraordinary body, the Golden Emperor body. When cultivating now, one had to open divine veins. When one opened all 9 divine veins, one would reach great perfection in the Golden Emperor body. One would have an undying body. This undying body could be reborn from just a drop of blood. Even if one's physical body was destroyed, one could reform it with just a drop of blood. Such an opportunity was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That was why sovereign emperors were so horrifying. After reaching the Divine Vein realm, we can no longer be called humans. Lu Benwei asked seriously to Xiao Chun. However, we are not gods. Divine Vein realm sovereign emperors are existences that exist between gods and humans. At first, Xiao Chun felt that these words sounded strange. How could anyone say that they were not human? However, after thinking about it carefully, how could anyone be reborn from just a drop of blood? How could one survive even after their head and heart were chopped off? There is a total of 9 stages in the Sovereign Emperor realm. One divine vein is one stage, with every additional divine vein. The divine energy one can condense, and the comprehension of the Tao will deepen significantly. If one gathers all 9 divine veins, one can be called a demigod. Such a person can be called a god, just short of igniting the divine flame. In reality, one could only be called a faux god. However, in this martial epic, faux god was already the peak. It would not be wrong to call one a god. Lu Benwei continued. After reaching the Sovereign Emperor realm, one has to forget all the cultivation techniques one cultivated in the past. Divine energy is not something that one can easily drive and refine using one's cultivation techniques. Divine Vein realm cultivation techniques are extremely rare. However, now that you are in the Heavenly Alliance, you will not lack them. Xiao Chun listened quietly, not interrupting. Occasionally, he would make note of his doubts in his heart. After Lu Benwei finished, Xiao Chun voiced the questions in his heart, and Lu Benwei answered them one by one. This conversation lasted for a long time before Xiao Chun returned to his residence in Fiend Cloud Palace. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation can no longer help me cultivate. However, I have the 10,000 dragons art, so I do not need to seek help from the Heavenly Alliance. The 10,000 dragons art was a cultivation technique of the dragon race that had been passed down since the great desolate Aeon. After many epochs, it had been continuously improved. Starting today, I will formally cultivate the 10,000 dragons art. I have to quickly condense a divine vein. Although Xianxia was already a sovereign emperor, he had not opened a divine vein yet. According to Lu Benwei, he was only an early-stage sovereign emperor. Xianxia had already converted all his veritable essence energy into divine energy. He was no longer like a false emperor who needed to condense divine energy before he could use it. Sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed his body. The 9-star primal core in his dantian had already shattered, turning into a golden sea. There seemed to be a heart beating strongly under the sea. A vast life force poured into Xiaoqian's body. Divine energy sea. The golden divine energy turned into a vast sea. When his consciousness entered, Xiaoqian stood in it. As Xiaoqian walked on the sea, ripples appeared. Immediately, dignified Buddhist chants and ethereal immortal music appeared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared with the ripples. However, Xiaoqian entered deep thought. When he looked up, he saw a vast sea above him. However, that sea was pitch black like ink. The black sea was filled with a tyrannical will to consume. With a thought, the world turned upside down. The place where Xiaoqian's consciousness stood turned into a pitch-black divine energy sea. When he looked up, he saw a golden divine energy sea. At the God-conferring platform, Xiaoqian had chosen the primal chaos divine bridge. Now that he was a sovereign emperor, he actually had 2 divine energy seas. This resolved Xiaoqian's worries. In the future, even if he cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique, as long as he did not want to, no one would be able to see his black divine energy sea. The 2 divine energy seas were one and also not one. Xiaoqian could not understand the mysteries behind them. Immortal and Buddha dual cultivation, divine and demonic as one. Xiaoqian did not know what the future would be like. After all, this was a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 2179. Master. Time passed slowly. At some point in time, a soft, cold snort came from the vast Fiend Mountain. Since you are not willing to say more, I will not ask. In any case, you only need to remember that you are now a formal member of the Heavenly Alliance. Although our Heavenly Alliance is not as strong as the other factions, we will not fear trouble. Many people in the faux god world were paying attention to him. Even if he knew who it was, it would be useless. Back at Xiaoqian's residence, he showed a grave expression as he rushed back. His heart pounded heavily, unable to suppress his excitement. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and did not forgive him, returning the bow. The interesting thing was that Lu Benwei called Zhang Yushan and the other 2 over to send off Xiaoqian. Lu Benwei did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, "You are too polite. Take care. With Lord Mu taking care of you, there should not be any problems along the way." For hours later, the image of a dragon formed by divine energy burst out of the sea. It roared proudly in all directions, and a dragon roar rang out. However, fiendish saber, Shimu did not give Xiaoqian a chance to explain. He shouted coldly and sheathed his saber. The waves scattered, and space returned to normal. That dragon image left in a fluster, feeling like it had been granted amnesty. Scram! Xiaoqian calmed his emotions and continued to circulate the 10,000 dragons art unhurriedly. The 2 chatted for a while. Then, Lu Benwei arrived late to send off Xiaoqian. Zhang Yushan felt incredibly frustrated. These 2 junior brothers are as stupid as dogs, touching my sore spot. Xiaoqian did not deny it. he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, Lord Mu." After the assassination attempt failed in the Icefire Wasteland, those people still did not give up. If not for Fiend Cloud Hall, I would have died several times over the past few years. A resplendent saber light flashed above Fiend Cloud Hall. This saber light disappeared in a flash. The saber light was too fast. Even a regular sovereign emperor would not be able to see it clearly. If one was weaker, they might not even see it. Immediately, light and shadows appeared on Xiao Chen's body. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. Xiao Chen turned back to take one last look at the Holy Domain's divine capital. He could vaguely sense that someone was watching him. If it were a regular cultivation technique, even Xiao Chen's purple thunder divine incantation, refining divine energy, would be difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Mu Zifeng asked with some surprise. Clearly, he had some understanding of Shi Mu's reputation. Only today did he suddenly realize that there was such a hidden danger. For the past 5 years, he could have lost his life at any moment. Although this Xiao Chun is not my disciple, he has, after all, stayed in this Demon Cloud Hall for 5 years. Benwei, I have something to tell you. A silhouette dashed out with a terrifying aura that caused time and space to freeze. I am 500,000 kilometers away from Fiend Cloud Palace. A miserable shriek rang out. After a long time, Lu Benwei suddenly appeared. Then he said softly, "It is as you guessed. There are indeed faux gods receiving them from behind. They are golden dragon race experts, with horrifying strength." Lu Benwei nodded and listened attentively. Damn it! Everyone saw a golden dragon image vanish. In the next moment, the owner of that figure was covered in shattered bones. Only a boundless scarlet light flew in all directions. Goodbye. I'll have to trouble you all to take care of Senior Shi Mu in the future. Big Brother Lu, thank you for taking care of me for the past few years. Xiao Chun had not expected the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to have such a relationship with this Lord Mu. This was the first time Xiao Chun used his divine energy to form a dragon roar. Now, his dragon might had an additional divine nature. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chun recited the 10,000 dragons art and slowly circulated his energy. Ripples appeared on his divine energy sea, and waves slowly rose and fell. So, he is protecting me. No wonder this senior fiendish saber wants me to stay in Fiend Cloud Palace for the last 3 days. Unexpectedly, you have been staying in Fiend Cloud Palace for the past few years. This Shi Mu is famous for his strange temper. It is incredible that you can stay here even though you are not his disciple. When that dragon image scattered, fiendish saber, Shi Mu's face quickly aged, turning back into that of an old man. I have to make a trip to the Blue Dragon Ancient City as soon as possible. Xiao Chun lamented the danger of his situation. Without any trump cards in hand, he did not feel safe at all. When he went out to check, he would still be in the dark, not knowing anything. Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. 3 days later, Mu Zifeng arrived at Fiend Cloud Palace, preparing to bring Xiao Chun back to the Heavenly Alliance. However, this 10,000 dragons art only managed to condense one dragon image after 4 hours. The progress was simply too slow. This was a grudge between Xiao Chun and the Golden Dragon bloodline. He did not want to drag the Heavenly Alliance into it, not wanting to create too much trouble. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a while, he did not say anything. If Xiao Chun were strong enough and followed that line of sight, he would discover a mask on that figure's face. However, based on the three's unwilling expressions, it was clear that they had to give Lu Benwei face, and could not rebut. Shi Mu smiled coldly, and said, "How is this seeking trouble? This is taking his life. This fellow is about to leave. That group of people will definitely be driven to desperate measures. If we turn a blind eye, we will be taking a risk. Scram! According to the records in the secret manual, one could only truly grasp the basics of this cultivation technique after one condensed a 10,000 dragons picture above one's divine energy sea. If not for cultivating the 10,000 dragons art and sharpening his senses, Shimu would not have been able to catch that faint light. It looks like little brother Xiaochun has indeed offended some incredible people in the dragon race. However, Master's action this time shows Master's attitude. At the very least, no one will seek trouble for Xiaochun for some time. This way, Shimu and Shimu were much closer. Brother Xiaochun, take care. I wish you a bright future in the Heavenly Alliance. Shimu braced himself and said some polite words. Going to a faux god's dojo to hide was disrespectful. Any faux god would get angry. Xiaochun could only go to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Only there could he have a trump card to protect himself. All right. There is no need to be so polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and I are old acquaintances. Back then, we risked our lives together. Unfortunately, he made his own choice. Otherwise, he would not be much weaker than me. You are his disciple. Although he did not ask me to take care of you, there is no need to be so distant. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. A bright light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes. He was very meticulous, figuring out some other meaning from Lu Benwei's words. Cultivating immortal and Buddha together, divine and demonic as one, this was Xiao Chen's martial Tao. Come, then. Come with me to the Heavenly Alliance to officially confirm your identity. Humph! Shimu snarled. You are really seeking death. If it were in the past, I would definitely charge my way to Bushin Palace to seek an explanation for bullying me like this. This farewell meant that Xiaochun would be leaving the faux god world for good. He did not know when he would return. Senior Fiendish Saber, spare me. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan. He felt somewhat unnatural when he saw Xiaochun. The junior brother at the side found it strange and asked, Senior brother, why do you keep touching your face? The swelling has already subsided. There is no need to be afraid. 10,000 dragons art, soaring dragons dancing, playing with the sea and clouds, diving, flying, or hiding in the depths. It encompasses all the dragons in the world, using the 10,000 dragons to soar and return to the origin, condensing the ancestor dragon's origin. The saber light recovered, and the air rippled. In an instant, it radiated for thousands of kilometers. Space seemed to surge like waves. As they surged, saber intent spread to every corner of space. After leaving Fiendish Cloud Hall, Mu Zifeng asked, Xiaochun, did you encounter anything in the faux god world? When Xiaochun thought about it, he found it somewhat terrifying. Life in the faux god world was rather peaceful and dull. In the past few years, Xiaochun had been immersed in bitter cultivation, comprehending the Saber Dao domain. He could not afford to be distracted, nor did he think that he would run into any danger in Fiendish Cloud Hall. Xiaochun gave Lu Benwei a meaningful look. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. Plop, plop. This 10,000 dragons art was not easy to cultivate. Xiaochun had read through any cultivation technique in the past once or twice, and he could circulate it as he pleased. He would be able to operate it freely and control it as he pleased. Xiaochun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he used the 10,000 dragons art to drive the divine energy sea. The surface of the sea immediately rippled. Miserable shrieks that came from the depths of Xiaochun's soul rang out. All the fleeing scarlet light was destroyed. No wonder Big Brother Lu often cultivated outside my room in the past 5 years, nearly always by my side. they saw a handsome, demon-like young man holding a long saber in his hand. However, now that so many people were present, he could not afford to flare up. He could only follow Lu Benwei and send off Xiaochun. If Xiaochun follows me, nothing will happen. Why did Lu Benwei purposely say all that nonsense? The remaining scarlet light condensed into a golden dragon image. At this moment, that golden light was incredibly weak, looking very miserable. It turned out that this handsome, fiendish youth was Fiendish Saber, Shimu. Shimu said coldly, "In the past 5 years, you have been wandering around my fiendish cloud peak many times. I treated you as if you did not exist. Did you really think that I did not see you?" Whoosh. Chapter 2180. The Boundless Starry Heavens, the Boundless Universe, a supercontinent floated in the sky. From a distance, it looked like it was made of 7 golden shards. This supercontinent looked boundlessly vast in the starry heavens, flickering with golden light. The thousands of stars in the surroundings looked like lanterns dotting its surroundings. This was a true supercontinent. Even the stars looked incredibly insignificant before it, like the light of a firefly. What was even more exaggerated was that there seemed to be people using cauldrons to refine stars, using the flames of the stars to forge secret treasures. Occasionally, huge fireballs flickered like meteors on this vast supercontinent. One might think that they were really meteors, but in reality, they were just sparks shot out by blacksmiths during forging. At first glance, the enormous artifact cauldrons were like mountains that stood tall and straight, unending and rising and falling indeterminately. If one had good eyesight, one would be able to count a total of 9,800 cauldrons. These cauldrons lined up on this supercontinent, looking like a coiled ancient dragon. The flames in the cauldrons flickered like day and night alternating. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg on this supercontinent. There were also boundless herb fields and medicine cauldrons belonging to alchemists in the herb fields. Aside from refining alchemy and refining blacksmiths, which were the 2 industries most closely related to cultivators, there were also many other industries. On this supercontinent, everything related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, everything related to business, could be seen. You could see a grand scene that would make you gasp in amazement. Various major trades intersected with each other, densely packed like ants occupying this supercontinent. However, everything was orderly, busy, but not chaotic. It was like an invisible hand was controlling everything. This was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Even though Xiaochun had seen it from afar before, he still felt incredibly shocked when he saw it again on Mu Zifeng's alloy warship. The alloy warship flew over the Heavenly Alliance's supercontinent, heading for the center. Along the way, the many sceneries that Xiaochun saw left a deep impression on him. Given the alloy warship's startling speed, they flew for half a day before arriving at the center of this supercontinent. There was a sea of clouds there. The floating white clouds looked solid. Many buildings stood on the white clouds, looking very strange. Heaven outside. Xiaochun followed Mu Zifeng down and arrived above the white clouds. Soon, he saw a towering mountain gate with the ancient words "Heaven outside" written on it. After you enter this gate, you will enter the core of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Come, I'll bring you in. Mu Zifeng led Xiaochun in, feeling familiar with the place. Along the way, Mu Zifeng performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to ask. Now, the Heaven Alliance is a very complicated organization, and its internal power is in a mess. However, to put it simply, we, the Heavenly Alliance members, exist to protect the interests of the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. You should know that the Heavenly Alliance members exist in the 1,000 Great Realms. As long as there are cultivators, there will be merchant associations controlled by the Heavenly Alliance. However, as long as there are benefits, there will be disputes. We are responsible for resolving disputes. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xianxia. These were things one needed to know to join the Heavenly Alliance. As Heavenly Alliance members, we have nothing to do with those merchant associations. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xianxia. However, you have to remember that the Heavenly Alliance is the Heavenly Alliance, and the merchant associations are the merchant associations. Now, we are members of the Heavenly Alliance and have nothing to do with those merchant associations. Even Mu Zifeng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. However, he did not say anything about it. It was more or less the same as what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. Even Mu Zifeng had to make this clear to Xianxia. As for you, I believe that you are about the same as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. You will not have too many thoughts about authority. In fact, you might not even be able to stay in the Heavenly Alliance for long. In that case, you have even less to worry about. Mu Zifeng seemed to be speaking casually. Xianxia did not comment, but he did not object. You want to use the Heavenly Alliance's resources to advance your own martial Tao. There are many cultivators like you in the Heavenly Alliance, so you don't have to think too much. The Heavenly Alliance will not give you resources for nothing, nor will it let you work for nothing. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Using each other, Mu Zifeng did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed it to mutually beneficial. Xianxia remained indifferent, not paying much attention to this. In the end, this was a super faction established by the merchant associations. Compared to a sect, the Heavenly Alliance lacked a spiritual inheritance, making it hard to integrate. What do I need to do in the Heavenly Alliance? Xianxia asked. He saw many people coming and going in heaven outside of heaven. However, they came and went in a hurry, not conversing much with each other, appearing somewhat cold. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "The Heavenly Alliance has endless problems to deal with. You are new here, so you will have to work harder. Take out your Heavenly Alliance medallion." As promised, Xianxia took out the medallion. The back of the medallion showed a vast snowy scene with an indistinct 8-petal plum blossom in the snowy scene. Only one petal lit up. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and extended his hand. Then, another petal lit up. After lighting up one petal, you are considered a probationary member. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, you are a formal member and can light up too. In the Heavenly Alliance, you are considered the lowest ranked member. Before you light up 3-petal, you can only remain in heaven outside of heaven, unable to go anywhere. Mu Zifeng's next words made Xianxia's expression change slightly in confusion. How do I light up 3-petal? Contribution. You have to work for the Heavenly Alliance and deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems. The amount of contribution you obtain depends on the size of the problem. After lighting up 3-petal, you can go in and out freely. However, you still cannot leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Only after lighting up 4-petal are you truly free. At that time, you can choose to remain in the Heavenly Alliance or leave, Mu Zifeng said after some thought. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered the Heavenly Alliance with me. After he lit up 4-petal, he chose to leave, becoming an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. I chose to stay, so you can see that I am now a core doyen, a 7-petal plum blossom, a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god. Xianxia entered deep thought. Mu Zifeng's words were a hint to Xianxia. If Xianxia chose to stay and continue climbing the ranks to enter the Heavenly Alliance's core, he would gain even greater benefits. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave. Now, he was only an 8-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xianxia was already a 9-vein sovereign emperor, a half-god. The two chatted as they walked. Xianxia gained a rough understanding of the members who lit up only 2 petal. They did not have much authority in the Heavenly Alliance, only duties. This place had a strict hierarchy and strict order. The higher-ranked members had overwhelming privileges over the lower-ranked members. This was a form of motivation for the Heavenly Alliance's members to work hard to deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems and raise their status. As for contribution, it was similar to the sect's mission hall. However, in the Heavenly Alliance, one did not have much authority to refuse or choose. The 2-petal members could not even choose their own missions. The Heavenly Alliance had to make arrangements for them. No matter what the mission was, one did not have the authority to refuse. If one completed it, one would be rewarded. If one failed, one would be punished, losing contribution points. As Xianxia spoke, he suddenly felt the divine energy sea in his body stir for some reason. Xianxia's divine energy sea surged, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. A great temptation drew him. "This is," Xianxia muttered as he looked at a towering mountain in front. The temptation came from this mountain. To think that there was a mountain above the cloud sea. This was a spiritual mountain that contained divinity. The higher one went, the stronger the divinity. One could even see faint divine light overflowing from the shining mountain. At the peak of the mountain, the divine light was so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. This is the Heavenly Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Alliance gathered boundless resources to build this divine mountain. There are boundless benefits for a divine vein realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. However, you can only stay at the foot of the mountain now and cannot climb it. Mu Zifeng explained softly. After arriving at the foot of the divine mountain, Mu Zifeng got someone to arrange a residence for Xianxia. Then he said, "You can stay here first. You can walk around more when you have time. There are no forbidden lands in this heaven beyond heaven. I'll take my leave first. Lord Mu, take care." Xianxia turned his head and looked at his residence. Then he nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. "Young Master Xiao, do you have any instructions?" As Mu Zifeng had personally brought Xianxia over, the old man responsible for the handover did not dare to slight him. Xianxia shook his head and said, "No. All right, I'll go and arrange for servants for young Master Xiao. If you have any instructions in the future, you can come and look for this old man at any time." The gray-clad old man performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Arranging for servants is probably a form of monitoring. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The Heavenly Alliance is colder than I thought. However, this is understandable. They are not related. How can it be that easy to obtain resources? After entering the residence, Xianxia wandered around. This place was much better than his residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the necessities for cultivation, there were all sorts of facilities. This was simply a noble residence. There was even a spirit beast pavilion with all sorts of spirit beasts. After Xianxia wandered around, the old man's servants arrived at the entrance of the residence. The leader was a pretty maidservant. Many male and female servants followed behind her, all of them kneeling respectfully. These servants even had all sorts of items placed on top of their heads. "Young Master, this servant Bao-er will be responsible for young Master's daily life in the Heavenly Alliance." "What is your name?" "This servant is Bao-er." The pretty maidservant replied softly, feeling somewhat bashful. When Xianxia heard that, he became somewhat distracted. Bao-er. Long ago, he had a maidservant called Bao-er as well. After that, he did not have another maidservant. This was truly a distant memory. "Young Master, Bao asked, finding it strange when she saw Xiao Chun in a daze. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said softly, I am older than you. Just call me Big Brother Xiao. There is no need to address me as Master. All right, Big Brother Xiao. If there are any areas of this residence that require improvement, I'll get the servants to design them for you. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, There's no need. Let them in first. They just have to help me tidy up. All right. As the group of servants entered in a single file, Xiao Chun looked around, trying to find the eyes and ears of the Heavenly Alliance. However, after thinking about it, he chose to give up. So, what if he found them? If he kept his guard up, he might end up attracting more attention. At that time, he would be even more problematic. Chapter 2181. Under Bao Er's arrangements, the group quickly cleaned up the residence. To Xiao Chun, the residence was already very clean. However, after this cleaning, it actually looked brighter. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it looked brand new. The flowers and grass were trimmed, the walls and doors were repainted, and incense lamps were lit in the room. Wherever one went, one could smell a fresh fragrance, making one feel refreshed. Xiao Chun sighed. Having servants and not having servants were indeed two different living environments. Big Brother Xiao, I have cleaned up the entire residence for you. This herb field has not been developed yet. If you have natural treasures or other spirit herbs, you can replant them here or go to a shop to buy the seeds you need. There are apothecary disciples among the servants who specialize in this. There will also be professionals taking care of those spirit beasts. I guarantee that they will not suffer any losses. Bao bowed slightly and asked, Is Big Brother Xiao satisfied? When Xiao Chun heard that, he entered deep thought. He could put the herb field aside for now. After all, he was not an alchemist. He did not cultivate cultivation techniques that required natural treasures. However, he could think about the spirit beasts first. Xiao Chun had not had the time to take care of the demon blood vulture, basically letting it roam. With professionals taking care of it, it should be better. Who is in charge of rearing the spirit beasts? Xiao Chun asked, and an old man immediately appeared. He knelt before Xiao Chun and said, Little master, this old servant is in charge of the spirit beasts. Just call me Elder Lu. Master, what instructions do you have? Whoosh! A flash of red light appeared, and the demon blood vulture appeared on Xiao Chun's shoulder. Its wings were scarlet, glistening, and exceptionally beautiful. Do you recognize this bird? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he answered, This is a demon blood vulture. Rumor has it that it lives in the ash-gray sea, one of the 7 great forbidden seas. Its race is isolated from the rest of the world and hard to capture. It feeds on demonic nature and can consume any demonic nature in the world, growing infinitely. If one can activate its bloodline and feed it spirit blood fruits, it might even be able to recover its ancestral blood and become a great, desolate Aeon ferocious beast, the blood phoenix. Master, this demon blood vulture is incredible. Its eyes are golden. It must have an extremely noble bloodline in the demon blood vulture race. What's even rarer is that his bloodline seems to have mutated. There's a very good chance that he'll become a blood phoenix. Of course. My father is the blood vulture king. How can my bloodline not be noble? This old man has good eyesight. I can let him serve me. The demon blood vulture's cocky voice rang out in Xiao Chun's mind. Ignoring it, Xiao Chun sized up the old man and was surprised. He really knew a lot. There were many things that he had never heard of before. However, he still had to continue experimenting. Then, do you know how to nurture the demon blood vulture? Senior Lu smiled and said, This old servant grew up in the beast taming abode. I spent all my time raising 9,000 kinds of spirit beasts and demonic pets in the world. Although I have never raised a demon blood vulture before, I still know the method. At the side, Bao said softly, Big brother Xiao, this Uncle Lu is a treasure. Xiao Chen once nurtured an underworld ghost bird into a 9-vein sovereign emperor mutated beast. He was one of the top beast tamers in the Heavenly Alliance. If it wasn't for Lord Mu's order, he wouldn't have come with me. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said softly, My eyesight is poor. I could not tell that Senior Lu was so capable. Sorry for the disrespect. No one in the Heavenly Alliance can be underestimated. What about you? Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Bao and asked her, changing the topic. Bao Er's expression did not change. She smiled mischievously and said, How can I be capable? I'm just a maid who helps Big Brother Xiao dress and make his bed, serve tea, and pour water. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. He continued, Senior Lu, tell me how to raise this demon blood vulture. Senior Lu nodded and said, That will depend on how much resources Master gives me. If there are enough resources, I will definitely feed it demonic spirit fruits every day and bring it to the blood prison once every half a month. Then, I will go to the Spirit Beast Palace to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial techniques for demonic pets. This will also depend on how Master raises it. You can raise it in all aspects or focus on one attribute, like speed, killing intent, or devouring. The demon blood vulture is a rather well-rounded demonic pet. You can raise it however you want. It will depend on Master's preferences. Xiao Chen thought for a while. This Senior Lu is really knowledgeable. He asked in his heart, Demon blood vulture, are you willing to follow me? He. I'm already drooling, the answer went without saying. Xiao Chen said, From today on, you will be in charge of raising the demon blood vulture. Don't be stingy with resources. May I ask, what is the currency used for transactions in the Heavenly Alliance? Bao replied softly, Any currency in the Heavenly Alliance will do. After all, we are doing business. Spirit jades, primeval heavenly pills, origin liquid, and divine crystals will do. However, we usually use origin liquid. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the primeval heavenly pills in his storage ring and the 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained in paradise and handed them to Bao Help me exchange them for origin liquid. From today on, you will be in charge of all the expenses in the residence. The amount that Xiao Chen took out was a huge sum, especially the 10,000-year-old herb kings. Originally, Xiao Chen intended to use these herb kings for himself. However, there was no point in using them after refining the Thundercliff tree. When Bao received all this, she did not feel shocked at all. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Even the servants of the Heavenly Alliance are servants who have seen the world. Big Brother Xiao, thank you for your trust. I will help young Master settle this matter within half a day. After Bao counted the items, she agreed without hesitation. In that case, you all can withdraw first. I need to rest for a while. All right. After the group took their leave, Xiao Chen went to a medicinal spring in the residence alone. The spring water surged and spiritual energy spread everywhere. This was a medicinal spring that the Heavenly Alliance's alchemists specially refined for sovereign emperors. After soaking in it, one could eliminate fatigue, nourish one's mind, and remove hidden injuries. If one spent some origin liquid, one could add in medicinal pills to aid one's cultivation. The warm spring water made Xiao Chen feel exceptionally comfortable as he soaked in it. After he closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsy. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, cultivators basically did not need to sleep. In fact, they found it very difficult to sleep. If one wanted to rest, one only needed to enter a meditative state. However, falling asleep would be somewhat difficult. Many people even found it impossible to fall asleep. Their spiritual sense would remain somewhat awake. However, in reality, sleep was the best nourishment for sovereign emperors. It was even beneficial to cultivation. There should be spirit herbs for calming the mind in the medicinal spring. Otherwise, it would not be so effective. Xianxia did not reject this drowsiness, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, Xianxia felt refreshed and full of energy. He looked around and discovered that Bao was already standing across from him, holding a white towel in her hand. Mist wafted out. When looking at Bao, who was not far away, he felt like he was looking at flowers in the mist, a hazy yet intense sense of beauty. Splash! Splash! Bao stood up and splashed the spring water. Then she walked over and wiped down Xiaoqian's body, then helped him put on his clothes. Xiaoqian did not want to stand out in the Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, he had nothing else on his mind, so he did not avoid these things and did not refuse. Bao found this somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were many scars on Xiaoqian's body. They were not as clean as his delicate facial features. Some of the scars even layered over each other. The crisscrossing scars all over his body looked somewhat sinister and scary. When Bao finished helping Xiaoqian put on his clothes, she still felt somewhat unsettled. How long was I asleep? Big brother Xiao happened to have slept for a night. I have already completed the task that you instructed me to do yesterday. I exchanged for a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. I gave old Lu half, and the rest is with me. Does young master need it? Not for now. Keep it for me first. Xiaoqian still had 25 tons of origin liquid on him. That was sufficient for regular cultivation. However, he had not opened his first divine vein yet, so he did not need so much origin liquid. All right. After hesitating for a while, Bao said, young master had best not cultivate for now. You can continue resting. When the Heavenly Alliance's missions come, you might not have time to rest. I'll listen to you. Hence, aside from occasionally cultivating, Xiaoqian spent the rest of his time wandering around the residence. The residence was very large. There were several places that Xiaoqian had not explored. Now was an opportunity. Only 2 days passed peacefully. Then, Xiaoqian's first mission in the Heavenly Alliance arrived. A black-clad administrator hovered above Xiaoqian's residence and said, Heavenly Alliance 2-petal member Xiaoqian, heed my orders. A local sect elder in the Ink C cluster is advancing to Sovereign Emperor, threatening the Merchant Association's interests. I order you to go and deal with this problem for the Alliance within 10 days. Otherwise, you will fail the mission, and you will be severely punished. Whoosh! A jade strip fell. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and caught the jade strip. Then he placed it on his forehead and checked it, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Big brother Xiao, should I get old Lu to call the demon blood vulture over? Bao asked. There's no need. The demon blood vulture is in the early stages of nurturing and is not suited for battle. Help me take care of the residents. Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he followed the administrator to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. Chapter 2182. The Constellation Zone referred to the Constellation Zone. In the Great Thousand Worlds, there was a sea of stars at the center of many star fields, and then they were named after the sea. For example, the Grave Sea cluster that Xiaoqian once stayed in. The various cluster zones were now like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the central Great Realm. The outer regions that the central Great World cultivators spoke of mostly referred to these cluster zones. In the eyes of the central Great World cultivators, the outer regions were like the countryside. Apart from some special clusters in the outer Endless Sea, most of the outer Endless Sea clusters didn't have enough connate spiritual qi, and the inheritances weren't complete enough, so the competition wasn't fierce enough. It was very difficult for an imperial lord to be born. As a sovereign personage, one could dominate the outer seas and enjoy the treatment of the central great realm's foe gods. The grave sea cluster that Xiaochun once stayed in was like this. On the surface, it did not have a single sovereign personage. Perhaps only some rank 4 sects had sovereign personages nearing the end of their lifespans. Normally, such sovereign personages would not appear. The Ink Sea cluster was much stronger than the Grave Sea cluster. It had 2 rank 5 sects, and the sect masters were sovereign personages. Many of the supreme elders were heaven-defying sovereign personages and even false emperors. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had never been an imperial lord. The various factions maintained a delicate balance, but now a rank 1 sect had an imperial lord. This was incredible. Xiaochun was very clear about how strong a sovereign emperor was. In front of a sovereign emperor would only need 1 move to kill a sovereign emperor. No matter how many powerful trump cards one had, it would be useless. Even if one had a soul tool, it would only be a slight deterrent. If one side suddenly became stronger, the balance would be broken, and the original distribution of benefits would naturally need to be reshuffled. Xiaochun was going to the Ink Sea cluster to protect the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant associations. He could not give up his own benefits just because the other party had a sovereign emperor. The mission did not specify a specific solution. He could choose to kill this newly advanced imperial lord or negotiate with him. There were many methods, but there was only one goal: to ensure the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's affiliated merchant associations. The better this task was done, the higher the merit would be. Otherwise, there would be punishment. Using the Tao platform at Sky Beyond Heaven, Xiaochun teleported to a Tao platform near the Ink Sea cluster. This Tao platform belonged to everyone, not the Heavenly Alliance alone. By the time Xiaochun set foot on the Ink Sea, half a day had passed. Xiaochun clearly sensed the difference between the spiritual energy of this place and the central great realm's spiritual energy. 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant association here was the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiaochun thought about it, he felt that he had some fate with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, he had a VIP card in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's headquarters in the Ink Sea first. The Starry Sea possessed a great gravitational pull. If one was not careful, they would be sucked in. The Starry Sea possessed a corrosive nature. If one's cultivation was not high enough, falling into it would be life-threatening. Xiaochun recalled that when they first arrived at the Grave Sea, Xiaochun and Xiao Suo's group had been very careful, not daring to let down their guard at all. Now that Xiaochun was a sovereign emperor, he did not need to worry too much. He turned into a bolt of lightning above the Ink Sea, piercing through the clouds without fear. 2 hours later, an island that could be called a continent appeared in front of Xiaochun. This was the largest island in the Ink Sea, Red Cloud Island. The headquarters of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was there. Normally speaking, since it was called Red Cloud Island, the largest city on the island would be called Red Cloud City. Red Cloud Island was not surprised. As Xiaochun swaggered into the city, none of the guards or experts in the city noticed him. Hovering in the air, Xiaochun swept his gaze around, spreading his spiritual sense to every corner of the city. In the next moment, his figure flashed, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was tall and majestic, occupying the best location. However, the entrance was somewhat deserted. This did not match the reputation of the top merchant association in the Ink Sea. Xiaochun guessed something and directly entered. "This young master, are you here to buy something?" Upon seeing Xiaochun appear, a pretty maidservant with a faint smile immediately came forward to greet him. Long Yun, withdraw. I'll take care of this guest. Before Xianxia could answer, a spirited old man in embroidered robes with a flushed complexion walked out of the hall's staircase. The maidservant gave Xianxia a strange look before withdrawing. However, she could not understand why the pavilion master would personally receive a youth. This old man's family name is Qin, and my first name is Pa. May I ask for young master's great name? The embroidered-robed old man said to Xianxia with a smile as he walked down. Whoosh! This old man must have figured something out. Xianxia did not bother speaking nonsense with him. He flashed his Heavenly Alliance medallion in front of the old man. Qin Po's expression did not change. He said seriously, Young master, please come with me. When Xianxia arrived at the private room at the top floor, Qin Po's expression changed drastically. He performed an incredibly respectful cup-fist salute and said, Greetings, my lord. I did not want to attract attention earlier, so I did not greet you properly. My lord, please forgive me. Xianxia sat on a mahogany chair with a calm expression, indicating that he did not mind. He said softly, Xianxia, Grasshead Xiao, morning Sunday. I do not like to speak nonsense, so please do your best to give a simple introduction of the situation. I will deal with you within 10 days. Very well, my lord. Qin Po was very careful, not daring to be slow. This was a major character from the Heavenly Alliance. He could not afford to offend him. Even though Qin Po had seen many major scenes, he still felt somewhat nervous. After calming himself, he said, The Ink Sea has 2 rank, 5 sects, the Flying Cloud sect and the Azure Smoke Pavilion. 2 years ago, the Azure Smoke Pavilion's Supreme Elder, Qingyan Shangren, advanced to Sovereign Emperor. Half a year after that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion took 70% of the Ink Sea's resources. The other factions shared the remaining 30%. The Azure Smoke Pavilion has always done business with our merchant association. In the past, we earned 70%, and they earned 30%. After Qingyan Shangren advanced to Sovereign Emperor, he demanded an exorbitant price. To think that he wanted us to take only 2%, while they wanted 80%. Xianxia entered deep thought. The Ink Sea's resources were definitely in the hands of the sections. However, if the sects wanted to develop, they needed to work with the Merchant Association to maximize the benefits of the resources. This could be considered mutually benefiting, helping each other out. There were many ways to do this. However, it was very simple. It was just that whoever was stronger would benefit more. In the past, when the various factions interfered, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could gain 70% of the profits. However, the situation changed now. The Azure Smoke Pavilion produced a sovereign emperor. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion could not gain any advantage, even getting bullied. There was no need to probe too deeply into the business matters. They had nothing to do with him. Xianxia grasped the main point. He asked seriously, he advanced to Sovereign Emperor 2 years ago. Yes, I reported this matter to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters 2 years ago. However, we never received any attention, Qin Po said helplessly. Xianxia thought to himself, it is not that we do not pay attention. It is just that we do not have enough manpower. Continue. Right. He wanted 80% of the profits. Naturally, we refused. After that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion stopped doing business with us. Instead, they supported a small merchant association and secretly suppressed us. For the past 2 years, we have nearly lost all of our business. You saw how bleak our business is now. Xianxia felt doubtful. How can a small merchant association compare to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had branches in the central Great Realm. In terms of strength and accumulations, a small merchant association could not compare to it. In a fair competition, The 9 Cauldron Pavilion could take out more secret treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques than the other merchant associations. Qianpa smiled bitterly. With the Azure Smoke Pavilion secretly supporting us, we cannot do business at all. The Merchant Association's cargo ships responsible for transporting resources have even been robbed a few times. During this period, they have been openly suppressing us. Several of my 9 Cauldron Pavilions guards died. Xianxia has already spread the word that all Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples are not allowed to do business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. On the surface, it looked like Xianxia forbade the Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples from doing business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. In reality, it was a warning to all the cultivators in the Ink Sea who in the Ink Sea would dare to offend a sovereign emperor. Xianxia grasped the key point again. He asked seriously, "He killed people from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion?" "Yes. With the Azure Smoke Pavilion supporting us, the other party does not have to worry." Xianxia said calmly, "That's easy. What is that merchant association called?" Qianpa did not understand what Xianxia meant, but he still answered honestly. In the past, it was called the Red Cloud Merchant Association. Now, it is called the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xianxia mentioned the name of the other party's merchant association, Qianpo's expression turned even more unsightly. This name was a direct slap in the face. "You have 9, and I have 10. This high-profile name is meant to suppress you. Is that Merchant Association's association chief in Red Cloud City? He has always been." Right after Qianpa spoke, he looked up and saw that Xianxia had already disappeared from his chair. The curtains fluttered a few times, indicating that someone had just left. How fast! This startled Qianpa. However, after he sat down, he felt somewhat uneasy. This Xianxia was simply too young. Xianxia's cold attitude also made Qianpa feel somewhat unreliable. He muttered to himself, "The Heavenly Alliance has not sent anyone for more than 2 years. Now that someone finally came, they sent a rash youth. Dang!" Qianpa did not see any commotion, but Xianxia appeared before him again. Qianpa raised his head and spat out all the tea in his mouth. Xianxia held a head in his hand. It belonged to the head of the Red Cloud Merchant Association's association chief, whom Qianpa wished he could hack into 1,000 pieces. The other party appeared stunned. Based on his expression, he probably did not even know how he died. If Qianpa recalled correctly, this fellow was a holy venerate and had the protection of a heaven-defying sovereign personage from the Azure Smoke Pavilion. How did he die just like that? How did he do it? Before Qianpa could even warm his seat or drink his tea, Xianxia returned after killing someone. Qianpa could not help feeling fear in his heart. He quickly stood up and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, I killed the person and demolished the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. Make your preparations. Business should be here in the next 2 days." Xianxia said indifferently. His expression remained calm, as if he had just done something unremarkable. However, killing a holy venerate before a heaven-defying sovereign personage was indeed an insignificant matter. However, Qianpa was already frightened silly. He said in a trembling voice, I'll go and make my preparations. This little one will take his leave first." "Wait a moment," Qianpa immediately asked in a fluster. "My lord, what instructions do you have?" "Send this head to the Azure Smoke Pavilion as quickly as possible." Qianpa immediately felt startled. "My lord, you are provoking Xianxia. You have to think this through. Just do as I say." "Why so much nonsense?" Xianxia frowned slightly. Qianpo's words made it sound like he should not provoke the other party. However, when Xianxia thought about how the other party had been suppressed for a long time, it was understandable that he feared Xianxia. Xianxia softened his tone and said softly, "I want to provoke him. The faster I deal with this problem, the more contribution I will obtain, and the more benefits your 9 cauldron pavilion will obtain. Yes, yes, yes. I'll do it now. Immediately felt somewhat excited. This little lord's temper and boldness were really great. It looked like the 9 cauldron pavilion was going to turn things around. Chapter 2183. Ink Sea, Heavenly Cloud Mountain, one of the 3 blessed lands. A blessed land should have many sects, just like the Purple Flame sect where Xianxia once stayed, which was just one sect in the blessed land. However, this Ink Sea's Heavenly Cloud Mountain only had one sect, the Azure Smoke sect. The reason went without saying. Since a sovereign emperor appeared in the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect naturally wanted to monopolize all the benefits of this great blessed land. Disagree? If one dared to disagree before a sovereign emperor, it would be no different from seeking death. Right now, the Azure Smoke sect lived up to its name in the Ink Sea. No one dared to oppose it. The sect disciples were even more arrogant and despotic, considering everyone else beneath them. In the Ink Sea, no one dared to offend them. In an era when sovereign emperors did not appear, even the strongest false emperor could not be so domineering. After all, a rank 5 sect had a soul tool. Even a false emperor had to fear them. Everyone coexisted peacefully, living in harmony. However, now that a sovereign emperor appeared, a soul tool in the hands of a sovereign emperor and a sovereign personage were 2 different secret treasures. The might that a soul tool could bring out was completely different. In the hands of a sovereign emperor, the horrifying might of a soul tool could truly be brought out. In this Ink Sea, a sovereign emperor was a supreme god. But tonight, there was something wrong with the Azure Smoke sect. A rumor had spread through the entire sect, from top to bottom, from the mouth of all the disciples and elders. Did you hear? Someone killed the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief. His head was delivered to our sect master last night. How could I not have heard about it? That fellow's death was really strange. He was not weak in the first place, and he had Marshal Grand Uncle Jiang's protection. However, he died just like that. Someone saw Marshal Uncle Jiang return last night. I heard that he was pale and dispirited, like he was scared silly. Who exactly is it? To think that he dares to provoke us. Does he not know that our Azure Smoke sect's ancestor is already a sovereign emperor? This is the most horrifying thing. He clearly knows that you are a sovereign emperor, yet he still dares to kill your people. The rumors were hard to stop. The 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief was killed, and the entire Merchant Association's headquarters was torn down on the street. This was an earth-shattering matter in the Ink Sea. The various major factions received the news at the fastest time. The other factions had already received the news. It would be hard for the Azure Smoke sect disciples not to know about it. At this moment, the sect master and all the elders gathered in the Azure Smoke sect's ancestral hall at the main peak of Skycloud Mountain. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they looked at the items placed in the center of the hall in silence. That object was the head of the 10 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce's president. After the group of people received the heads, they discussed for an entire night, but they still couldn't come up with any ideas. The Azure Smoke sect's sect master, Luo Yun, did not look old, like a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a scholarly temperament. There was a sharp aura hidden between his brows. That was the foundation of an overlord. Everyone, we've discussed for an entire night, but we still haven't come up with a good idea. Luo Yun glanced at the elders gathered in the ancestral hall and said in a deep voice, there were not many elders. However, even the weakest was a holy venerate. 4 or 5 of the older ones were even sovereign personages. The Azure Smoke sect's entire foundation was here. Even without Qinyan Shangren, The Azure Smoke sect could be considered a peak existence among rank 5 sections. Those who could stand here naturally had some vision. They could tell that this was not a simple murder. Before a heaven-defying person died, Xianxia had silently killed another sovereign personage. Everyone was very clear on what kind of strength one needed to achieve this. This was especially so for that martial uncle Jiang. After he returned, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Clearly, he had suffered a huge trauma in his heart. A false emperor could not make martial uncle Jiang feel such fear. What kind of existence was above false emperor? No one dared to think about it, nor did they want to. They could only continue playing dumb when faced with Luo Yun's question. This is indeed making things difficult for everyone. Luo Yunling, who was sitting on the throne, let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Originally, martial uncle Qingyan should have been in charge of this matter. Unfortunately, Qingyan Shangren was currently in closed-door cultivation. Even when Luo Yun summoned him several times, he ignored him. Naturally, there was no solution to this difficult problem before everyone. Actually, Luo Yun guessed something. As the sect master of a rank 5 sect, he naturally knew some of the secrets of the Central Great Realm. Several thousand years ago, a sovereign emperor had appeared in the Ink Sea cluster. However, that sovereign emperor did not unify the Ink Sea. There seemed to be an invisible hand controlling the Ink Sea's movements in the unseen world. This kept the various factions of the Ink Sea in balance, preventing one faction from becoming too strong and monopolizing the Ink Sea. Even though martial uncle Qingyan had become a sovereign emperor, Luo Yun did not want to drive the other factions to the edge. He feared that something bad would happen if this balance was broken. Although Luo Yun did not know what would happen, he still felt worried. However, martial uncle Qingyan was stubborn, and the other elders were eager to try. Even if Luo Yun wanted to, he could not. Over the past 2 odd years, the Azure Smoke sect had continuously grown stronger, showing a flourishing momentum. This further dispelled Luo Yun's worries. Unexpectedly, the thing he worried about the most happened. This sigh contained some helplessness. Luo Yun was limited by his knowledge and vision. He could guess something, but he did not know what was going on. This was the helplessness he felt the most. The 5 superfactions secretly controlled the entire Great Thousand Realms. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know about this. Even many sovereign personages in the Central Great Realm did not know about the Heavenly Alliance. How much could Luo Yun, a rank 5 sect master of the Ink Sea, know? Martial nephew, what are you worrying about? This sigh is very puzzling. Ha ha. Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Then, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall. Although this old man was skinny, his frail body gave off a frightening energy that could not be underestimated, appearing unfathomable. Old ancestor, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. We were all scared out of our wits last night. Indeed. Quickly, think of a solution. This person was the most famous person in the Ink Sea for the past 2 years, the Qingyan Shangren, whom nearly everyone knew. Luo Yun's eyes lit up. He felt that his martial uncle's strength had improved significantly, becoming even more unfathomable. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Martial uncle, please take a seat." Qingyan Shangren did not stand on ceremony. He sat down in the seat that Luo Yun vacated. As he looked at the heads below, he smiled sinisterly. This fellow is finally dead. Whoosh! Qingyan Shangren stretched out his hand, and the head of the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's chief flew into his hand. Then there was a loud bang. Only a skull remained amid the azure smoke. Qingyan Shangren ferociously grabbed, and the skull turned into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone, including Luo Yun, showed startled expressions. This time, they were truly frightened. "Martial uncle," Luoyin called out, feeling somewhat anxious. "This fellow is just a pawn that I placed in front of me. He will die sooner or later. It was worth it to be able to roam free for 2 years and suppress the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "As for the rest, Martial Nephew, there is no need to worry. I already made arrangements. If he had come a year earlier, I might have been in some trouble. As for now, this old man is waiting for him. If he dares to come, I will make sure that he never returns." "As you wish, I am here." Bang! Right after the old man spoke, the doors of the ancestral hall, which were reinforced by formations, shattered. A strong wind blew at the broken doors, and a dazzling light as bright as the sun appeared, so bright that no one could open their eyes. A figure slowly appeared from the light. This figure was dressed in white, and he strode in with his head held high. How young! When the Azure Smoke Sect elders saw this person's appearance, they all sighed in their hearts, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the person that the old ancestor was waiting for. This was the mysterious person that scared their martial uncle Jiang silly. Wei Mian looked too young. Based on his appearance, he did not even look 50 years old. Naturally, the person who came was Xiao Chun. The head had been delivered to the Azure Smoke Sect for one night, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chun came himself. "I was wondering why the person did not arrive after one night. It turns out that you already condensed a divine vein. How admirable! How admirable! It is already not easy for you to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this desolate place. Now that you have condensed a divine vein, it is even more shocking." Xiao Chen glanced indifferently at the somewhat blind people. Then he said softly, "Do you not understand what I said? Even in the central great realm, this martial granduncle of yours can be considered a top character." These words were true. Even in the central great realm, it was extremely difficult to advance to Sovereign Emperor. "Old ancestor, clearly, the Azure Smoke Sect's elders did not know how strong Xianxia was, or where he ranked in the central great realm." Xianxia revealed a cocky expression, gladly accepting Xiao Chen's praise. Being able to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this ink sea already boosted Xianxia's ambition, filling him with pride. This was the so-called instant success. However, that is all. In the end, the accumulations in the ink sea are lacking. Forcefully plundering the ink sea's resources to condense a divine vein is even more foolish. You probably do not even have a divine vein level cultivation technique to cultivate. Such a sovereign emperor would not be able to cause much trouble in the central great realm. No wonder you only know how to put on airs in this ink sea. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would suddenly change the topic, belittling Xianxia as worthless? Xianxia was already extremely proud of advancing to Sovereign Emperor. He even felt that the Sovereign Emperors of the Central Great Realm would not be much stronger than him. Earlier, Xianxia enjoyed Xiao Chen's words. So, he prepared to negotiate with Xiao Chun about the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen's words would suddenly change the topic, deeply stabbing at Xianxia's pride? Rage flared up in his heart. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned strange. The Azure Smoke Sect's elders were frightened into silence. Everyone could tell that this youth had touched on the old ancestors' reverse scale. An icy chill spread in the hall. Xianxia showed a sullen expression, his skinny face filled with murderous intent. A great battle would start at any moment. Chapter 2184. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall turned strange. No one dared to speak. The group of elders, including Luo Yun, felt increasingly unbearable. The hall was so quiet that one could hear their breathing and heartbeats. Despite this unbearable feeling, they did not dare to move. It was like they feared breaking some sort of balance. Normally, these sovereign personages could call the wind and summon the rain in this ink-sea cluster supreme existences. Even though sovereign emperors appeared, sovereign personages were still incredibly rare in this ink-sea cluster. Wherever they went, they were aloof and aloof. When had these sovereign emperors ever felt so unbearable? To put it bluntly, they did not even dare to let out a fart. The battle between Xianxia and Xianxia had already started. The two's auras clashed, their auras spreading to every corner of the hall. Both were storing up power in secret, searching for the other's openings, trying to suppress the other's aura. The invisible auras were already incredibly intense. Everyone here was a sovereign personage and naturally understood the profoundness of this. At this moment, if anyone dared to move, it would be like adding oil to the fire. Bang! Everything would explode. It was like time stopped in the hall. No one moved at all. Their expressions did not even change. Xianxia felt somewhat shocked. Although this youth before him had not opened any divine veins, his aura moved according to his heart. However, his aura moved according to his will, moving as he pleased. There were no openings at all. It could be said to be perfect. Dragon images seemed to appear behind Xiaochun, howling and roaring ferociously. That was dragon might. This was a powerful, outstanding talent with a great, desolate Ian bloodline. Kasie! Just at this moment, one of the Azure Smoke Hall elders felt somewhat unbearable, so he shifted his body slightly. However, the sound amplified infinitely at this moment. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. However, it did not kick up ripples. Instead, it kicked up a deafening wave like a tsunami. Luo Yun's face sank, knowing that things were bad. The group of elders executed their movement techniques and quickly moved far away. In that instant, the limit of stillness shifted to the limit of movement. It was like these people came back to life. The elders already moved very fast. However, they were not faster than Xiaochun and Xianxia. The incorporeal dragon image behind Xiaochun gathered together, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, turning into a huge azure dragon image that roared furiously into the 9 heavens. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he slapped the armrest heavily. He mobilized all the accumulations of the entire Qingyun Peak sect. The illusion of a huge incense burner appeared in front of him. There were 3 incense sticks in the incense burner, and green smoke curled around them. Xianxia flicked his finger, and the lingering azure smoke immediately turned into thousands of sword images that shot out. The 2 auras collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the green smoke ancestral hall collapsed into nothingness. Puchi, Luo Yun and the other elders of the Azure Smoke Hall spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The weaker elders, who were only at the Holy Venerate realm, even died on the spot from the shockwaves of the 2 auras. Not only did Luo Yun and the others not have the qualifications to interfere in this battle, but they might even lose their lives if they were careless. When sovereign emperors fought, the scale of the battle was already beyond what these sovereign personages could imagine or resist. Dang! The melodious sound of weapons clashing rang out, echoing throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain. This blessed land, which was as large as a great realm, buzzed endlessly and trembled. The heavenly cloud mountain was very large and vast. It was at least 100 million kilometers long. In the past, dozens of rank 4 sects lived in this place. One could easily imagine how vast it was. However, this heavenly cloud mountain was also very small. To Xiaochun and Xianxia, who were fighting, just the shock waves could cover most of heavenly cloud mountain. Whoosh! A purple figure retreated from heavenly cloud mountain's main peak. As he retreated, he crashed into many peaks, kicking up huge waves in the seawater. Xianxia was not retreating alone. Instead, he was retreating with his aura. He did not crash into the tall peaks. Instead, his aura crushed them, turning them into surging tsunamis along with the seawater. Humph! How dare you disrespect me on Heavenly Cloud Mountain, not to mention the fact that you have not opened a divine vein. Even if you did, you would not be a match for me. Xianxia stood proudly on the mountain summit. At this moment, his slender body seemed to contain boundless might, inspiring others to look up at him like looking at the sky. A strong wind blew as Xianxia looked coldly at Xianxia, who got knocked back. Then he said sullenly, "You have a great background. I will not kill you. I will use you as a bargaining chip. My azure smoke pavilion will dominate the ink sea, and we will not have to worry about anything in the future." Old ancestor. When the many azure smoke pavilion disciples saw Xianxia's majestic appearance and bold words, they felt their hot-bloodedness surge endlessly. Whoosh! Xianxia gently pushed off the surface of the sea, stopping his retreating figure. At the same time, the surging mountain-like seawater slowly fell back. However, the way it fell was incredibly gentle, following Xianxia's aura and spreading out again. What was even more miraculous was that the tall mountain that Xianxia crushed earlier actually retreated together with the seawater. It looked like time and space had reversed. In reality, it was just reuniting with Xianxia's aura. The mountain had already shattered. The mountain that Xianxia saw was only the mountain that existed in Xianxia's aura. It was like a painting. When Xianxia retreated, the white clouds, mountains, rivers, and sunlight had already entered the painting. Now, the painting was just reuniting. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who stood proudly on the main peak like he was the sovereign of the world. However, Xianxia was not surprised at the other party's strength. A sovereign emperor's accumulations would not be child's play when a rank 5 sect erupted. However, since Xianxia dared to come, he had to have considered the other party's geographical advantage. You are courageous. After seeing my azure smoke pavilion's accumulations, you still dare to not flee. Youths are like this, not fearing anything, thinking that they are fated. Today, I will teach you a lesson and show you what fear is. Xianxia smiled coldly. Then he casually waved his hand, and the azure smoke lingering around the incense burner circled around his fingertip. At the instant his thumb and index finger came into contact with each other, countless sword cries resounded. They were loud and clear, and they seemed to descend from the heavens and descend from the netherworld. Since the establishment of the Azure Smoke Pavilion, the many disciples had been using their swords to visualize the incense burner every day. They used their bodies as swords to worship the incense burner, accumulating accumulations for 100 years, 1,000 years, countless days and nights. Xianxia flicked his finger, and thousands of sword hums gathered. This sword hum pierced through the entire blessed land from north to south. Stimulated by this sword hum, Heavenly Cloud Mountain's 300-kilometer-tall main peak erupted with resplendent light, looking like a sharp sword illuminating the entire blessed land. Aside from the strand of sword light that Xianxia flicked out for 50 million kilometers, only black and white remained in the world. The sword light illuminated Xianxia's eyes, making his handsome facial features look even more distinct. The sword wind scattered Xianxia's long hair, making him appear even more unruly and unruly. The sword light, which carried the sect's accumulations, looked like it could split the world apart. Then it instantly charged over. Everyone in the Azure Smoke Pavilion gasped in amazement at this sword strike. They had only heard of the sect's founding ancestor in the legends, having once flicked out such a strand of sword chi. Now, they saw it with their own eyes. It was like the legends unfolded before them. The shock was indescribable. Everyone thought that Xiao Chun would die for sure under this sword strike. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, unable to fight anymore. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. The yin and yang divine essence seas in his body silently merged, and the Taiji force field spread out. Whoosh! The instant the Taiji force field appeared, a light burst out from Xiao Chen's body in the originally black and white world. The entire world regained its color. This was Xiao Chun using his own strength to suppress the other party with his aura, breaking the momentum of this sword strike. However, Xiao Chun did not dare to receive this sword strike head-on. This sword strike carried the accumulations of a sect that had accumulated for thousands of years. If he tried to receive it, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating himself. Not to mention whether he could receive it or not. He would be too stupid to do so. After the sword chi entered the Taiji force field, it looked like it could travel through space and time. However, to Xiao Chun, it slowed significantly. Whoosh! Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and gently moved, looking like he had dodged this sword strike by a fluke. When the sword chi entered the sea, it was like a stream flowing into the sea, silently vanishing. This was because the charm contained in the sword chi had automatically dissipated after losing its target, and the sex foundation had returned to the mountains and rivers. He dodged it. This startled Qingyan Shangren. To think that Xiao Chun managed to dodge his sure-hit sword strike. He could not help saying, angrily, "Let's see how many sword strikes you can dodge." Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and another strand of sword chi that seemed to travel through space and time charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He drove the primal chaos divine energy in his body to the limits and used the Taiji force field to carefully slow down Qingyan Shangren's speed, narrowly dodging again. Whoosh! 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 Damn it! I don't believe that I cannot kill you. Qingyan Shangren felt somewhat flustered and exasperated after failing to hit his target. He flicked his finger, and strands of sword intent shot at Xiao Chun without end. Day and night immediately sped up in the blessed land. Sometimes only black and white remained. Another moment, the colors returned to normal. It was like the rising and setting of the sun were sped up. The Azure Smoke sect disciples were horrified to discover that as day and night sped up, their faces aged. Their fine black hair turned white. It was like time sped up several times. Let's see how long you can last. Under the berserk attacks, Xiao Chun appeared somewhat unable to hold out. Qingyan Shangren could not help laughing cockily, just as he was about to make another move. Enough! Xiao Chun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted. This shout was like a clap of thunder, immediately kicking up countless huge waves on the vast sea. You are really vicious, draining the sex accumulations like this, completely disregarding the life and death of the disciples. I have a saber strike. Please give it a try. Gurgle. An unremarkable drop of seawater sword into the air amid the huge waves. Xiao Chun moved like a swallow, looking like he was about to fly, but not soar. Then he flicked his finger. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplets shaking the firmament. Chapter 2185. A drop of water could break the vault of heaven. Qingyan Shangren used his one-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to drive the sect's 1,000-year-old accumulations. He used the 30-kilometer-tall peak under his feet as a sword, and hundreds of strands of sword chi could cause the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon to pale in comparison. Xiao Chun would be defeated with just one strike. Xiao Chun, who could drive Taiji with primal chaos divine energy, finally recovered. Xiao Chen's counterattack was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the sword chi of mountains and rivers. What he flicked out was a drop of water, a drop of rain, a drop of sweat that contained the inheritance of the devil blade. The scorching sun had tortured it for 3,333 years. The gale had battered it for 3,333 years, and the lightning had struck it for 3,333 years. Over the past 9,999 years, the thunderstorm, the gale, and the scorching sun could not change his heart. What is a demon? Lonely as I am, 10,000 years of time hanging high in the nine heavens, I exist alone. What is a demon? Just like me, I am so proud that even the heavens cannot tolerate my heart. This was the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, using the state of water droplets to break the sky. This drop of water was so tiny that if one did not look carefully, they would not even notice it. But once one discovered it, they would never be able to forget it. It was so ordinary, yet so special. It was a demon. It's a drop of water. He flicked a drop of water. What is he trying to do? It's clearly just a drop of water. So why do I feel like I'm shivering and my legs aren't listening to me? Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, what the hell happened? Initially, when he saw this drop of water, he didn't think much of it. But soon, he found himself unable to shift his gaze away from it, and his legs wouldn't listen to him. How strange and bewitching. Xianxia was somewhat dumbfounded. This raindrop that Xianxia flicked out completely surpassed his common sense. Although Xianxia was not a sovereign emperor, his knowledge was limited. He had never heard of the fiendish saber's name or seen such a martial technique. He knew that this raindrop was extraordinary, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Not just for a moment, but with his experience, even if he racked his brains, he still wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. If they had the advantage of the terrain, it would have been impossible for them to suppress Xianxia before by consuming the foundation that the sect's disciples had been accumulating for thousands of years. I don't believe that a mere drop of water can overturn the heavens. Xianxia shouted coldly. Then he waved his hand at the 3 incense sticks in the incense burner and wiped them gently. The little accumulations that the sect had accumulated were immediately drained. Using the sect's accumulations, Xianxia activated the sect protecting formation. Instantly, sword lights covered the main peak of Heavenly Cloud Mountain as the sect's formation activated. Then, the light surged, and the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to come to life, as if a long sword had come to life. In an instant, thousands of mountains became one. Is it useful? Xianxia's face was expressionless and cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. That drop of rain appeared in the eyes of the Azure Smoke sect disciples. It got closer and closer, silently piercing through the tall mountains and breaking through layers of sword veils, heading for a lake in the middle of the sect. He watched as the droplet of rain pierced through the mountain and tore through the sword veil, but nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Xianxia could not help but laugh. You are just bluffing. You nearly drip. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, that droplet of rain landed on the lake. With a loud boom, the entire blessed land, not just the Azure Smoke sect's 1,000-layered mountain gate, exploded with a loud bang. No, Xianxia showed a horrified expression as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The foundations of the Azure Smoke sect, which had been around for thousands of years, vanished before his eyes, completely destroyed. After that, the wind blew continuously. Layers of seawater exploded, and spirit springs spewed out everywhere. 7 colored lights scattered like fireworks. That was the top-grade spirit vein that sustained the blessed enclave. It had also been destroyed. Everything that he could see had been destroyed. However, he could only watch helplessly as the saber intent that erupted from that droplet of rain brought a calamity of destruction. One droplet of rain could destroy the sky. If the droplet of rain in that painting truly appeared, it might be able to sweep through the entire ink sea and destroy everything. Such a killing move already surpassed the norm of the mortal world. It could only be described as demonic. Xianxia stood upright with his hands behind his back as he slowly approached. With every step he took, the dilapidated mountains and rivers recovered. It was like time flowed in reverse. By the time Xianxia arrived before Xianxia, the entire blessed land had recovered to its original state. You, how ruthless! Even if I was in the wrong, you could have just killed me alone. However, what crime did the tens of thousands of my Azure Smoke sect disciples commit? To think that you slaughtered them all. You destroyed the foundation of my sect for thousands of years. Xianxia felt extreme grief, looking haggard. The killing intent that erupted from that droplet of rain landed on him. That inferior grade soul tool incense burner had already shattered. Xianxia looked haggard, in an extremely sorry state. Xianxia said calmly, "I did not kill them." Old ancestor. Many figures descended from the sky, with confused expressions, clearly at a loss as to what to do. In fact, they did not even know what was happening. Xianxia purposely controlled that droplet of rain. Most of the saber intent landed on the Azure Smoke Sect's formations and Xianxia. The moment the saber intent erupted, the others got knocked back. When they landed, they saw this scene. These people did not even know that their sects were already destroyed and that the entire blessed land was gone, as everything had happened too quickly. You all, Xianxia looked over. These sect disciples all had white hair and faint wrinkles on their faces. They looked like they had aged many years. Xianxia could not continue. Previously, he only cared about defeating Xianxia, squandering the sect's accumulations, and overdrawing on the vitality of these sect disciples. Otherwise, given his foundation in the ink sea, even if he condensed a divine vein, he would not be able to gain any advantage against Xianxia. He would not be able to gain any advantage against Xianxia. He would reveal an opening with one strike, not to mention suppressing Xianxia. Old ancestor, are you all right? The sect disciples did not understand the reason behind this. Instead, they started worrying about Xianxia's injuries. Only Luo Yun and the other sovereign personages knew what was going on. However, they did not know what to say. They glanced at Xianxia, who was watching coldly from the side, their hearts filled with fear and nervousness. Clang! Just as the sect disciples were worrying about Xianxia's injuries, they suddenly heard a melodious saber hum. A saber light flashed, looking like a short-lived, piercing and dazzling. What are you trying to do? If you dare to injure old ancestor, we will fight you to the death. After Xianxia became a sovereign emperor, he was like a god to the Azure Smoke sect disciples. This was especially so in the past 2 years, when he led the Azure Smoke sect to dominate a region. All the sect disciples worshipped him, holding him in high esteem. Seeing Xianxia draw his saber, the group of sect disciples all panicked, blocking Xianxia. Move aside. Xianxia knew Xianxia's strength. Before Xianxia, these people were like paper, not threatening at all. We are not leaving. I told you to move aside. Xianxia shouted angrily, shaking off all the disciples. Immediately, they were tossed out like sandbags. Holding the tyrant saber, Xianxia approached step by step. When he arrived before Xianxia, he swung his saber. Luo Yun and the other sect masters immediately felt their hearts in their throats, feeling immense pressure. Senior, if you have any requests, just state them. Our Azure Smoke sect will definitely do as you say. Is it because of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? We can hand over all the benefits we gained in the past 2 years. You just need to say the word, and we can spare martial uncle's life." In the end, Luo Yun could not bear to do this. He mustered up his courage and spoke in a trembling voice. This major character, who dominated a region and swept through the Ink Sea, now trembled in fear, filled with helplessness. Xiao Chen ignored Luo Yun. He only looked at Qingyan Shangren and said, "It is not easy to become a sovereign emperor in the Ink Sea. This is your opportunity. However, you should not be afraid. So, what if you are from the Ink Sea? You managed to become a sovereign emperor in this insignificant Ink Sea. So what if you go to the central great realm? The path of a cultivator should be fearless. Even if you suffer all sorts of hardships, it is fine as long as you keep moving forward. However, you remain stubborn, only wanting to dominate this Ink Sea, suppressing the other sects and squeezing out the resources of the entire Ink Sea. Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun, today I will chop off one of your arms as punishment for bullying the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Behave yourself in the future." As the saber light descended, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Qingyan Shangren cried out miserably as his right arm was chopped off. Remnant saber intent lingered in the wound. This saber intent would remain for a long time. Even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover from it. Xiao Chen did not kill Qingyan Shangren because he wanted to maintain the balance in the Ink Sea. He was also doing this out of consideration for the Azure Smoke sect disciples. If Qingyan Shangren died, the sects that he suppressed for the past 2 years would definitely kill all these disciples, not leaving a single one alive to vent their hatred. The more important reason was to maintain the balance, to give the various factions of the Ink Sea time to catch a breather. Even if a sovereign emperor lost an arm, he would still be much stronger than a regular false emperor. However, he would still be incomparable to when he was at his peak. Furthermore, with the destruction of the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect could only rest and recuperate for a long time. In the future, when the Azure Smoke sect rose up, it would fear the Nine Cauldron Pavilion and not dare to bargain. Only then would the Azure Smoke sect be in line with the Heavenly Alliance's interests. Only then would the mission come to a perfect conclusion. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Then he turned into a flash of purple light and vanished. Boom! When Xiao Chen left, the aura around him scattered. The entire blessed land shattered like a painting, returning to its original state. The sect is gone. This scene stupefied those disciples, all of them gaping and at a loss for what to do. However, sect master Luo Yun and the group of Elder Wang knew about this long ago. The moment they were sent flying, the entire mountain gate, no, the entire blessed enclave was gone. When the aura was gone, everything turned to dust. That feeling of helplessness made one sad, but one could not do anything about it. If possible, one might as well live in the painting, living in the aura that Xiao Chen gathered. At the very least, the sect still existed. Even if one knew that it was fake, it was better than being in rubble. This made one feel despair and heartache. For the past few years, I monopolized the Ink Sea. I was really living in a dream. After I woke up from this dream, I realized that this Ink Sea was never my Ink Sea. Luo Yun smiled bitterly and sighed softly, appearing haggard. Chapter 2186. Outside Heavenly Cloud Mountain in the Ink Sea, a group of Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples looked at the ruined blessed land. There was another figure who was also observing silently. However, even if Xiao Chun were here, he would find it hard to detect this figure. What more these people? The mysterious person looked around and fixed his gaze on Qingyan Shangren's severed arm. Xiao Chun had left some saber intent there. It would be very difficult to disperse the saber intent that contained Xiao Chen's divine seal Dao domain, especially when Xiao Chun had left it behind. Xianxia would have to find someone much stronger than Xiaochun to disperse this saber intent. Otherwise, even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover his arm. You did it beautifully. The mysterious person slowly withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention. To the Heavenly Alliance, killing Xianxia or not did not matter. The most important thing was to maintain the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's maximum benefits. If Xianxia was killed, the Ink Sea would definitely fall into chaos. It might even trigger a chaotic battle between the various factions, resulting in a drastic change in the situation. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was only a merchant association. It did not want to see such a scene. It still needed a stable Ink Sea without a strong ruler. After chopping off Xianxia's arm, Xianxia's strength decreased significantly. While he still deterred the other factions, it would be extremely difficult for him to regain his previous dominance. After learning this lesson, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would fear him and not dare to do anything to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. As for Xianxia, it did not matter. A sovereign emperor who advanced in the Ink Sea was not sufficient. Actually, Xiaochen's evaluation of Xianxia was already very fair. The true experts of the Central Great Realm all felt arrogant toward the outer regions in their hearts. It looks like he really obtained the fiendish saber inheritance. I have to remember this. As for the rest, there should be nothing else. The mysterious person muttered to himself before quickly leaving, vanishing from this place. Just like how no one knew when he arrived, he left without leaving any traces, as if he had never existed. As for Xiaochun, he had already completed his mission when he chopped off Xianxia's arm. He could go to Red Cloud Island to report or ignore everything and directly return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiaochun was thinking about another problem. Could he take this opportunity to go to the Blue Dragon's homeland? But on second thought, he chose to give up. When he was in the sky beyond heaven, he felt like someone was watching him. After coming out, he still felt uncomfortable. It was best to be as cautious as possible. In the future, it wouldn't be too late to go when he could accept missions alone. Anyway, if there were people in the dark, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. After heading to the Starry Sky Dao platform, Xiaochun returned directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. As soon as he set foot on Sky Beyond Heaven, the deacon who gave him the mission was already waiting for him. Xiaochun cupped his hands and said, "Deacon Mu." Deacon Mu nodded slightly. "The headquarters gave you a 5-star evaluation. You got full marks for both the time you took to complete the mission and the results. Congratulations on completing the mission. You've been awarded 1,000 merit points." As he spoke, he took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion and stuck it to Xiaochun's medallion. Then, Xiaochun noticed that the number 1,000 had appeared on the back of his token under the 2 plum blossom petals. The number was well embedded in the vast white snow. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. You can exchange the merit points for resources. However, after you exchange them, the corresponding merit points will vanish. Deacon Mu gave Xiaochun a simple explanation before turning to leave, not lingering. However, before he left, he gave Xiaochun a few more glances, like he wanted to remember him. As Xiaochun toyed with the Heavenly Alliance medallion, he thought to himself, to think that there is no reward for completing the mission. Is the merit the reward? However, if I exchange the merit points, I will have to wait to raise the rank of my plum blossom petals. While it looks like I am obtaining merit points for completing the mission, if I exchange them for resources frequently, the day I raise my plum blossom petals will be far away. The Heavenly Alliance must have done this on purpose. After returning to his residence, Xiaochun greeted Then, he entered the medicinal spring room, removed his clothes, and soaked himself in. The medicinal spring had a healing effect. When he fought with Xianxia, he had suffered some injuries from sword qi. This soaking could relieve his fatigue, heal his injuries, and eliminate hidden injuries. It was indeed pretty good. Xiaochun closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up, Bao was already waiting for him. She helped Xiaochun put on his clothes. Big brother Xiao, you completed this mission really quickly. You completed it in less than 3 days. After helping Xiaochun put on his clothes, Bao smiled softly and said, "Many of the deacons are praising you. If they were all as efficient as you, there would not be a lack of manpower." Xiaochun did not deny it. After chatting with Bao for a while, he entered the cultivation room and entered closed-door cultivation. Cultivating at the foot of the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was much faster than cultivating outside. He could clearly feel the divine energy in his body rejoicing. Xiaochun wondered how this divine mountain was forged for it to have such miraculous effects. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, many different dragon images appeared in his divine energy sea. After 100 dragon images appeared, they stopped. Xiaochun was still far from forming the 10,000 dragons picture and reaching the first step of the 10,000 dragons art. However, Xiaochun still had a long time ahead of him. With this divine mountain to rely on, he could save a lot of time. Xiaochun's days of quiet cultivation did not last long. After 3 days, he received missions. Xiaochun, who was only a 2-petal plum blossom cultivator, did not have any free time. Now, he finally understood what Bao meant by resting more. Otherwise, he would not have any time to rest. Xiaochun did not say anything unnecessary. He just took the missions and left, completing them at the fastest speed possible. His efficiency was flabbergasting. In a short year, Xiaochun became famous in the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone knew about this white-clad bladesman. This was because Xiaochun needed only 1 year to become a 3-petal flower. Xiaochun did not use any of the contribution points for completing the missions. He saved them all up. When he met the requirements, he immediately chose to raise his cultivation. To Xiaochun, the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was sufficient for his needs. Little brother Xiaochun, are you sure that you are in such a rush to raise your cultivation? Administrator Mu, who was already very familiar with Xiaochun, said out of goodwill, "You can exchange these contribution points for many resources. If you choose to raise your cultivation, you will lose all of them." Xiaochun replied calmly, "I know. However, I have my own arrangements. The higher one's cultivation, the more contribution points one can obtain for completing missions. The highest reward for a 2-petal flower is only 1,000 contribution points. The lowest reward for a 3-petal flower is 10,000 contribution points. This will depend on how it is calculated." There was one more thing that Xiaochun did not say. If a 3-petal flower could choose its own missions, it would not be as passive as before. Administrator Mu smiled and said, "Since you have made your choice, I will not say anything more." Xiaochun returned the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiaochun. Then, another of the 8 plum blossoms lit up on the snowy scene on the back, making a total of 3. The numbers under the plum blossoms all turned to 0. Xiaochun would stand on a new starting point. "This is for you." Xiaochun found this somewhat strange. Then, he received a jade bottle from Administrator Mu. When he opened it, he saw that it contained 5 tons of origin liquid. This was a large sum. Even after selling the 10,000-year-old herb kings, Xiaochun had only obtained 50 tons of origin liquid. "This is," Xiaochun asked, feeling confused. Administrator Mu explained, "This is the Heavenly Alliance's reward for you. All the lords saw your contributions for themselves in the past year. Originally, with the contribution points you obtained, it would have been a large reward. You could have even exchanged for an inferior grade soul tool. However, you did not exchange for it, which was equivalent to doing nothing. The lords felt that they could not let you down. They did not know what you needed, so they gave you 5 tons of origin liquid. When Xianxia thought about it, he felt that this was true. He had worked hard in the past year. Normally, he did not feel much. This was because he felt that being in the Heavenly Alliance was the greatest reward. He had a divine mountain to cultivate on, a demon blood vulture to nurture, and combat experience to temper himself as a sovereign emperor. Honestly speaking, although these days were dull and tiring, they suited Xianxia. Although Xianxia had not opened a divine vein in the past year, his 10,000 dragons art progressed rapidly. He was only 1 step away from condensing the 10,000 dragons picture. Many thanks. Xianxia thanked Administrator Mu softly as he put away the jade bottle. Origin liquid was good stuff. He would not reject something that came to him for free. Administrator Mu smiled faintly and called out to Xianxia, who was about to turn around. Don't be in a rush to leave. The Alliance Chief wants to see you. The Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief was one of the leaders of the 5 super factions of the Righteous Tao. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the martial epoch. Although Xianxia was in the Heavenly Alliance, it was impossible for him to request an audience with the Heavenly Alliance Chief. There was too much of a difference in their levels. Why are you looking for me? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. His expression remained calm, not showing much fluctuation. Administrator Mu waved his hand and said, How could I know about such things? However, he is not meeting me alone this time. Grim Reaper Lin Feng is going as well. Chapter 2187. There was a divine mountain in heaven beyond heaven. At the summit of the divine mountain was a residence. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief, no one else was qualified to reside at the summit of this divine mountain. Under Administrator Mu's lead, Xianxia headed for the divine mountain's summit. As Xianxia advanced, he felt the mysteriousness of the divine mountain. The foot of the mountain could not compare to the middle of the mountain. The density of the divine nature was like night and day. No wonder people wanted to climb higher. They needed to live high, be strong, and possess a high status. They needed to be aloof, looking down from above, enjoying others looking up to them. There was no need to describe the mysteriousness of the Alliance Chief's residence. With just one glance, Xianxia felt somewhat helpless. Every brick and tile was made of alloy and decorated with spirit herbs and celestial flowers. There was a sense of elegance in the atmosphere. This was the so-called paradise. Little brother Xianxia, please enter. I'm not qualified to enter, Administrator Mu said, with some envy. One could see the entire Heavenly Alliance great realm from the summit of this divine mountain. It was not easy to enter the residence and meet the Alliance Chief. Xianxia nodded and entered the residence with his head held high. There was no one in the hall to guide him, but there was only one path. He just had to keep walking forward. Pawns lined both sides of the path. There were elegant and ancient murals on the walls. Xianxia did not know which epoch they were in. As he walked, he pushed open a door. Then, Xianxia figured that he should be in the main hall. A person stood in the hall. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng, who had arrived earlier. When he saw Xianxia, he nodded slightly in greeting. Xianxia nodded back in greeting. He felt admiration for this Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xianxia heard that Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor in the abyssal underworld. However, he betrayed the abyssal underworld and destroyed his demonic Tao cultivation technique. Lin Feng's cultivation returned to its starting point and started over. Then, he rose up again, comprehending the Death Great Tao and the Death Tao domain. He surpassed his previous peak and was extremely incredible. Rumor had it that Lin Feng's master betrayed him, offering his lover with an extreme body to the underworld god Hall's vice hall master. This person exuded an extremely heavy death qi. He did not befriend others and kept a low profile. He did not have much of a presence in the Heavenly Alliance. However, his strength made it so that no one could ignore his existence. All of the information about him were just rumors. Xianxia heard that he had directly become a disciple of Swearenji, the same Swearenji who had wanted to recruit Xianxia. How long have you been here? Xianxia walked over and asked softly. Lin Feng answered simply, an hour before you. Xiao. Just when Xianxia felt that Lin Feng wasn't that cold, a light flashed at the end of the hall. 9 figures appeared at the end of the path. They looked very close, but these 9 people seemed to be in another world. They were so close, yet so far away, their figures faintly discernible. 2 of them sat cross-legged, while the other 7 stood behind them. They had different expressions on their faces, as if they were shadows. Xianxia saw Mu Zifeng among the 7. These 7 should be the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. Needless to say, the 2 people who sat down were the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief and Vice Alliance Chief. Greetings to the 2 Alliance Chiefs and the 7 Lords. Xianxia and Lin Feng bowed slightly, performing cup-fist salutes to show respect. These 9 people could be considered the Heavenly Alliance's core upper echelon. They held high positions, and their cultivations were among the strongest. Good. I have long heard that my Heavenly Alliance produced 2 outstanding talents of the new generation. Today, I finally get to see them, the seated black-clad old man said. This person should be the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief, Hua Tianyang, one of the top experts of the current martial epoch. Mu Zifeng, Swearenji, are these 2 your disciples? Mu Zifeng replied softly, Xianxia is not my disciple. He is Peach Blossom's disciple. I can be considered his guide in the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, so he is Peach Blossom's disciple. He still remembers how well the Heavenly Alliance treated him. Hua Tianyang said softly, help me prepare a gift tomorrow and send it to desolate Sea Peach Blossom City. Yes, after Mu Zifeng answered, Swearenji smiled and said, Xianxia is not Mu Zifeng's disciple. However, Lin Feng is indeed my disciple. I noticed him the moment he entered the Heavenly Alliance. Xianxia and Lin Feng had no right to interfere when the powerhouses spoke. They could only let these people comment on them. Xianxia only glanced at Swearenji and saw his appearance clearly. Swearenji had a cold and gloomy face. His eyes flickered with a wild light, giving the impression of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Xianxia, Lin Feng, the 2 of you have been in my Heavenly Alliance for more than a year. Perhaps the 2 of you cannot feel it, but the Heavenly Alliance's secret guards protected you every time you went on a mission. The dark guards saw everything. This is sufficient to prove your loyalty to my Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang got straight to the point, not bothering with pleasantries. This confirmed the feeling that someone was monitoring Xianxia. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers did not receive such treatment in the past. My Heavenly Alliance does not care about loyalty. We are very clear on how many spies there are in the vast Heavenly Alliance. However, it does not matter. As long as they can be used by my Heavenly Alliance, they can do whatever they want. Such boldness was indeed shocking. However, given the Heavenly Alliance's uniqueness, this was indeed the case. It is fine as long as you are used by me. As for other thoughts, I will just not let you come into contact with the core. Hua Tianyang continued, this time, I called the 2 of you here for a mission. I need the 2 of you to work together to complete it. This mission is tailor-made for the 2 of you. I can't find anyone more suitable than you. Xiaochen thought to himself, tailor-made for the two of us, that means that Lin Feng and I have something in common, which makes us suitable for the Alliance Chief's mission. What do we have in common? After thinking about it, the only thing the two of them had in common was the dragon race bloodline. However, Xiaochen was a flood dragon human, and his dragon race bloodline had mutated. As for his dragon race bloodline, to others, it should be a mutated mixed-blood dragon bloodline. Mu Zifeng, come and speak to them, Hua Tianyong said softly. Mu Zifeng nodded and said, Xiaochen, Lin Feng, the Alliance Chief wishes to send the two of you to the abyssal underworld to retrieve a holy item that the Heavenly Alliance once lost in the abyssal underworld, the snow god Whip's dart head. 4,000 years ago, 5 superpowers joined hands to attack the Netherworld world, intending to eradicate the underworld god Hall in one fell swoop. During the Great Battle, the Heavenly Alliance's snow god Whip was destroyed, and the dart head was lost. The Heavenly Alliance has always wanted to find it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for the people of the righteous Tao to enter the abyssal underworld. If you're too strong, you'll be discovered before you even enter the Netherworld. If you're too weak, you won't be able to complete the mission. As long as the two of you complete this mission, you will be promoted to become a 4-petal member. The Alliance leader will also personally agree to one of your requests. Hua Tianyong sighed and said, I am ashamed to say this. This sacred item was lost in my hands, but I am unable to retrieve it myself. Swearin Ji hurriedly said, Alliance Master, don't feel guilty. If not for this battle back then, showing the glory of our Heavenly Alliance to the world, showing our Heavenly Alliance's strength, our Heavenly Alliance would not have become a superpower. Furthermore, you entered the abyssal underworld 9 times and fought with the underworld monarchs several times, putting yourself in danger. You have already done enough. The other core doyens quickly consoled Hua Tianyong, not wanting him to feel too guilty. I know about that great battle. It is known as the final blood battle in the abyssal underworld. The 9 layers of the abyssal underworld suffered heavy casualties. If not for the Shuwu dynasty's help, the underworld god Hall might have been destroyed. If I guessed right, this dart head should be in the final blood battlefield remnant. That place is considered a forbidden land in the abyssal underworld. Lin Feng replied softly. Lin Feng replied softly. He was rather clear about this battle. Before Lin Feng betrayed the underworld god Hall, the underworld god Hall had been proclaiming how despicable the people of the central Great Realm were. Lin Feng once thought of killing his way back to the Great Thousand Realms one day, establishing supreme beneficence for the underworld god Hall, helping the flood dragon humans reclaim the divine dragon empire. However, that was all in the past. It was no longer important. That's right. If there are no surprises, this dart head should still be in the final blood battlefield. The two of you possess the dragon race bloodline. Lin Feng does not even need to disguise himself to return to the abyssal underworld without being discovered. As for Xiaochen, the demonic Tao cultivation technique that you cultivate can hide your identity very well. Hua Tianyong changed the topic as he looked at Xiaochen and smiled gently. When Xiaochen heard that, his heart trembled. He revealed a horrified expression, feeling somewhat at a loss. Originally, Xiaochen thought that the other party would say that he had a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. That way, he would not be discovered. Who could have imagined that Hua Tianyong would expose his secret of cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, leaving him at a loss? Hua Tianyong smiled and said, There is no need to be nervous. Since ancient times, there have been people of the righteous Tao who cultivate demonic Tao cultivation techniques. All the talented people would study demonic Tao cultivation techniques, just like how there are people of the demonic Tao who cultivate righteous Tao cultivation techniques. My Heavenly Alliance's senior elder Swearin Ji cultivates a demonic Tao cultivation technique. However, it is still the same. As a core doyen of my Heavenly Alliance, no one in the righteous Tao dares to say anything. Don't think of the people of the righteous Tao as too pedantic. Some things are only said on the surface. In the end, it is still a conflict of interest. If you are strong enough, who will dare to control you? Of course, if you are not strong enough and do not have a backer, the result will be different. As Hua Tianyang spoke, Swearin Ji smiled sinisterly at Xiao Chun. His smile seemed profound and mysterious. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. I hid it well enough. Even a faux god would not easily discover it. It must be Swearin Ji who exposed me. While Hua Tianyang's words sounded like consolation, they were actually threats. You have my Heavenly Alliance's protection. Just like Swearin Ji, no one will dare to say anything. If you leave the Heavenly Alliance and someone kills you as a demon, you will not be able to redress your grievances. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. If you are completely flawless with all your strengths, Hua Tianyang might not dare to trust you. However, once he discovers your secret, he will have something to use against you. On the contrary, he will trust you even more. Xiao Chun calmed down and said, Alliance Chief is right. Xiao Chun has experienced it for himself. Hua Tianyang nodded slightly and said, Let's do it this way. Then, the two of you go and make preparations first. We can depart at any time. The moment Xiao Chun turned around, his expression turned somewhat sullen. Without saying a word, he quickly left. The Heavenly Alliance is not a good place to stay. No wonder the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor chose to leave back then. As Mu Zifeng watched Xiao Chun leave, he sighed to himself. The Alliance chief had decided on this. He could not inform Xiao Chun in advance. Swearin Ji, you did well this time. You managed to discover Xiao Chun's weakness. Otherwise, given how cautious he is and how he does things, the hidden guards who were observing him would not have discovered any weakness. Hua Tianyang praised softly. Only when there was a weakness would it be easier to control Swearin Ji. Only then would Swearin Ji feel assured to do some things. Otherwise, Hua Tianyang would not be able to leave this matter to Xiao Chun. Swearin Ji smiled and said, Finding the holy relic is Alliance Chief's greatest wish. Naturally, Swearin Ji will do his best. Chapter 2188. When Xiao Chun returned to his residence, he had already calmed down. He had not expected his secret to be exposed. At that time, Xiao Chun felt somewhat stunned. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it might not be a bad thing. Cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique had always been a knot in Xiao Chun's heart. Now that it was exposed, he felt much more relaxed. From now on, he would no longer have this knot in his heart. Hua Tianyang was right. The battle between the righteous factions and demonic factions, eliminating demons and protecting the Tao, was ultimately a battle of interests. How could the people of the righteous Tao be so pedantic? How could a faux god have such low standards? Since ancient times, many people had cultivated demonic Tao cultivation techniques. However, most of them did not end up well. On the surface, everyone showed fear. However, who could guarantee that they did not secretly learn or look at demonic Tao cultivation techniques? Even from the perspective of knowing oneself and one's enemy, this was not a bad thing. However, Hua Tianyang's last sentence was even more right. If one was strong enough, no matter what cultivation technique one cultivated, others would not dare to say anything about it. Say anything. If they said anything more, they would kill them. However, if one was not strong enough and did not have any backing, they would be killed if they dared to cultivate it. Speaking of which, killing a demon would increase Xiao Chen's reputation significantly. He would give others a handle to use against him and would not be able to redress his grievances. Big Brother Xiao, your expression seems somewhat off. Did something bad happen when you met the Alliance chief? Bao asked timidly when she saw that Xiao Chun had not said anything after he returned. Her expression also looked somewhat frightening. Xiao Chun took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's fine. The Alliance chief gave me a heavy responsibility. It is hard to say whether I will survive or not." "Oh," Bao said, not asking anything more. She just obediently filled Xiao Chen's teacup. As the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy, Mu Zifeng went directly to Xiao Chen's residence. Then he waved his hand to dismiss Bao. "Big Brother Mu." Xiao Chen stood up. Mu Zifeng gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then he said, "You should have told me in advance that you cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Otherwise, if Swearin Ji found out about it, I would not have been forced in such a passive state." Xiao Chen showed a doubtful expression as he said, "Big Brother Mu will be implicated as well." "Of course. Did you think the Alliance Master didn't have a motive for asking if you were one of my disciples?" Mu Zifeng said softly, "Alliance Chief Hua is injured and will retire in a few years. At that time, one of the 7 of us will have to choose the position of Alliance Chief." Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt somewhat tired. He felt very uncomfortable in the Heavenly Alliance. It was much worse than when he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace. There were schemes everywhere, and there were hidden guards at all times. It made people feel a little depressed for no reason. Now, Xiao Chen increasingly understood why the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor left back then. Mu Zifeng was somewhat different from what Xiao Chen had imagined. However, when he thought about it, it made sense for him to climb to the position of a core doyen. How could he be someone with few desires? "My apologies for implicating Lord Mu. I am truly sorry," Xiao Chen replied calmly. His expression was calm, but he did not show much sincerity in his apology. Mu Zifeng sensed the distance in Xiao Chen's words. He sighed in his heart and stopped dwelling on this problem. "Let's drop this matter. Let's talk about the holy relic. If possible, you have to obtain the dart head yourself. You have to get the most credit." Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling displeased in his heart. Mu Zifeng was purposely trying to sow discord between him and Lin Feng. Before the mission even started, he was already scheming. Mu Zifeng observed Xiao Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said seriously, "You might not know this, but the Heavenly Alliance spent a lot of time and resources on this holy relic. For the sake of retrieving the holy relic, Hua Tianyang nearly lost his life. Left with no choice, he came up with this plan. This is the best opportunity. The Heavenly Alliance has been making preparations since the start of this batch of newcomers. After a few rounds of secret screening, we finally decided on you and Lin Feng. Your appearance is simply a heaven-sent opportunity." When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart sank. Does that mean that Mu Zifeng thought of this mission the first time he saw me? Mu Zifeng's shrewdness was somewhat scary. You can say that the core doyen behind whoever retrieves the holy relic will be the next Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Mu Zifeng said softly to Xiao Chen. Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "I can promise you that if I become the alliance chief, the position of Dragon Emperor will be yours. There are no longer any heroes in this world. It is impossible for you to obtain the position of Dragon Emperor by relying on so-called dreams and emotions. I can tell you this. The forces involved in the position of Dragon Emperor are many times greater than you can imagine. You absolutely cannot become the Dragon Emperor by yourself. You need my support, the support of the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. Mu Zifeng did not bother with pleasantries or threatening Xiaochun. He only explained all the benefits to Xiaochun. Seeing Xiaochun reveal a contemplative expression, Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "You are very similar to Peach Blossom. You only want to pursue the martial Tao, not caring about the karma of the mundane world. However, you and I are in the mundane world, so we cannot avoid it. The heavenly realm shattered, and the martial epic no longer has a true god. To think that you talk about the dream of pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. In my opinion, this is rather comical. Of course, I personally admire these people, including you and Peach Blossom. This could be considered the age of decline. True gods of the martial Tao no longer existed. There was no peak, no goal. Several generations of faux gods were already lost. This was the worst age. Mu Zifeng's words represented the thoughts of most sovereign emperors and faux gods. Xiaochun put down his teacup and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Lord Mu, let's talk about the mission." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "It is fine if you want to run away. I will not force you. I already said it. Being born in the mundane world, the karma of the mundane world cannot be avoided. You will make your own choice when the time comes." Xiaochun raised his eyebrows. He knew what Mu Zifeng meant. At this moment, Swearenji was probably saying the same thing as Lin Feng. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the mission. This is a replica of the snow god whip. You can take a look." Mu Zifeng took out a long whip that looked like a plum blossom. There was a total of 9 segments, each one looking like a plum blossom branch. In reality, it was made of plum blossoms supplemented by divine materials and transcendent alloys. When Xiaochun touched it, he could feel a flourishing life force amid its coldness. It contained an extremely strong life Tao. At the top of the 9-segment plum blossom whip was a dart head flickering with 7-colored light. It looked like the tip of a spear, but it was sharper and more exquisite. Xiaochun found it somewhat familiar, but he could not recall what it was. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "You must be very familiar with it. Take out your medallion and take a look." Xiaochun took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and immediately understood. The front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion had divine characters made of 7 pieces of metal. This is a 7-color stone. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, the 7 merchant associations collected all the supreme treasures in the world and refined them into a fantasy divine stone. If not for fear of getting into trouble because of its value, the Heavenly Alliance's Grandmaster-level martial sages could have forged it into a transcendent grade soul tool. Hence, they could only forge it into a dart head, which resulted in the peak superior grade soul tool, the Snow God Whip. Although the other parts of the so-called Snow God Whip are precious, they are not worth mentioning compared to this 7-color stone. Xiaochun toyed with the Snow God Whip in his hand. Then he gently swung it, and snowflakes immediately drifted down. The scarlet plum blossom whip in his hand looked exceptionally beautiful against the backdrop of the wind and snow. It had its own grace, swaying gracefully in the snow. "Since this dart head is so miraculous, aren't you afraid that Lin Feng and I will take it and flee?" Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. Without a cultivation technique to complement it, you cannot bring out its true might. Furthermore, given the 2 of your smart, you will not do something so foolish trying to control a treasure that is not of your own strength." Mu Zifeng was right. Without sufficient strength, controlling such a treasure would only bring disaster upon oneself. The Heavenly Alliance did not have to worry. Furthermore, the 2 of them had weaknesses. They did not dare to fall out with the Heavenly Alliance. No wonder Hua Tianyang said that this mission was tailor-made for the two of them. To the Heavenly Alliance, the two of them were the best candidates. There was nothing more suitable. After chatting for a while, Mu Zifeng stood up and said, "Let's not talk about the mission anymore. This Snow God Whip replica is a peak Dao tool, no weaker than some inferior grade soul tools. I'll give it to you. There's also this. Take it as well." Xiao Qin received a seed and asked, finding it strange, "What is this?" "This is a rank 9 peony seed, the devastatingly beautiful peony, the king of flowers. The instant it blooms, life force fills the air. It can suppress the death Dao domain for 1 hour. Even if you do not need it, you can keep it to protect yourself. Of course, I hope that you will take the initiative to use it. After all, who knows what Swearen Ji prepared for him?" Mu Zifeng smiled meaningfully. Then, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and turned to leave. Xiao Chen set the seed aside. Then, he picked up the teacup and fiddled with it, thinking about everything Mu Zifeng said. On the other side, as Mu Zifeng expected, Swearen Ji also gave instructions to Lin Feng. "Do you understand everything that I told you?" Swearen Ji's deep voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lin Feng nodded silently, not saying anything more. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Horror flashed in his eyes. A ghostly figure appeared and circled Swearen Ji, making him look even more sinister and cold. Swearen Ji smiled sinisterly. Then he flicked his finger, and a ghostly figure appeared. It turned out to be a strand of Ho Soul. Whoosh! The Ho Soul in Swearen Ji's hand turned into an arrow flickering with a green light. It was a bona fide ghost, Ho Arrow, radiating a frightening chill. Lin Feng could not suppress the horror in his heart, so he had to take another step back. Swearen Ji smiled faintly and said, "Are you afraid? I am not here to kill you. This dragon-killing arrow is to send that fellow to heaven. After you obtain the holy relic, kill him for me." This little bastard actually dared to reject my invitation back then. He must be tired of living. Now, he even dares to be so close to Mu Zifeng. How reckless! Lin Feng grabbed the dragon-killing arrow flying at him. He felt his soul tremble. This was the innate fear of the dragon race bloodline toward the Ho. However, Lin Feng was Lin Feng, after all. After holding the arrow, for a while, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he suppressed the might of the arrow. "Very good. I hope that you can bring back not only the holy relic, but also Xiao Chen's head." Swearen Ji revealed a satisfied smile. He liked ruthless people like Lin Feng, who were ruthless to themselves and even more ruthless to their enemies. Chapter 2189. After sending off Mu Zifeng, Xiao Chun made preparations for his trip to the abyssal underworld and Lin Feng's meeting at the summit of the abyssal underworld 3 days later. The two of them nodded slightly and greeted each other. Even though they were both feeling a little strange, there was no trace of it on their faces. They were extremely calm. It didn't take long for Hua Tianyang and the 7 core grand elders to arrive. "It looks like you're almost done with your preparations. I won't be able to send you off on this trip. Ku Yun, help me send the 2 of them off." Unexpectedly, Hua Tianyang did not send Mu Zifeng or Swearen Ji. Instead, another core doyen, Ku Yun, did it. This Ku Yun was known as Master Ku Yun among the core doyens. He was in charge of the Heavenly Alliance's blacksmithing and blacksmithing matters. He never competed with others. "Follow me." Whoosh! A figure that seemed to have jumped from the other side of the world appeared before the 2 of them. It was Master Ku Yun. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng followed Master Ku Yun to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. The Netherworld was located beneath the Central World. It was composed of 9 realms and had its own laws. It was equivalent to the dark side and shadow of the central world. The two were interdependent, and neither could destroy the other. Huh. Xiaochun, your alloy battle armor seems to have reached 2 stars. Master Ku Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Xiaochun's gloves. Lin Feng, who was at the side, also looked over in surprise. The upgrade of alloy battle armor required an enormous amount of resources, and he was still stuck at a 1-star alloy battle armor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, I used all the resources in the faux god world on the alloy battle armor. When I returned to the Heavenly Alliance, I asked Lord Mu Zifeng to upgrade it. No wonder. Come, let's head to the central world first. It was just a small matter, so it was over after a brief mention. Through the Dao platform's teleportation, he arrived at the central world. Xiao Chen looked at the familiar surroundings and felt slightly shocked. This place seemed to be the Desolate Sea. Desolate City was not far ahead. Is this barren city? Indeed. We should do our best to keep a low profile. The Desolate Sea is a good place to hide from others. Come, I'll send you to the abyssal underworld. Master Ku Yun used his own cultivation to carry Xiao Chun and Lin Feng. Soon, they arrived at a deep chasm. Demonic energy gushed out from the pitch-black abyss. The surroundings were secluded, and there was no one in the wilderness. This was one of the more secretive passageways from the central world to the abyssal underworld. Very few people knew about it. This 10,000 demon abyss is too dangerous and leads directly to the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Very few people use it. You too should be careful, said Master Ku Yun as he looked at the bottomless abyss filled with unknown dangers. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng exchanged glances. Then, they did not hesitate to jump down. The two of them were no strangers to the netherworld. Xiao Chun had once carried out a mission in the Heaven Dragon Hall and killed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. However, at that time, he had gone to the 1st layer of the netherworld. This time, he was going to the even more dangerous 9th layer of the netherworld. As for Lin Feng, he was originally a flood dragon human and had been born in the netherworld since he was young. Coming here was like returning home. Looking at the two of them entering the abyss, Ku Yun fell into deep thought before he shook his head and sighed. Soon, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were Swearenji and Mu Zifeng. Master Ku Yun did not feel surprised at the two's appearance. He just nodded slightly to them. Brother Mu, who do you think will bring back the holy relic in the end? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, the abyssal underworld is very dangerous. Brother Swearen, you should be worried about whether they can return alive. As for finding the holy relic, they have failed for so many years. It would not be strange for them to fail again. Swearenji smiled and said, Stop pretending. You and I both know that the chances of finding the holy relic this time are the highest. However, you are right. We still have to worry about whether Xiao Chun can return or not. That is the most important thing. After all, he has not even opened a divine vein. Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor expert and grasped the death Dao domain. He should not have to worry about self-preservation. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, It looks like Brother Swearen thinks that Xiao Chun will definitely fall in the abyssal underworld. Let's see who can return alive at that time. The two clashed with each other, their words containing needles. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere turned exceptionally hostile. Master Ku Yun did not find this strange. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said, The two of them have already arrived in the abyssal underworld. It is time to go. After saying that, Master Ku Yun left first, not lingering. Mu Zifeng and Swearenji both snorted coldly and left at the same time, not leaving any traces behind. At the bottom of the 10,000 demon abyss, Xiaochun and Lin Feng landed one after another. When they looked around, they saw a desolate scene. Tall shrubs grew on the ground, and dark clouds hung in the sky. A blood moon hung high in the dark clouds. After landing, Xiaochun sheathed his saber. His journey in the 10,000 demon abyss had not been smooth. There were many ferocious abyssal underworld creatures, especially vampire bats. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. If one was not careful, one would end up sucked dry. As Xiaochun sized up his surroundings, he saw a gushing river at the limits of his vision. There seemed to be the silhouette of a city further away. With a thought, the yin and yang divine energy sea in Xiaochun's time core flipped over. Now, the divine energy sea surging with demonic qi was revealed. Immediately, Xiaochun's aura changed drastically. Xiaochun's eyes turned pitch black, filled with a demonic nature. His entire body gave off an aura that could devour the world, inspiring fear. Xiaochun could feel the demonic qi divine energy filling his meridians. A violent and bloodthirsty emotion spread throughout his body. This was the first time he allowed the demonic qi divine energy to occupy his physical body without holding anything back, so he was not used to it. After calming down for a while, Xiaochun's mental state returned to normal. Now he could deal with the demonic qi divine energy in his body, as well as the violent and bloodthirsty emotion. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted as he watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, it was like Xiaochun had vanished. A bona fide demonic Tao sovereign emperor stood beside Xiaochun, radiating a frightening aura from all over. The two of you are too big of a target. Let's split up for now. We will meet at the final blood battlefield half a month from now. Lin Feng suddenly spoke before Xiaochun could stabilize himself, startling him slightly. All right. After thinking about it, separating for now was not a bad idea. So, Xiaochun nodded in agreement. As Xiaochun watched Lin Feng leave, he guessed that Lin Feng might be meeting some people or doing some other things in the abyssal underworld. After all, Lin Feng had grown up here and became a sovereign emperor here. This was fine. After all, Xiaochun could not figure out Lin Feng's thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Feng's death Dao domain was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone would be tired of being on guard all the time. Xiaochun changed into black clothes and a conical bamboo hat. Then he got the demon blood vulture to perch on his shoulder. His getup was perfect. Xiaochun chose a different direction from Lin Feng, heading forward. The abyssal underworld had a total of 9 layers. The 9th layer was the most bustling, aside from the Azura race, which controlled the 9th layer. The elite cultivators of the Rakshasa race and Wuxia race from the other layers gathered there. This was because the underworld god hall's main hall was in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Aside from the abyssal underworld's races, there were also many human demonic Tao cultivators in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Most of them were here on experiential training. The demonic Tao cultivators and the abyssal underworld cultivators cultivated very similar cultivation techniques. Hence, they frequently communicated with each other. Along the way, Xiaochun met with several demonic Tao cultivators. When the Azura race and the other abyssal underworld cultivators saw Xiaochun, they did not find him strange and did not give him a second look. There was no one in this place except for righteous Tao cultivators. Perhaps there were, but they disguised themselves better. The righteous Tao cultivators and the abyssal underworld's races could be considered mortal enemies. They had fought several times before, wanting to destroy the other side as soon as possible. Unlike Lin Feng, Xiaochun's understanding of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld was limited to some information on paper. If Xiaochun wanted to reach the final blood battlefield, he needed to head to the nearest abyssal underworld city and obtain a map there. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find the final blood battlefield if he was blind? 4 hours later, Xianxia arrived before the river at the limits of his vision. That was a scarlet river. The gushing river looked like the rough blood of a demonic beast, looking very uncomfortable. The gushing river was like the sea with horrifying waves. From time to time, layers of ghostly shadows would appear, causing people to tremble with fear. Xianxia knew that this was the abyssal underworld's holy river. It held a high and sacred position in the hearts of the abyssal underworld's races. The holy river gushed all the way to the Azura purgatory. The underworld god hall was above that Azura purgatory. Even the abyssal underworld's races were not allowed to touch the holy river water. Only those with meritorious contributions or noble bloodlines could enjoy the baptism of the holy river. As for outsiders, that went without saying. Right now, Xianxia was a demonic Tao cultivator. He could only obediently wait for the underworld boat on the other side to cross the river. Several cultivators already gathered at the pier. There were many Rakshasa, Yiksha, Azura, and demonic Tao cultivators. Most of them were only star venerates or holy venerates. Even sovereign personages were rare. Xianxia spread out his aura slightly, attracting the attention of the crowd. This attracted the attention of the crowd. They kept their distance from him and looked at him with respect. Even the Azura cultivators, the masters of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, did not dare to show any disrespect or be impudent. In the abyssal underworld, the respect for the strong was exceptionally exaggerated. The underworld boat docked on the holy river. As long as Xianxia did not leave, no one dared to move. After Xianxia boarded, the cultivators behind him rushed to board the underworld boat. The surging river water surged. However, the underworld boat, which was not very large, moved against the current like it was on flat land. Xianxia stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river. The river was vast like the sea, boundless. Blood mist and ghostly figures filled the air. Occasionally, he heard the cries of infants and the wails of malicious spirits. That should be a demon blood vulture on that senior's shoulder, right? That should be it. What a strong demon blood vulture. Its bloodline is already starting to revert. How enviable. It would be great if I had such a demonic pet. Recently, many demonic Tao seniors have come to our 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. I wonder why they are here. Who knows? How can we be qualified to participate in the matters of these major characters? The cultivators whispered to each other as they looked at Xianxia at the bow. Their words were filled with awe and worship. Xianxia felt very satisfied with this. Before he came, he had learned that the abyssal underworld worshipped the strong. If he deliberately kept a low profile, he would end up attracting trouble. The races of the abyssal underworld were all hot-tempered, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty people. It would be much more convenient to keep a low profile. Not only would no one dare to seek trouble for him, but it would also be more convenient. Greetings, Senior. As Xianxia looked at the river, a trembling voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a young Azura race cultivator calling out to him. Chapter 2190. The Azura clan had a very interesting characteristic. The nobler the bloodline of this race, the better looking they were, and the higher their status. This was the case for both men and women. If you saw a member of the Azura clan with an ugly appearance, needless to say, his strength and talent would probably be average. This was a race that looked at appearances. With one look, one could tell the status and strength of the Azura race member. The young Azura race cultivator, who appeared before Xianxia, was rather handsome. He had a single horn on his head, snow-white hair, and a pair of eyes that looked like blood jades. "What's the matter?" Xianxia asked indifferently as he turned around. That Azura race cultivator calmed himself and said, "I am Luoho Yun from the Luoho clan, one of the 4 royal clans of the Azura race. I took the liberty of disturbing you because I want to get to know you. This underworld boat was forged by my Luoho clan." Under the cloak, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. Based on this person's appearance and the many cultivators behind him, it seemed like he was telling the truth. "My family name is Xiao. Young Master Luoho is too polite." Seeing that Xiaochen did not get angry, Luoho Yun rejoiced. "Senior, please come with me. This is not a good place to speak." Xiaochen followed the other party to the top of the underworld boat. Luoho Yun received Xiaochen warmly. Luoho Yun took out some rare and precious fruits that contained a demonic nature and pure demonic spiritual energy. Xiaochen glanced at them and thought to himself, "I do not like these demonic nature fruits. However, if I don't eat them, I will easily expose myself." Left with no choice, I can only feed these abyssal underworld spirit fruits to the demon blood vulture on my shoulder. When Luoho Yun saw this scene, he felt shocked. "Senior, do you normally use these 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits to feed the demon blood vulture?" This was not wrong. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, the demon blood vulture only ate 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits under Senior Lu's nurturing. Xiaochen did not deny it. He replied indifferently, "It's all right." Luoho Yun felt somewhat flustered. To think that he took out the spirit fruits for feeding demonic pets to receive Senior Xiao. He quickly apologized. "I was rude earlier. However, this underworld boat is very simple. I simply cannot take out any decent spirit fruits to receive Senior Xiao." "I'm fine." Xiaochen responded casually. For the time being, he would take it as learning about the Azura race. Among the many races in the Netherworld, the Azura race seemed to have the highest status. Rakshasa, Yaksha, and the other layers of the Netherworld were all servants of the Shura for a very long time. Later on, they slowly grew stronger. However, from the looks of it, even though there were some differences between the Nether Kings and none of them were willing to submit to each other, the Nether Kings were not willing to submit to each other. However, it was undeniable that the Azura race was still the strongest, and they controlled the underworld God Hall. As they chatted idly, Xiaochen brought the topic to the Final Blood battlefield to see if he could obtain any useful information. Final Blood battlefield? That place had not been peaceful recently. It was normally a forbidden area, and those who dared to go there were all experts. However, it seems like some incredible treasure appeared this time, attracting the experts of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld over. There are also many demonic Dao experts from the Xiuwu dynasty. When Luoho Yun mentioned the Final Blood battlefield, excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly extinguished it. Normally, Xiaochen could not go to the Final Blood battlefield. Now that it was so chaotic, he could not go. The genes of the Azura race flowed in their blood. They had an innate desire for battle and worshipped the strong. While the Final Blood battlefield was not peaceful, the more it was so, the more the Azura race cultivators would be curious and hot-blooded. However, Luoho Yun was merely a Cloud Sea star venerate. Even if he went to the Final Blood battlefield, he could only wander around the periphery. If he dared to enter, there would be only one result: death. Xiaochen could not remain calm in his heart. Something appeared in the Final Blood battlefield. Could it be a dart head made of 7-color stone? "Do you know what it is?" Luoho Yin shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that." However, the Final Blood battlefield was the decisive battlefield between the abyssal underworld and the Great Thousand Realms more than 4,000 years ago. Both sides suffered countless casualties. The only things that can be excavated are the remains of faux gods, soul tools, demonic weapons, and powerful treasures. Normally, most of them are incomplete fragments. I believe that a relatively complete soul tool or strange treasure was discovered this time. Perhaps it is some holy relic of our ancestors. That is all that can be excavated from the battlefield. It should not be natural treasures or rare fruits, right? This little fellow understood rather well. Indeed, that was all that could be excavated from the battlefield. However, Xianxia had some misgivings in his heart. If the dart head was really exposed, his and Lin Feng's mission would be somewhat uncertain. After the underworld boat docked, Luo Hoyun invited Xianxia to return to his clan with him, wanting to introduce him to his father. There were 4 Azura kings in the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. The position of the 9th underworld monarch had always been passed between the 4 royal clans. Xianxia guessed right. This Luo Hoyun's father might be Luo Howang, one of the 4 Azura kings. After the boat docked, Xianxia discovered that Luo Hoyun had a sovereign emperor expert by his side, protecting him in secret. However, Luo Hoyun himself did not know this. For Luo Hoyun to be able to send out a sovereign emperor guard, it showed Luo Hoyun's position in the Luo Ho clan. If Xianxia went to meet this Luo Howang and exposed his identity, only death awaited him. However, the other party was a Luo Howang. He would definitely know what happened in the final blood battlefield. That would be of great help to completing the mission. After thinking about it, Xianxia chose the former. He could take his time to find out information about the final blood battlefield. Xianxia only had 1 life. If he lost it, it would be gone. Furthermore, Xianxia was not very enthusiastic about the mission to retrieve the holy relic in the first place. I have matters to attend to. Never mind. Let's meet again if we are fated, Xianxia said indifferently. After saying that indifferently, Xianxia slowly vanished from Luo Hoyun's gaze of worship. Big Brother Hong, how high do you think Senior Zhao's cultivation is? Peak holy venerate, sovereign personage, or false emperor? Luo Hoyun asked one of the guards beside him. I can't tell. However, I always feel on edge when standing beside him. I keep feeling like I will be swallowed up at any moment. I hope we can meet again. To think that I was fortunate enough to meet such an expert today. This is truly incredible. When Luo Hoyun thought about it, he felt some admiration for himself. To think that he dared to step forward and greet Xianxia. The meeting with Luo Hoyun was just a small interlude in Xianxia's journey to the abyssal underworld. His plan had not changed. After arriving at the nearest city and obtaining a map, Xianxia rushed to the final blood battlefield. Along the way, Xianxia kept an eye out for information about the final blood battlefield. However, there were many rumors about it. There was no definitive answer. Recently, Xianxia even heard that righteous Tao cultivators had joined in, startling even the underworld god guards. This gave Xianxia a headache. Since he was not familiar with the abyssal underworld, he could not find any reliable information. 3 days ago, Xianxia had already arrived at the final blood battlefield. Xianxia wandered around the battlefield's periphery a few times, killing some abyssal underworld ferocious beasts that did not know better. At the same time, he familiarized himself with the battlefield's environment. According to rumor, this final blood battlefield was not the only place where the great battle 4,000 years ago took place. Since ancient times, many great battles had taken place here. Back then, the Black Dragon King fought the 9 underworld monarchs here as well. The decisive battle with the demonic Tao cultivators had also taken place here. This was an ancient battlefield with a long history. Just by wandering around the periphery, one could feel the corpse chi that had accumulated for many years. Without reaching the Cloud Sea realm, one would not even be qualified to enter. Even sovereign personages had to be extremely cautious in this ancient battlefield. As for divine vein realm sovereign emperors, as long as they were careful, they would not run into too much danger in this ancient battlefield. Even if they ran into someone they could not afford to offend, they should not have any problems fleeing in advance. The truly terrifying ones were the other sovereign emperors who entered this place. These people were far more dangerous than the Forbidden Land itself. Is Lin Feng not coming? It looked like the appointed time with Lin Feng was approaching, but the other party had not appeared yet. The Heavenly Alliance medallion could sense each other's presence. The medallion did not react at all. This meant that the other party was still far from the final blood battlefield. As the blood moon rose, the appointed time passed. Then, Xianxia shook his head and entered the final blood battlefield alone. Since the other party had not arrived yet, there was no need to wait. However, Xianxia did not notice a spot behind him that his spiritual sense could not detect. A figure slowly put away the bow in his hand on the summit. The arrow flickered with a cold light, looking startling under the illumination of the blood moon. No one knew what would happen if this arrow was fired. However, in the end, the owner of the bow chose not to attack. Chapter 2191. Unable to wait for Lin Feng, Xianxia could only enter the final blood battlefield alone. The ancient battlefield was desolate. Broken weapons could be seen everywhere. From time to time, one could see evil spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the air. They all had sinister faces and frightening expressions. They were formed from the resentment of the battlefield and the remnant souls of dead martial artists. Most of them had no intelligence, only a vicious nature and bloodthirsty brutality. However, when these evil spirits saw Xianxia, they all ran far away. Their instinctive fear told them that they couldn't provoke Xianxia. While waiting for Lin Feng at the edge of the battlefield, Xianxia had explored this place a few times and was already very familiar with it. This time, Xianxia did not hesitate, directly flying towards the depths of the final blood battlefield. When one reached the depths of the battlefield, one had to be careful. The Tao of many martial techniques from that battle still lingered. It might be a blade of grass, a flower, or even a gust of wind, but it contained the remnant martial technique Tao of a faux god realm expert. Of course, what they should be more wary of were the remains that had turned into corpses. The monstrous resentment and demonic chi in this place would cause a corpse to turn into a corpse, and it would display strength no weaker than when it was alive. Moreover, there was no end to killing them. Even if their bones were crushed to ashes, as long as the blood moon still existed, as long as the resentment here didn't scatter, there would always be a time for them to revive. Pa, pa, pa. Xianxia held the replica snow god whip in his hand. As he brandished it, snowflakes drifted down and cold winds blew. She was like a beauty dancing in the snow. However, this beauty had a bad temper. She was so cold that no one dared to approach her. Amidst the thunderous cracking of the whip, a group of zombies that were charging towards Xianxia were all frozen and then shattered into pieces. Xianxia was somewhat surprised to discover that this was the snow god whip replica that Mu Zifeng gave him. When he drove it with his Ice Dao domain, it was very smooth to use. Suddenly, Xianxia frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. The Heavenly Alliance medallion sensed someone approaching. Aside from Lin Feng, there should not be any other Heavenly Alliance members in the 9th Abyssal Underworld. Turning his head, he saw a cold figure rapidly approaching him. It was Lin Feng. "Sorry, something happened. I'm late." After Lin Feng landed, he said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his words. Xianxia didn't think too much about it and said in a deep voice, "It's fine. It just so happens that I also discovered something and wanted to tell you. Before I came, I heard that something seemed off with the final blood battlefield. The discovery of a strange treasure startled not only the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld, but also the experts of the Shuowu dynasty. Lin Feng nodded and said, I was just about to say this. What was unearthed was not the holy relic of our heavenly alliance, but the corpse of an ancient demonic sovereign that fell out of a space-time crack. The corpse of an ancient demonic monarch. Yes, it's an ancient demonic monarch with the abilities of a true god. It's possible that he fought with someone before and was swept into the space-time flow. Now he has appeared here. Xiao Chun thought to himself when he heard that. Simply put, a true god's corpse landed in the final blood battlefield. The key point was that this corpse had once been sucked into the space-time flow. Now that it had reappeared, it meant that it had died not long ago. Its value was self-evident. No wonder he hadn't been able to find out about it before. Even among the great forces of the netherworld, only the top ones would know of such secrets. As for Lin Feng, he used to be in the netherworld, so he probably knew some of the more secretive intelligence organizations. Since it is not the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, it has nothing to do with us. Should we split up or continue moving together? Next, they would start searching for the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. The two of them had a jade strip on them. As long as they were within a certain range of the dart head, they would be able to sense it. Although it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with this jade slip and the speed of a sovereign lord, they would be able to find a sovereign lord. As long as the holy relic was still in the final blood battlefield, he would definitely be able to find it. It was just a matter of time. Let's split up and search. We'll meet up once every 7 days. Cross out the areas that have already been explored so that we don't have to explore again. This way, the efficiency will be very high. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's settled then. After the two discussed, they parted once more in the depths of the final blood battlefield. Searching for holy relics was a very boring task, especially when one had to deal with zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Some of the zombies were even very horrifying. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he had to avoid them. Of course, what was even more unfortunate was accidentally triggering the remnant Tao of a faux god powerhouse. That was like a faux god traveling through space and time to attack. If one was not careful, one would turn to ashes, dying on the spot. No wonder Xiao Chen had always thought that he could not complete this mission. He was too weak, unable to survive in this final blood battlefield. He was too strong and could not hide himself, easily attracting the Underworld God Hall's experts. Take Hua Tianyang, for example. He had appeared 9 times in the past and returned empty-handed, nearly dying here. On the other hand, the demon blood vulture was like a fish in water here, incredibly happy. The demon blood vulture could swallow up all demonic nature. When it opened its beak and sucked, it was like swallowing a demonic spirit fruit. With the demon blood vulture as a means of transportation, Xiao Chun had a much easier time in this forsaken place. There, in the depths of the final blood battlefield, a majestic and tyrannical figure appeared in the hazy dust cloud in the distance. The figure's eyes swept through the surroundings. Everyone who met its gaze trembled in fear, not daring to look at it for long. An ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chun knew that should be where the ancient demonic sovereign fell. In the past few days, he had seen several abyssal underworld sovereign emperors and demonic Tao experts rushing over. Actually, deep in his heart, Xiao Chun wanted to go and take a look. He had heard that no one had been able to get within 100 kilometers of the ancient demonic sovereign. Even though the ancient demonic sovereign died, the strong demonic gods might still linger, making it hard for people to move. However, this had nothing to do with the mission. So he could only put it aside for now and not join in the excitement. After 2 months, Xiao Chun still gained nothing in the final blood battlefield. He had no clue about the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The dry days could temper his mental state. Xiao Chun discovered that even when he filled his entire body with demonic Tao divine energy, he could freely control his killing intent, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions in the final blood battlefield. During this time, Xiao Chun even saved some demonic Tao experts and Azura race cultivators. Xiao Chun gained some fame. Most of the cultivators who went to search for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse knew about this loose cultivator, although this loose cultivator had not opened any divine veins. He cultivated an extremely powerful demonic Tao cultivation technique. He was very strong and skilled in the ice Tao. His whip techniques were extremely strange. "It looks like the thing that I feared the most has happened," Lin Feng said helplessly, sighing softly. The two had already searched every place in the final blood battlefield. Only the place where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse was left unexplored. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. However, there were already many factions fighting over that place on the surface. It was chaotic, not to mention the experts hiding in the dark. I heard that with the various experts working together, they can already get within 10 kilometers of the demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chun suggested softly, "Perhaps we can wait a little longer. After they deal with the demonic sovereign's corpse, we can make our move." It looks like that's all we can do. However, just at this moment, a strange light flashed in the two's eyes. Then, they each took out a jade strip. The jade strip flickered with a multicolored light. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Lin Feng said sullenly, "That's impossible. I already searched that direction. How could the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic be found there?" "It is moving." Whoosh! The demon blood vulture flashed with light and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying quickly in the air. Xiao Chun sat on the demon blood vulture's back and got it to quickly fly in the direction of the holy relic. In such an environment, the demon blood vulture was even faster than a regular sovereign emperor. It should be able to help Xiao Chun take the lead. However, Xiao Chun clearly underestimated Lin Feng. The instant Xiao Chun moved, Lin Feng stood on the demon blood vultures back together with him. "Brother Lin, if this demon blood vulture carries 2 people, it will be slower," Xiao Chun said, feeling somewhat upset. Xiao Chun said somewhat unhappily. This fellow reacted rather quickly, directly jumping onto the demon blood vulture's back. This prevented Xiao Chun from making a move. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Chun, showing an expression that said, "You understand, I understand, don't pretend to be confused." Then he said indifferently, "That is still faster than me." When the holy relic appeared, whoever gained the initiative would definitely snatch it first. "Stop!" Xiao Chun was about to say something when he sensed an extremely strong aura. He quickly ordered the demon blood vulture to stop flying in the clouds. Lin Feng frowned slightly as well. The two felt that something was wrong. When the two squinted, they saw a group of Azura race cultivators 500,000 kilometers below. Even the weakest of them was a sovereign personage. This was especially so for the person in the middle. His strength was extremely horrifying, at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Someone who could condense 3 divine veins was already extremely strong among sovereign emperors. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven. At the very least, the current Xiao Chun and Lin Feng were not a match for this person. Luoho sovereign emperor. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he recognized this 3-vein sovereign emperor. It was an old acquaintance. Xiao Chun also recognized Luoho sovereign emperor. Luoho sovereign emperor rode a tall mutated beast, Another person rode a mutated beast beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. This was Luo Ho Yun. After recognizing Luo Ho Yun, it was not hard to guess Luo Ho's sovereign emperor's identity. However, all this was not the important point. The important point was the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. It was currently adorned as a crown on Luo Ho Yun's head. When Xianxia saw this, he could not help breaking down. It turned out that he had been working for nothing in the past 2 months. Someone had discovered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic long ago. However, it seemed like these people did not know how miraculous the holy relic was. Chapter 2192. The holy relic that the Heavenly Alliance was searching for was actually an ornament on Luo Ho Yun's crown. Xianxia and Lin Feng didn't expect this at all. This meant that the sacred item had been discovered long ago. The two of them had been working hard for nothing. Lin Feng muttered, "Looks like this Luo Ho king is also here for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. As a loose cultivator, you should be able to sneak in, wait for an opportunity to snatch the dart head, then leave immediately without caring about anything else." When Xianxia heard this, he felt somewhat helpless. Snatching the holy relic from Luo Huang's side is easier said than done. With Luo Huang's strength, even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. I can't care so much anymore. If you manage to snatch the relic, I'll cover for you. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to block him together. Lin Feng was very confident in his and Xianxia's strength. Then it's settled. Xianxia was also a decisive person. He couldn't think of any good ideas in such a short period of time. For now, he could only do this. Lin Feng turned around and leaped into the clouds, leaving Xianxia alone on the demon blood vulture's back. After thinking for a while, Xianxia got the demon blood vulture to turn into a beam of scarlet flame and purposely flew past Luo Huang's group. Senior Xiao, indeed Luo Ho Yun, who was beside Luo Huang, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw the demon blood vulture. Luo Huang had a face even more handsome than Luo Ho Yun's. He raised his hand to stop the group from advancing. Then he looked at the scarlet flame flying over and asked, "Yun'er, do you know that demonic cultivator?" Luo Ho Yun nodded and said, "Father, this is the senior Xiao that I told you about. I met him by chance on the underworld boat. Unexpectedly, we met again here. I wonder if he heard me calling out to him?" Luo Huang thought for a while before saying, "The final blood battlefield is currently a gathering place. It is not surprising that this demonic cultivator is here. With his cultivation, he should have heard your voice. As for whether or not he will come to see you, that's hard to say." Luo Ho Yun rejoiced. "In that case, Senior Xiao will definitely come." Luo Huang shook his head, but he smiled and did not say anything. Devil cultivators were usually cold-blooded people who killed without batting an eyelid. How could they really have any friendship with you? Even if he came, it would be because of me, King Luo Ho. Xiao. The scarlet flame flashed, and the demon blood vulture carrying Xianxia flew back. "Father, I told you. Senior Xiao will definitely return," Luo Ho Yun said joyfully, appearing very excited. "King, should we stop him?" Luo Huang slightly waved his hand and said, "Let him come over." Divine Vein, Realm, Sovereign, Emperor experts would attract attention no matter where they went. If this person didn't have any special background and was willing to join his team, he would have a higher chance of success. Under the cloak, Xianxia exchanged glances with Luo Huang and said in a deep voice, "This Xiao greets Luo Huang and young Master Luo Ho." Luo Huang smiled faintly and said, "Your eyes are pretty good. I heard from my son that you are a demonic Dao loose cultivator. What is your purpose in coming to this final blood battlefield?" Xianxia replied calmly, I don't think I need to report my purpose in coming here to King Luoho. How dare you not answer King Luoho's question? A guard below immediately scolded, dissatisfied with Xianxia's attitude. Where does that insignificant sovereign personage get the courage to scold me? Xianxia snorted coldly. Died by his demonic Tao veritable essence energy, the snow god whip instantly coiled around this person's neck like a pitch-black venomous snake. Xianxia gently whipped the whip, wrapping it around the guard. Then, he smashed the guard heavily to the ground. This guard grabbed the whip with both hands, wanting to undo it. However, his body instantly got sealed in ice, unable to move. Clang! All of a sudden, the Azura guards tensed up. They drew their weapons and released killing chi. Their auras locked onto Xianxia, waiting for Luoho Wang to give the order to attack. Luoho Yun had never seen such a lineup before. Furthermore, he had never seen Xianxia make a move before. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was so strong. The sovereign personage guards that Luoho Yun normally found incredibly strong actually could not last one move against Xianxia. Luoho Yun was too shocked, somewhat at a loss. On the other hand, the two sovereign emperor experts beside Luoho Wang remained calm and indifferent. How dare you? What have I taught you normally? When a sovereign emperor speaks, you are not qualified to interrupt. Put away your weapons. Luoho Wang shouted. King Luoho barked, and the group of guards hurriedly sheathed their weapons. When Xianxia saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this rundown place, no one would listen to you or believe you if you spoke nicely. You directly showed your strength. The stronger you were, the more people would respect you and trust you. It looked like Xianxia had made the right bet. Otherwise, if this group of people started fighting, he would not be able to remain in this final blood battlefield. After removing the seal on the Azura guards, Xianxia casually waved his hand, and the whip sent that guard back to his mount. Because he wanted to meet Luoho Wang, Xianxia had already changed the dart head of the snow god whip replica to avoid attracting the other party's attention. When Luoho Wang saw the snow god whip, he did not think much of it. After all, it was just a peak Tao tool. What Luoho Wang truly valued was Xianxia. Xianxia was arrogant, unruly, and ruthless. If not on account of Luoho Wang, the person who shouted at him would have died already. Meeting this person here should just be a coincidence. After all, Luoho Wang's group set off with light equipment, bringing only 2 sovereign emperors and many sovereign personages. Yet, they arrived at the final blood battlefield in one day. If the other party knew about this in advance, that would be too terrifying. Furthermore, when Yun-er first came into contact with the other party, it was Yun-er who took the initiative to seek out the other party. I will take my leave first. Originally, I was curious about why young Master Luoho came to this final blood battlefield. Now, I understand after seeing Luoho Wang. After saying that, Luoho Wang turned and left, not lingering. Father, why did you not leave him behind? Luoho Yun could not help grumbling. My king, this person should be a loose cultivator who came to the final blood battlefield to try his luck. However, he probably underestimated the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse and did not gain anything. Since he is a loose cultivator, he should be useful if we offer him great benefits. The 2 sovereign emperor subordinates sent a voice projection to Luoho Wang, giving him their suggestion. Loose cultivators valued benefits. As long as there were sufficient benefits, one could keep the other party around and use him. Luoho Wang entered deep thought. Then, his figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared before Xianxia. Xianxia feigned shock. He asked seriously, King Luoho, what is the meaning of this? Luoho Wang smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, don't overthink. I want to make a deal with you. If you are willing, I can give you an inferior grade soul tool. or 50,000 kilograms of origin liquid. You can choose. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He asked sullenly, "Could it be that you want me to scout ahead? Too many factions are targeting the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. If I go, I will just be seeking death. Even if you give me 10 soul tools, I will not go." Luo Huang said seriously, "Don't worry. I just want you to protect my son. Consider this 25 kilograms of origin liquid a deposit." After saying that, Luo Huang tossed a jade bottle to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually caught it. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly and said, "If it is just to protect young Master Luoho, this deal is doable." "Good. It's a deal, then. After the matter is over, I will definitely reward you greatly." Whoosh! After a while, Luo Huang and Xiao Chen returned to the group. Then, Luo Huang said softly, "Mr. Xiao will be traveling with us from now on. Everyone, do not be rude to Mr. Xiao. If the two lords and I are not around, you will have to listen to Mr. Xiao." Luo Huang's orders confused these sovereign personage guards. However, they still obeyed. "Let's go. Give Mr. Xiao a savage beast." Riding on Luo Huang's mutated beasts, Xiao Chen and the others quickly headed for the ancient demonic sovereigns group. Xiao Chen discovered that the three sovereign emperors, including Luo Huang, appeared very anxious. As they rushed, they kicked up dust clouds. This appeared somewhat strange, raising suspicions. This Luo Huang seemed to fear that someone else would snatch away the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse before him. There were only 3 sovereign emperors in Luo Huang's group. Clearly, they were traveling light, not wanting to startle the other 3 Azura kings and other stronger factions. In the middle of the night, Luo Huang and the other 2 sovereign emperors went out to scout, wanting to see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to ask Luo Yun, "Young Master Luo, this final blood battlefield is so dangerous. Why did your father bring you here?" Luo Yun smiled and replied, "I begged him to come. Father said that it would be good for me to see the world. However, you don't have to worry about my safety. The crown on my head is a peak defensive soul tool that Father forged for me. Even if a sovereign emperor charged over, I would be able to protect myself." When Xiao Chen heard that, he naturally did not believe it. Even Luo Huang might not be able to control the situation here. Unless the older generation experts of the Luo clan made a move, they might be able to control the situation. However, that would definitely startle the older generation experts of the other factions. At that time, the factions near the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse would be even more chaotic. However, under the cloak, Xiao Chen saw the Heavenly Alliance holy relic on Luo Yun's crown. This was an opportunity to take the holy relic and flee far away. Chapter 2193. This was indeed a chance to take away the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. However, it was too risky. Luo Huang did not know when he would return. If the group of sovereign personage guards delayed him for even a moment, he would be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose to give up. He changed the topic and started chatting with Luo Yun. After a while, Luo Huang and the 2 accompanying sovereign emperors rushed back. Xiao Chen rejoiced that he had not chosen to make a move. The situation is not good. There are really many experts. Luo Huang and the 2 sovereign emperors discussed the situation. They frowned heavily and did not look optimistic. Unexpectedly, the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race are here. However, fortunately, we did not expose ourselves. Luo Huang revealed a faint smile as confidence flashed in his eyes. As long as the other 3 Azura kings do not come, this ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame will most likely be mine. Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious When he heard that, Luoho Wang should not have much desire for the true God flame. The most valuable thing about the true God flame was the expert's inheritance it contained. Furthermore, Luoho Wang already possessed the strength of a three-veined sovereign emperor. If Luoho Wang received another inheritance, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not conflict with the Luoho clan's original inheritance. At that time, Luoho Wang would have to make a decision about whether to give up on his cultivation or not. The gains might not make up for the losses. Moreover, he was already old enough. It was hard to say if he would have enough time to cultivate a new inheritance. Or rather, Luoho Wang would only be able to accomplish this much in his lifetime. At best, he would be a six-veined sovereign emperor. Obtaining the true God flame would be a waste, unable to bring out its greatest value. Of course, perhaps Luoho Wang only cared about the divine might and soul energy contained in the true God flame, which could strengthen his divine seal. However, was there a need to take such a huge risk just to strengthen his divine seal? Luoho Wang only brought 2 sovereign emperors. Clearly, he wanted to make a sudden move, taking out the true God flame, without startling the other 3 Azura kings. Xianxia looked around and fixed his gaze on Luoho Yun. Then his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he understood something. If he left the true God flame's inheritance to Luoho Yun, everything would be different. Luoho Yun was young, no more than 20 years old, but he was already a star venerate. Talent, comprehension ability, and bloodline went without saying. If he could obtain this great opportunity, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step, and his future would be limitless. No wonder Luoho Wang dared to take the risk of bringing only 2 sovereign emperors traveling light. "Mr. Xiao, take this." As Luoho Wang's thoughts wandered, he took out a black talisman and handed it to Xianxia. "This is for hiding. We will be heading to where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse is in 4 hours. Are the people of the Xianxia dynasty already impatient and are about to make a move?" Xianxia dynasty? Yes, this group of people seems to be determined to obtain the corpse of the ancient demon monarch. However, since the corpse has appeared in the 9th underworld, this group of demonic cultivators is destined to be one-sided. When Xianxia heard this, he was slightly startled. He looked into the distance, where the ancient demonic monarch's monstrous divine might condensed into a majestic figure. Was he finally going to get close? Although Xianxia had been in the final blood battlefield for a long time, he had not truly gotten close to the demonic sovereign's corpse. At that time, there is no need for Mr. Xiao to make a move. "Mr. Xiao just needs to protect my son," Luoho Wang said seriously as he looked at Xianxia. Luoho Yun smiled and said, "Father, go in peace. With Senior Xiao around, I will definitely not be in any danger." Luoho Yun was very confident in Xianxia. He was even more confident in his father. Be it his father or Xianxia, they were both unrivaled existences in Luoho Yun's heart. This little fellow simply does not understand the gravity of the matter. Luoho Wang looked at Luoho Yun with doting eyes. This time, he took the risk because of Luoho Yun. Luoho Wang wanted to give Luoho Yun a future that surpassed that of the Azura King and the Azura race. "Let's go." Xianxia activated the black jade strip, and demonic qi immediately shrouded his entire body. His aura merged perfectly with the surroundings of the final blood battlefield. Interesting. This jade strip is really miraculous. Given this, even a faux god would find it hard to discover them. At this moment, to others, Xianxia's group was like the baleful aura and resentment of the final blood battlefield. Soon, the group felt the ancient demonic sovereign's horrifying might and pressure. Their footsteps slowed. Xianxia frowned slightly. Even in death, this fellow still possesses such divine might. How terrifying! When the group was only 5,000 kilometers away, Xianxia and the other sovereign emperors could already see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. This corpse wore scarlet battle armor, and his body was as huge as a small mountain. His eyes glared furiously as black demonic chi continuously spread out from his corpse, materializing thousands of mysterious phenomena. Many overwhelming ferocious beasts materialized by demonic chi stood around him, looking like they were alive, inspiring fear. Many factions stood 10 kilometers away from the demonic sovereign's corpse amid the demonic might, finding it hard to advance. Luo Ho Wang whispered to Xianxia, "Of these factions, the ones we really pay attention to are the Rakshasa race, the Yiksha race, and the Xiaowu dynasty's group. The leaders of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race are experts under Rakshasa Tian and the Yiksha king. They are two vain sovereign emperors. As for the Xiaowu dynasty's group, they seem to be from the royal court. If I recall correctly, the leader should be the current dynasty's 8th prince. As for the others, they are just some stragglers. There is no need to fear them." Xiaoqin entered deep thought. There seemed to be another strong faction in the surroundings. However, like Luo Ho Wang and the others, they were all in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for those stragglers, Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. With his sharp spiritual sense, he noticed that there seemed to be people of the righteous Tao disguised as demonic cultivators among them. If Luo Ho Wang was overly confident and rashly made a move, the consequences might be dire. However, Xiaoqin did not dare to be certain. If he said it, Luo Ho Wang would suspect him, so he could only keep it to himself. At the same time, the various factions made their final preparations, waiting for the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse to slowly weaken. The Rakshasa race group had 2 sovereign emperors and several heaven-defying sovereign personages. They stood 10 kilometers away. The Rakshasa race cultivators looked at the demonic sovereign corpse helplessly, unable to get any closer. "Lord Feng Sun, we can't get any closer." The leader was a sovereign emperor with 2 divine veins. His family name was Feng Sun, and he possessed horrifying strength. As for the other sovereign emperor, his strength was ordinary. Feng Sun said after some thought, "It looks like we can only think of a way after this demonic might weakens. However, it looks like the Xiaowu dynasty's people have other plans." A sovereign emperor at the side nodded and said they might have a holy tool that can break the demonic might. However, they do not seem confident, so they have not made a move yet. After some thought, Feng Sun said, "Let's see how capable this group of demonic cultivators of the Xiaowu dynasty are." On the other side, the 2 Yiksha race sovereign emperors also looked at the Xiaowu dynasty's group. Not only that, but the rogue cultivators wandering nearby and the factions hiding in the dark also looked at the group of people. Back then, Xiaoqin blinded the Xiaowu dynasty's 8th, Prince Li Yun, in the desolate sea's Azure Mountain town, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Now, Li Yun's eyes had recovered. Not only that, but he was also a sovereign emperor. Li Yun must have cultivated in a secret realm in the demonic Tao Hall. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have increased so quickly. This time, he probably intended to take away the demonic sovereign corpse and make a comeback. "Senior Tang, are the holy tools not ready yet?" The 8th Prince Li Yun stood 10 kilometers away, showing a somewhat crazed expression as he looked at the demonic sovereign corpse. The 8th Prince could feel the gazes of many sovereign emperors on his group. He smiled coldly in his heart, not minding it. Although the abyssal underworld sovereign emperors of the various races did not get along, they were still people of the abyssal underworld. But in any case, they were all from the netherworld. If they were to fight, it was obvious that they would first get rid of this group of demonic cultivators. The 8th Prince had already thought of this before coming, so he did not panic. "Your Highness, it is not time yet. We are not completely confident yet. The holy tools can be used at any time." "However," Li Yun asked sullenly, "however what?" This old man is still somewhat worried about whether Yen Sangming's group is reliable or not. The eighth Prince Li Yun smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. Even in his dreams, this fellow wants the flood dragon humans to have a foothold. I gave him a conferred land in the central Great Realm. There is no way he could reject it. In that case, this old man can rest assured. We can use the holy tools at any time with your Highness's command." Li Yun scanned the surroundings indifferently, finally locking his gaze on the demon monarch's corpse, regardless of how many people were hiding in the dark. He did not care what the Rakshasa race and Yuxia race experts thought. As long as he used the holy tools, everything about this ancient demonic sovereign would belong to him, Li Yun. Chapter 2194. The sky of the abyssal underworld was perpetually covered in dark clouds. Light rarely shone in the final blood battlefield. It seemed like time moved more slowly in such an environment. If one could not calm down, one would easily feel restless. This was the case for the eighth prince, Li Yun. When he saw the demonic might not weaken at all, he cursed, "Damn it! Why is it still not weakening? Old Tang, I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool." Clearly lacking confidence, Elder Tang said, "Your Highness, if the sacred tool forcibly breaks the demonic might, it will not last for long. If we wait for the demonic might to weaken before using the sacred tool, we will be able to obtain the demonic sovereign corpse." Wait. How long? The longer we wait, the more variables there will be. This prince has already waited for more than 2 months. I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. The eighth prince said somewhat irritably, showing rage on his face. Elder Tang sighed. After thinking about it, this made sense. The longer he waited, the more variables there would be. Taking out the sacred tool in a situation that no one expected might have a miraculous effect. After consoling himself, Elder Tang took out the sacred tool. It was a strange weapon, the Scarlet Moon, a scimitar that looked like a crescent moon. The interior of the crescent moon was very complicated, looking like a skeleton connected together. The entire moon was close to 3 meters long, looking incredibly huge. It gave off a strange demonic might. Elder Tang showed a serious expression as he started to drive the Scarlet Moon. The divine characters on the skeleton seemed to come to life. Soon after, blood seeped out of the crescent moon. The entire moon looked like an ancient, ferocious beast coming to life. Roar. In that instant, everyone in the entire final blood battlefield heard a terrifying, ferocious roar in their hearts. This is... Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as shock flashed in his eyes. As he looked in the eighth prince's direction, he saw a scarlet moon slowly rising. At this moment, nearly all the factions in the final blood battlefield looked over. Indeed, he brought out the Xiuwu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon. Luo Huang muttered, not showing much surprise in his eyes. "Scarlet Moon, what is that?" a sovereign emperor at the side asked, feeling confused. Luo Huang said softly, "The dynasty's sacred tool is refined using a secret technique. I heard that the entire Xiuwu dynasty refined only 10 of them. For a short period of time, it can make this saint tool reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool." While Luo Huang was speaking, the eighth prince also made his move. He pushed the blood-colored crescent wheel with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blood-colored divine energy turned into crescent scimitars that forcefully split apart the demonic might and carved out a path. So, Li Yun's figure flashed, and the originally insurmountable barrier was broken. In an instant, He advanced 100 meters. The Xuewu dynasty experts behind quickly followed, not moving an inch. Following Li Yun's forceful breakthrough, the originally flourishing demonic might weakened slightly. Even with the blazing demonic might, it was hard to avoid being affected. Should we make a move? A Rakshasa sovereign emperor asked Feng Sun. Clearly, these people could no longer sit still as they watched Li Yun slowly approach the demonic sovereign's corpse. Feng Sun crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "There's no rush. The demonic might has not weakened to the point where we can make a move. When he is halfway there, we should be able to make a move. If that is all he is capable of, he can forget about snatching away the demonic sovereign's corpse." Undercurrents immediately surged. An overwhelming aura accumulated in the dark. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Xiaochun did not care about this. He was thinking, where is this brat Lin Feng hiding? Xiaochun looked around and did not discover Lin Feng. He did not have any talisman to hide his aura. However, when Xiaochun thought about it, he realized that this fellow comprehended the horrifying death, Great Tao. It would not be impossible for him to hide in this final blood battlefield. Actually, Xiaochun had never considered this question. Would Lin Feng be interested in this demonic sovereign's corpse? If Lin Feng was interested, then this game of Go would be even more interesting. All the experts present, both in the open and in the dark, felt very tense. Only Xiaochun remained as calm as still water, appearing indifferent. Luo Wang, who was at the side, slowly showed a grave expression on his handsome face. His hands trembled slightly. The silly prince, Luo Yun, seemed to sense this atmosphere as well. His originally cheerful mood slowly turned somewhat tense. No matter how stupid Luo Yun was, even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was unusual. Luo Yun seemed to already know that this operation was not as simple as bringing him here to broaden his horizons. "Father, Yunner is a little afraid." In reality, Luo Yun's expression turned somewhat unsightly when the eighth prince took out the sacred tool. Luo Yun was the weakest here. The instant that sacred tool appeared, even Xiaochun felt fear in his heart. What more an insignificant star venerate like him? Only sovereign emperors could participate in this game of Go. Sovereign personages could barely be considered cannon fodder. Star venerates could not even be considered cannon fodder, just air. Luo Wang revealed a smile on his tense face. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father is here. Furthermore, with Mr. Xiao around, no one can hurt you." Luo Yun seemed to understand. He asked sullenly, "Father, what are you going to do later?" Luo Wang stared at the ancient demonic sovereign corpse and said, "I'm going to fulfill my promise to your dead mother. Just wait in peace. Father will return after killing them. Your Majesty, we will definitely protect little prince's safety to the death." The group of sovereign personage guards said in unison, sounding somewhat solemn. Xiaochun sighed in his heart. "You are just a group of cannon fodder. If something really happens, it will be hard for you not to die." Luo Wang felt somewhat helpless. As he looked at the group of sovereign personage guards, some words did not need to be said. With just one look, everyone understood. This group of guards also knew that they were cannon fodder. At best, they would only give Luo Yun more time to flee. However, they still followed willingly. Such loyalty was hard to come by. "Mr. Xiao." Luo Wang shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiaochun. Xiaochun did not wait for Luo Wang to finish. He said seriously, "Luo Wang, don't worry. Loose cultivators value benefits. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promises. In that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Xiao. This is the remaining origin liquid. If you can return, come to my residence. I will give you an inferior grade soul tool. Luo Ho Wang handed over a jade bottle containing another 10 tons of origin liquid. Your Majesty, they are going to attack. The two sovereign emperors at the side, who had been watching the situation closely, said softly. Luo Ho Wang's expression immediately changed. After handing the jade bottle to Xianxia, he focused all his attention on Li Yun, who was about to reach the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. Heavenly Cloud Dawn Chop, Evil Wind Palm, Breaking Blood Sword. At the same time, the sovereign emperor experts of the Rakshasa race and the Wuxia race attacked first. The loose cultivators roaming the surroundings also attacked at this moment. In that instant, 10-odd sovereign emperors launched their attacks at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, all sorts of Tao domains clashed. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Xiao Chun felt the talisman concealing his aura being affected. The baleful aura that he gave off rippled chaotically. However, at this moment, even if there was some chaos, it would not matter. No one paid attention to them at all. The scene of 10-odd sovereign emperors attacking at the same time was too shocking. Even for Xiao Chun, this was his first time seeing this, which shocked him slightly. The Tao might containing a divine nature appeared at the same time, temporarily suppressing the ancient demonic sovereign's overwhelming demonic might. Ha 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 ha. When facing so much pressure, Li Yun, who had the sage tool hovering above his head, did not panic. Instead, he laughed. His laughter contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He said loudly, "Senior Tang, bring people to retrieve the demonic sovereign corpse's parts and essence blood. Leave the true god flame to me. I will deal with these people." The sage tool's might rose another level, reaching its peak. It burst out with the might of a medial-grade soul tool. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that Li Yun's bloodline was perfectly compatible with that sage tool. It was like a medial-grade soul tool, bringing out 80% of its might. Li Yun relied on the Shuawu dynasty's sage tool to block 10-odd sovereign emperors by himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. No matter who comes today, don't think of stopping me from obtaining this demonic sovereign corpse. I will reign supreme under the blood moon. After blocking 10-odd sovereign emperors, Li Yun laughed somewhat arrogantly, his laughter filled with cockiness. Feng Sun and the other two vain sovereign emperors gritted their teeth in anger. This Li Yun was nothing in their eyes. However, the sage tool's might was too strong. Even though they were two vain sovereign emperors, they could only barely block Li Yun's attacks. Everything proceeded according to Li Yun's plan. Suddenly, winds and clouds blew, and the aura of a ruler surged out. Luo Ho Wang revealed himself, riding a bloodthirsty savage beast and holding a golden saber as he rushed over. "Scatter! Those who block me will die." Luo Ho Wang's strength as a three-veined sovereign emperor stood at the top. He led his two sovereign emperor subordinates and charged forward, sweeping through everything in his way. No one dared to block him. Luo Ho Wang. It's Luo Ho Wang. Why is he here? Damn it. Why is he here instead of guarding his conferred land? Damn it. Is this fellow crazy? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The moment Luo Ho Wang, one of the four Azura kings, appeared, he shocked everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2195. The moment Luo Ho Wang appeared, his strong aura and vast accumulations as a three-vein sovereign emperor shocked everyone. When the two sovereign emperors charged over, no one dared to block them. Luo Ho Wang instantly inflicted severe injuries on some of the slower sovereign emperors, sending them flying back. Their survival was unknown. The strongest sovereign emperor present was only a two-vein sovereign emperor. As for Luo Ho Wang, He had been a three-veined sovereign emperor for many years. Of the 9 divine veins, every 3 was a threshold. If one could cross it, it would be a whole new world. If one could not, one would be stuck. While divine vein realm sovereign emperors were said to have 9 grades, in reality, there were only 3. Within 3 divine veins, one would be considered a small perfection sovereign emperor. After 3 divine veins, one would be considered a great perfection sovereign emperor. After 6 divine veins, one would be considered a consummation, late-stage sovereign emperor. Luo Huang's 3-vein cultivation could be said to be at peak small perfection. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Unless a great perfection sovereign emperor appeared, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Although there were many sovereign emperors present, most of them fought for themselves, like a plate of loose sand. Shocked by Xianxia's aura, how could they dare to stop him? Luo Huang only had one target, which was Li Yun, who had the dynasty's saint weapon on his head. His goal was even simpler, to kill him and seize the ancient demonic monarch's true god flame. But it wasn't easy to make it a reality. After all, Li Yun had used his own strength to block the terrifying attacks of 10-odd sovereign emperors earlier. The strength of a sage artifact was evident when he saw Luo Huang appear. A trace of undetectable panic flashed across Li Yun's arrogant eyes. He wasn't sure if the sage artifact could stop Luo Huang, who was at the peak of 3 meridians. His fate would be even more miserable. It was hard to say whether he could even withstand 3 moves from Luo Huang. Insignificant prince, how dare you behave atrociously in my Azura underworld? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving the Xiuwu dynasty face. Luo Huang's handsome face was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The accumulations of a king's might unintentionally spread out, causing Li Yun to feel immense pressure and even waver. However, when Xiaoqun thought about it, he remembered that he had Yan Songming's help in secret. It was not impossible for him to fight. Furthermore, the demonic king's fire of the true god was his only chance to make a comeback. He could not give it up. Having made up his mind, Li Yun's heart no longer wavered. He bellowed, "Today, even if the king of hell from the 9th level of the underworld comes, don't dream of making me retreat. Luo Huang, since you dared to show yourself, then I shall have a taste of your Azura tactics. Under the blood moon, only I am supreme." Li Yun shouted and pushed the might of the sage tool to its limits. The scarlet moon above his head looked like a blood moon, hanging high in the sky. The image of a dynasty quickly materialized on the back of the moon wheel. Rumble! The foundation of the ancient dynasty was activated by Li Yun at this moment. A shocking demonic might erupted from his body, as though he had grown tens of thousands of feet tall. Woo! Screams of agony echoed in the air. The savage beasts that Luo Huang and the other 2 were riding on suddenly died. Luo Huang's indomitable aura was actually forcefully forced back. Their auras clashed, and this part of the world began to tremble. Woo, 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 woo. The countless ancient war souls that had settled in the final blood battlefield for 10,000 years seemed to be startled awake. True cries came from the depths of the ground. There were even war drums that transcended time and space, sounding like thunder, ringing out endlessly. This made one's bloodline swell, and their battle hunger and souls burned. "I'll deal with this fellow. The 2 of you go to the demonic sovereign's corpse." Luo Huang instructed, getting his 2 sovereign emperor subordinates to stop Li Yun's subordinates from attacking the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. "You want to get past me? Forget about it. Lonesome Moon lives alone." When Li Yun saw the situation, he immediately attacked, wanting to block the 2 sovereign emperors. Boom! The moon will send out a scarlet light, encasing the two. Then, Li Yun threw two palm strikes. The thousands of scarlet shadows in his palms immediately turned into layers of crescents, charging at the two Azura sovereign emperors. The crescents were like blood. As they spun, light and shadow changed. Scarlet light flickered endlessly within 5,000 kilometers. Earlier, these thousands of crescent moons blocked the many sovereign emperors, making them flustered and fatigued from dealing with them. Every crescent looked like a true blood moon, containing the vast might of a dynasty. With the support of the scarlet light, Li Yun's Dao domain reached peak third layer. Appearing startlingly mighty, Luo Ho Wang snorted coldly, and a slender saber appeared in his hand. As the saber light moved, a force that could uproot mountains and rivers erupted from Luo Ho Wang's body. With his strong three-vein sovereign emperor cultivation, he forcefully broke these two terrifying palm strikes. The two Azura sovereign emperors quickly took advantage of this opportunity to get under the ancient divine emperor, Elder Tang, and the others felt shocked. They had no choice but to stop what they were doing and fight these two Azura sovereign emperors. Damn it, Luo Ho Wang, you spoiled my plans. I'll fight it out with you. Sensing Luo Ho Wang's strength, a crazed look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. His figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to attack Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang's expression did not change as he dealt with Li Yun calmly. It would not be easy to deal with this crazed Li Yun, who wielded a sacred tool. The two of them quickly clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out continuously. The other spectating sovereign emperors immediately moved back. Of these two, one was a three-vein sovereign emperor, and the other was a madman wielding a dynasty's sacred tool. Neither was easy to deal with. No one dared to interfere in the huge battle. The scattered shockwaves were not easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He was already certain that, aside from the experts of the Rakshasa race and the Xianxia race, there were definitely righteous Tao cultivators among the loose cultivators in disguise. When those loose cultivators retreated earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed a familiar aura. However, he could not recall where it was. Let's go. Not daring to take the risk, Xiao Chen led Luo Ho Yun far away. The Rakshasa race and the Xianxia race still harbored the thought of Luo Ho Wang and Li Yun injuring each other and taking advantage of the situation. Hence, they did not retreat far. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not want to target that ancient demonic sovereign either. So, he led Luo Ho Yun far away, continuously retreating. Senior, I want to see my father. I don't want to leave. Luo Ho Yun was worried about his father's safety, so he resisted somewhat. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain, forcefully pulling him far away. They kept retreating until they were 500,000 kilometers away. Even then, they could still hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle. Little Prince, stop messing around. Mr. Xiao is doing this for Little Prince's safety. Luo Ho Yun only stopped after retreating 100,000 kilometers. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly consoled Luo Ho Yun, who had been making a fuss along the way. Luo Ho Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. I don't care. I want to see my father. I don't want anything to happen to him. I want to go back. As Luo Ho Yun spoke, he actually started crying. The group of sovereign personage guards could not do anything, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen could no longer stand by and watch. He ferociously stretched out his hand and flung Luo Ho Yun off the savage beast's back, causing Luo Ho Yun to fall heavily to the ground. You are a man. What is the point of crying? If you go back, you will die. If you want to die, I will kill you now. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his killing intent, scaring the group of sovereign personage guards. Luo Ho Yun also panicked. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Little Prince lost his mother when he was young. He grew up with King Luoho and had a deep relationship with him. It is hard to avoid some. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly explained, thinking that Xiao Chun really wanted to kill. Xiao Chun sighed when he heard that. Then he said softly, "Since your father handed me to you, I have to take responsibility for you. The demonic sovereign corpse land is much more complicated than you imagine. You are just a star venerate, going there is simply seeking death." In the end, Luo Hoyun was not a fool. After being scared by Xiao Chun, he recovered his wits. However, he asked, "Senior, will my father be fine?" Xiao Chun did not feel confident. If he really had confidence in Luo Ho Wang, he would not have retreated so far away. Xiao Chun had made such a decision because he felt that something was wrong. That should be the case. Luo Ho Wang is a three-vein sovereign emperor. It should not be difficult for him to survive. That was all Xiao Chun could say. Right after he spoke, he suddenly felt the dynasty's accumulations in the distant scarlet moon weaken for a moment. This is not caring much. Xiao Chun opened a vertical eye on his forehead under the conical bamboo hat, activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chun's vision continuously expanded. Finally, the scene of the demonic sovereign corpse land appeared before him. Cracks appeared in the scarlet moon above Li Yun's head. The dynasty's sacred tool seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Xiao Chun immediately rejoiced. Something must have happened when Li Yun forcefully broke the demonic might. Otherwise, the dynasty's sacred tool would not have lasted until now. Li Yun's crazed expression instantly paled in fright. He cursed as though he was trying to say who betrayed him. Seeing that he could not defeat Luo Ho Wang and that the sacred tool could not hold on any longer, Li Yun merged the sacred tool into his body and retreated quickly. Luo Ho Wang snorted coldly. Then he wanted to pursue and kill Li Yun in one go. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye suddenly felt a piercing light, and a trace of blood appeared. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and grunted. Then he quickly closed his heavenly eye, showing an uncertain expression. The instant the intense light appeared, Xiao Chun saw the person who attacked. It was the profound heaven's holy son, Wenren Yu. Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, who had conflicts with Xiao Chun in the faux god world, stood beside Wenren Yu. When the three worked together, they seemed to activate some kind of secret treasure, instantly erupting with a Tao might that surpassed that of the dynasty's sacred tool. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Although Luo Ho Wang had been wary of others attacking in secret, he relaxed his guard when he saw Li Yun's defeat. Furthermore, he had not expected such a strong attack. Although Xiao Chun did not see what happened later, he could guess what happened. After Luo Ho Wang suffered such an attack, he was surrounded by 10-odd sovereign emperors. His situation was definitely not good. Chapter 2196. A piercing light lit up the entire final blood battlefield, like the blazing sun. Even from 1,000,000 kilometers away, one could see the intense light and dazzling eyes. The light was too dazzling, blinding people temporarily. Aside from the intense light, they could not see anything else. When the intense light faded, Luo Hoyun exclaimed in shock, "Light Tao domain. It's a righteous Tao cultivator. Why would righteous Tao cultivators appear in the final blood battlefield? Are these people tired of living?" After the group of sovereign personage guards startled to their senses, they showed worry on their faces, clearly feeling ill at ease. How can it be like this? Did Luo Ho Wang think of it? What a terrifying light Tao domain. It is even stronger than the 8th prince's sacred tool. Although the light only appeared for a short while, not as long as the sacred tool's might, the might it erupted with was much stronger than the sacred tools. Luo Hoyun and the other Azura race cultivators could not help feeling nervous. anyone would worry about Luoho Wang's safety under such circumstances. Xiao Chen's expression had already recovered its calm. Before he came, he had heard rumors of righteous Dao cultivators in the final blood battlefield. However, these people hid very well, mixing in with the demonic Dao loose cultivators and deceiving them. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were humans, and so were the righteous Dao cultivators. As long as they hid their auras, others would not notice them if they did not. Furthermore, the baleful auras in the final blood battlefield were chaotic, easily disrupting the perception of cultivators. Let's go. This place is no longer safe, Xiao Chen said softly. Luoho Yun and the others had not seen it, but Xiao Chen had personally seen Luoho Wang get struck. Xiao Chen did not know what the situation was now, but he was certain that Luoho Wang could no longer control the situation. No, I want to go and find Father. I'm not leaving. Something must have happened to Father. I want to go and save him. Luoho Yin showed a flustered expression, his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps it was because of the father-son connection, but he felt that Luoho Wang's current situation was terrible. Speaking of which, Luoho Yun had been rather miserable. Before coming here, he had not known anything. He had really thought that his father had brought him here to broaden his horizons. He had not expected such a cruel thing to happen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Emotionally, he could understand Luoho Yun. However, rationally, he had to leave. Luoho Yun tried to flee. However, he was trapped in Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. Unable to move an inch, his demonic essence surged all over his body as he howled, but he still could not move. Damn it! Let go of me! Let go of me! Luoho Yun shouted angrily, cursing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He calmly ordered, "Capture him. Let's go." The group of sovereign personage guards knew that Xiao Chen's actions were correct. Although they felt dissatisfied with Xiao Chen, they still did as he said. However, Luoho Yun suddenly became stubborn. He said, "Let go. If any of you dare to touch me, I will die in front of you. Little prince, don't be stubborn. Listen to Mr. Xiao, and let's go." That's right. With the king's strength, there's no need to worry about self-preservation. At that time, if he comes out and sees that something has happened to you, little prince, then it will be troublesome. Luoho Yun refused to obey, no matter what. He kept nagging that something must have happened to his father. Something must have happened. Xiao Chen sighed softly. Let him be. We will wait here for King Luoho. Xiao Chen understood Luoho Yun. After a 20-odd-year-old child erupted with emotions, he would inevitably lose his rationality. If Xiao Chen forcefully brought Luoho Yun away, something bad might happen. Since that is the case, so be it. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. King Luoho really gave him a tough job. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with anything else. Then he closed his eyes and cultivated peacefully on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiao Chen only spread out the Taiji force field. No matter how hard Luoho Yun tried, he could not struggle free. If Luoho Yun grew tired, he would naturally stop. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a horrifying demonic might surging towards him from the fog-covered battlefield. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would discover that this aura was already a spent force. Luoho Yun held on to his last breath and rushed forward. Indeed, when Xiao Chen could sense it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this aura came from Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang rushed over with all his might. A group of sovereign emperors chased after him. The surprising thing was that the profound heaven's holy son Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan were among this group of people. These demonic Dao cultivators, abyssal underworld sovereign emperors, and righteous Dao cultivators actually worked together to chase after Luo Ho Wang. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Luo Ho Wang forcefully obtained the true god flame. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility that could make the various factions put down their differences and work together to deal with Luo Ho Wang. Boom! A strong wind blew, scattering the demonic fog for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, Luo Ho Wang's figure appeared before Xiao Chun and the others. Wounds covered Luo Ho Wang's body. The huge wound on his chest, which still gave off a profound white light, was the most ghastly sight. Along the way, Luo Ho Wang forcefully carved out a bloody path. From a distance, it looked like a scarlet river spanning 5,000 kilometers. "Father!" The somewhat distracted Luo Ho Yun erupted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Xiao Chun scattered the Taiji force field, and Luo Ho Yun struggled free. Then he started running frantically. Protect Luo Ho Wang. The group of sovereign personage guards could no longer hold themselves back. They all rushed out to block the group of sovereign emperors. When Luo Ho Wang saw Luo Ho Yun, he squeezed out a smile on his handsome face. Then he leaped into the air and arrived before Luo Ho Yun. Pusi. However, the instant Luo Ho Wang landed, he fell to the ground with a plop. Then he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and coughed endlessly. Miserable shrieks rang out. The sovereign personage guards could not resist these sovereign emperors, instantly dying miserably. However, this group of sovereign personage guards was very ruthless. Before dying, they chose to self-detonate, making things difficult for the sovereign emperors. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived beside Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang could no longer speak. Luo Ho Wang tightly held Luo Ho Yun's hand with one hand and tightly clenched the other, showing no signs of letting go. Luo Ho Yun looked at Xiao Chun. His eyes were red from crying as he said, "Senior, can you save my father? I beg you, I beg you." Xiao Chun said in frustration, "How could a bona fide, 3-vein sovereign emperor die so easily? If Xiao Chun handed over the true god flame, would these people dare to kill him? Luo Ho Wang, the Luo Ho clan, also had older generation faux god experts. They were just children, yet they made it seem like they were parting forever. This made Xiao Chun feel a little sour. While Luo Ho Yun spoke, Luo Ho Wang already appeared weak. He did his best to raise his head and look at Xiao Chun. There was no need for words. Xiao Chun could tell what Luo Ho Wang wanted to say from Luo Ho Wang's eyes. Luo Ho Wang wanted Xiao Chun to protect Luo Ho Yun and let him inherit the true god's inheritance. Xiao Chun did not say anything. It was not that he was indifferent. It was just that he was a Heavenly Alliance member. Right now, he only needed to take away the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. There was no need for Xiao Chun to cause other trouble and take the risk of becoming enemies with so many sovereign emperors. Luo Ho Wang could not say anything. However, heavy sorrow appeared in his eyes. Now, it seemed like his life force was starting to fade. If one's heart died, even if one's body was fine, one would be no different from a dead person. Luo Ho Wang's final look touched the softest and weakest thing in Xiao Chun's heart. Xiao Chun thought of the faux god world. He thought of facing Lu Ruyue for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, suffering unspeakable pain. Xiao Chun thought of the days when his heart broke out like a living dead. The demonic fog lingered in the ancient final blood battlefield. Strong winds blew endlessly, dark clouds lingered, and a blood moon hung high. The souls of the deceased seemed to sing a sad song of the past in the howling wind, coldly watching the story of the day. The sad song remained forever. The battlefield never changed. The story was still the same. However, The heroes changed wave after wave. Sooner or later, we will all become heroes, legends, and later generations will recite our stories. Luo Huang, are you a sentimental person as well? In that case, I, Xiao Chun, will help you this once. Xiao Chun nodded silently under the conical bamboo hat. When Luo Huang saw Xiao Chun nod, he put down the bamboo hat and closed his eyes. Luo Huang released his tightly clenched left hand, and the black flame immediately struggled free. Then it slowly rose and hovered in the air. A dark demonic sovereign was always accompanied by fear. However, this black flame before Luo Huang was dazzling, looking as pure as a star or gem. It actually looked somewhat holy. The 10-odd sovereign emperors behind immediately went crazy. However, not all the sovereign personage guards had died, yet still self-detonating. Even if they wanted to go forward, they did not dare to act rashly. Only Luo Yun hugged Luo Huang, crying his heart out. This silly fellow did not even know what agreement his father made with Xiao Chun. If the White Dragon King were here, he would definitely rejoice that he had a daughter. Giving birth to such a silly son was truly frustrating. Don't cry. Your father is not dead. Xiao Chun leaped down and grabbed the true god flame with one hand. Then he used his other hand to carry Luo Yun and Luo Huang onto the demon blood vulture's back. When Luo Yun heard Xiao Chun's words, he did not get angry at all. Instead, he exclaimed, "Senior, my father is fine?" Xiao Chun explained. Then he cut to the chase. Your father's injuries are just too severe. His body automatically entered a protective state, and he chose to forcibly sleep. When he recovers, he will naturally wake up. Don't say anything or ask too many questions. Take off the crown. Without sufficient intelligence, communication was difficult. Luo Yun did not dare to say anything more. When he heard that his father was fine, he relaxed and did as Xiao Chun said, taking off the crown. Xiao Chun received the crown and glanced at the dying sovereign personage guards. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Don't be foolish enough to jump down. You and your father will be fine." Luo Yun startled awake. "Senior, what about you? Come with us. I'll bring you to the Luo royal residence." There was nothing wrong with having good intentions. However, being brainless was not right. Xiao Chun felt helpless. "If I go with you, can you still leave?" Xiao Chun could not be bothered to explain. He opened his left hand and looked at the ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame. Then he made a move and forcefully separated the inheritance flame from the divine nature flame. Then he gently tapped the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance flame and entered Luo Yun's forehead. Before Luo Yun could let out a startled cry, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet flame and soared into the sky. Xiao Chun did not care for the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance. However, the divine nature it contained was a great supplement to Xiao Chun. After giving Luo Yun the inheritance and leaving behind this divine nature flame, Xiao Chun fulfilled Luo Huang's promise. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It kicked up sand and nearly blew Xiao Chun into the air. Without needing to look, Xiao Chun knew that the group of sovereign personage cannon fodder should be all dead. The 10-odd sovereign emperors no longer held back, directly charging over. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He only removed the 7-color stone from the crown, revealing the complete shape of a dart head. Then he replaced it with his snow god whip. Back then, Hua Tianyang had shaken the world with the snow god whip, gaining fame and turning the Heavenly Alliance into a super faction. Now, the snow god whip was complete again. Even without a secret technique, as long as he could bring out 10% of its might, he would not fear this group of small fries. The many sovereign emperors looked at Xiao Chun, not acting rashly. Everyone had more or less heard of a mysterious demonic cultivator with a mysterious identity and strange whip techniques. However, they did not expect him to be with the Azura King. The Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince leaped out and shouted, "No matter who you are, hand over the true god flame, and I'll spare you from death." 8th prince, it looks like your eyes are not completely healed. You can't even recognize me. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually tossed off the conical bamboo hat on his head. Then his black clothes exploded, revealing his white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. "It's you. It's Xiao Chun, Lord Feng's son. He is Xiao Chun, the Xiao Chun who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone back then." When the 8th prince clearly saw Xiao Chun's appearance, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off, completely stunned. The profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan were equally shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Those Rakshasa cultivators also recognized Xiao Chun. This was the dragon race cultivator that Rakshasa Tian wanted dead. Kill him. The group of Rakshasa cultivators could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They roared, and 10 odd sovereign emperors charged at Xiao Chun at the same time. Xiao Chun snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said, "All of you withdraw for this, Xiao." Xiao Chun grasped the snow god whip with his right hand and gently swung it. Immediately, the scarlet whip, which looked like plum blossoms, gave off a startling crack in the air. Pa! The talisman scripts in the whip came to life. The instant the crack rang out, the 7-colored dart head gave off a magnificent light. Suddenly, pear blossoms filled the land. That crack of thunder caused snowflakes to fill the sky, covering the vast land. The 10-odd sovereign emperors felt their souls tremble as they vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crack of thunder knocked them back. Chapter 2197. What whip is this? The group of people were scared out of their wits. Just a single thunderbolt had shaken them all away and even wounded their souls. Boundless white snow covered the ground, making the final blood battlefield look like a world of ice and snow. White covered the entire world. The baleful aura and resentment that lingered on the battlefield seemed to be covered up for now, vanishing without a trace. The might of the snow god whip startled the group of sovereign emperors. Xiao Chun was similarly shocked. However, after this strike, he felt like some of his soul was sucked out. The soul energy in his divine seal drained a lot. "It looks like I forced myself to use this snow god whip. I wonder how long my soul energy can last. However, it should be enough to deal with these people. Humph! Let's see what you are up to." The 8th Prince Li Yun roared, unwilling to submit. Then he brought out the Scarlet Moon and charged at Xiao Chun again. Elder Tang, who was beside Li Yun, also charged over, trying to use the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool to suppress Xiao Chun. No matter the price, I have to kill him today. Shock flashed in the profound heaven, Holy Sun's eyes. Back in Peach Blossom City, he had not truly cared about Xiao Chun. However, now that Xiao Chun showed such elegance, the profound heaven Holy Sun sensed danger. If Xiao Chun obtained the true God flame, it would be terrible. As the profound heaven Holy Sun spoke, he gritted his teeth. Then an astrolabe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the sky. As the astrolabe spun, it turned into a vast star chart that covered the entire sky. Stars flickered, and a river of stars surged. Covered in starlight, Wenren charged over again in a flash. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. When he saw that astrolabe, he recalled some matters. He could not help saying, "Wenren, it turns out that you were the one who came to steal my ethereal immortal palace key in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." The mystery was finally revealed. Xiao Chun could not help feeling shocked. This fellow really hit himself deeply. Wen Renyu retorted coldly, "So, what? After today, you will be a dead man. Could it be that you can report me to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter? Xiao Chun will settle the score between us today." Guyu Han and Mu Yunju hated Xiao Chun to the bone. Back at the faux god world's god conferring platform, Guyu Han, Mu Yunju, and the others got chopped in half by Xiao Chun. If not for their master begging the Holy Lord to help, they would have died long ago. The experts of the Rakshasa and Yiksha clans calmed their souls for a moment before charging over. After being knocked back by the thunderclap, these sovereign emperor experts no longer dared to hold back. They either took out their soul tools or executed their secret techniques. For a time, many Dao domains joined together and pressed down on Xiao Chun. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen's aura. He executed all sorts of killing moves, vowing to kill Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not panic. He activated his fourth layer Thunder Dao domain and used all sorts of secret techniques to deal with the attacks. The snow god whip in his hand continuously unleashed might. Pa, pa, pa. Immediately, heavy snow flew and thunder crackled. Xiao Chun brandished the whip, the snow god whip changing thousands of times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Thousands of plum blossom petals surrounded Xiao Chun. Against the backdrop of the heavy snow, the plum blossoms looked as vibrant as fresh blood, looking poignant and beautiful. Using the might of the snow god whip and the supreme dragon fist, Xiao Chun fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors without falling into a disadvantage. However, Xiao Chun knew that this was only temporary. When he drained his soul energy and could no longer swing the snow god whip, only death awaited him. "I need to end this quickly." Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8th Prince Li Yun. Li Yun scolded, "Little mixed-blood dragon, what are you looking at? Once your soul power is completely exhausted, this prince will definitely tear your body apart and extract your soul." Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. Of these people, Li Yun was the weakest. Furthermore, Li Yun had fought a huge battle with Luo Ho Wang and was no longer at his peak. Who knew where he got his confidence to be so arrogant? "You overestimate yourself. I'll start with you." Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he dodged Wen Renyu and Mu Yunju's attacks. Then he shook his hand, and the flexible snow god whip suddenly charged at Li Yun like a venomous snake. The plum blossoms exploded, and the dart head made of 7-color stone turned into a beam of light as it shot out. It expanded infinitely in Li Yun's eyes, shattering the crescent moon that Li Yun sent out and piercing into his forehead. Just as the dart head was about to strike Li Yun, a figure rushed over. "Your Highness, be careful." It was Elder Tang. He flew forward and blocked this sure-hit attack. Puchi. The instant the dart head entered Li Yun's forehead, a crisp bang rang out. Li Yun's head exploded into powder, and he could not be more dead. Bang! The dart head did not lose any momentum, knocking Li Yun, who was behind, into the air. Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, and the scarlet moon above his head fell to the ground. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and beckoned, collecting that scarlet moon into his storage ring. Now is the time. This moment of distraction gave the other sovereign emperors a great opportunity. They locked onto Xiao Chun at the same time, launching all sorts of killing moves at close range, sweeping away 1,000 armies. Xiao Chun roared as he infused his soul energy into the snow god whip. The snow god whip became like a spear as it swept out. In an instant, the various killing moves broke. The shattered mysterious phenomena filled the air, and shock waves spread out. Xiao Chun felt that if he continued to use the snow god whip in such a gradual manner, he would exhaust himself to death sooner or later. "I'll go all out." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and entered the state of martial and soul as one. Then, he brandished the snow god whip without any care for his soul energy. Pa! A thunderclap shook the sky. The snow god whip split a demonic Dao loose cultivator, who had yet to open a divine vein, in half. Pa! 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 Without any care, Xianxia's soul energy drained like a gushing river. He appeared to be in a frenzy. However, the horror of the snow god whip was fully revealed. Every time the whip landed, it tore open a crack in the ground. Terrifying demonic chi came out of the cracks. As the snow god whip lashed out madly, it was as if the world itself was shaking. It was as if the world was collapsing, and no one dared to block it. Pussy-eye. Cracks appeared in Wenrenyu's star chart. Even though she managed to avoid the danger, she still managed to escape. Even though Wenrenyu managed to avoid the danger, the whip still tore his flesh, causing him to shriek miserably. As the crazed Xianxia held the snow god whip, he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. In just a short moment, this boundless land had been shattered into pieces, and the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. Without exception, the many sovereign emperors were all covered in wounds. The sovereign emperors who had not opened a divine vein could not even block one whip, instantly dying miserably, their souls extinguished. Go! 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 This fellow is crazy. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were all frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to linger and fled. No one knew what would happen to them if they got struck. No one dared to gamble on whether they would die or not. Let's go. After all, we did not come to this final blood battlefield for the demonic sovereign corpse. It is not worth losing our lives here. We still have time. When Wenrenyu saw the cracks in the star chart and the whip images whipped him into a miserable state, he did not dare to linger. After communicating with Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu, Wenrenyu quickly retreated. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu could no longer hold on. After receiving the voice projection, they quickly fled. As the world crumbled, Xianxia gave chase while holding the snow god whip. Xianxia did not know how long he could last. He needed to inflict severe injuries on these people, killing as many as he could. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. This was advancing as a way to retreat. After chasing for 2 million kilometers, Xianxia stopped only when he could no longer see anyone. After overdrawing on his soul energy, the backlash started. Black cracks appeared on Xianxia's face as if his soul would scatter. Gritting his teeth and snorting coldly, Xianxia took out the ice-fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then he opened his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed during the battle. Without hesitation, he quickly sent the black divine nature flame into his forehead. Boom! The exhausted blue dragon divine seal, which was crying piteously for food, instantly received great nourishment, frantically absorbing and refining this divine nature flame. Unable to care much, Xianxia refined the divine nature flame on the spot. Then he closed his eyes and circulated his energy. A scene of 10,000 dragons flying in the sky and diving into the ground appeared behind him. The ancient demonic sovereign's divine nature flame far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. After an entire night, he managed to refine only 10% of it. However, this 10% allowed his soul energy to return to its peak, go even higher. If he could completely refine it, he wondered how great of an opportunity it would be. However, Xianxia had no choice but to stop now. A person had appeared on the ice-fire lotus platform. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw grim Reaper Lin Feng walking over. The other party showed a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Lin Feng had been around all this while. Xianxia knew that Lin Feng had many opportunities to kill him when he fought the Tenad sovereign emperors. However, Lin Feng did not make a move. Clearly, Lin Feng was not a sinister person, someone who did not like to kill people behind their backs. Lin Feng only showed up now because he wanted to wait until he recovered before making a proper move. When Lin Feng arrived 50 kilometers before Xiaochun, he stopped moving rhythmically. As he walked over, Xiaochun could not feel any killing intent or aura. The instant Lin Feng stopped, the aura of the Death Dao domain turned into an overwhelming killing intent surging towards Xiaochun. Xiaochun's divine seal flickered. 3 Dao domains of the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao instantly appeared, layering over each other and blocking the aura of the Death Dao domain 25 kilometers away. Whoosh! The instant the 2 terrifying auras clashed, they silently merged into the surroundings, entangling with each other. I know that you will definitely not hand over the holy relic. Let's make a bet. Whoever wins will take the holy relic and leave. Lin Feng said slowly, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiaochun. As Lin Feng spoke, a green arrow image coiled around his right hand like a snake, flickering with a ghostly light. Xiaochun flipped his hand and caught the seed that Mu Zifeng handed him with 2 fingers. Then he nodded and said, "Sure."
Chapter 2608. Translator, Transin Editor. Transcendent insult my intelligence. Ding. Discovered star core source. Do you wish to collect it? Collect it immediately. Following Yi Xian's response, the devouring system was immediately activated. The 12 small piles of star core source in the cave immediately turned into 12 faint rays of light and shot out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. During this process, a few of the 13 people in the cave almost couldn't hold themselves back from directly attacking. After all, he had already taken out his own magic treasures. With just a thought, he would be able to chase after the faint light formed from the 12 piles of star cores and find Yi Xian's location. But it was useless. The other party's warship was so high-end that they couldn't blast open the energy shield with their magical weapons. In the end, they would even offend the other party and lose their chance to live. Therefore, in the end, several people, including Baldy Su, gritted their teeth and endured it. You can come over now, but only you. After collecting the star core source, Yi Xian was completely relieved, but he didn't leave. Instead, he spoke again. Obviously, he was talking about Lilith. The latter exchanged a look with Baldy Su and nodded imperceptibly. She thought that everything was done flawlessly, but she didn't know that Yi Xian had seen everything clearly in the soul concealment shuttle. Therefore, the sneer on his face grew thicker. Originally, Yi Xian really planned to show his face in the distant starry sky after breaking out of the encirclement of the 10 planetary-level warships. It could also be considered as saving the lives of these guys. After all, with the current speed of the soul concealment shuttle, the 10 planetary-level warships couldn't catch up at all. Even if they fired star cannons, the star core source that the soul concealment shuttle had just obtained was enough to support its energy shield for a long time. There was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, these guys were courting death, so they couldn't blame him for it. Although Lilith was a delicate beauty, in fact, her cultivation strength was second only to Baldy Su among the 13 people. She had already reached the 6th order star core. This could be seen from the fact that Baldy Su brought 3 people away from the warship, one of which was her. As for the latter, he was at the 7th order. It was true that she did not have a single star core origin on her, but if Yi Xian did not relent, she could have borrowed it from someone else, but she did not. Instead, he had found an excuse to sneak into Yi Xian's spirit concealment shuttle. This was a clear indication of his intentions. The girl was a complete cultivation maniac. Every time she came out for a mining operation, she would basically trade all the planetary core essences she obtained with other people for high-quality planetary core essences. Then, when the large mining ship was searching for the next target planet, she would collect them all. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to absorb star sources at such a speed. Otherwise, as long as they had enough star core sources, wouldn't their cultivation soar like a rocket? The reason why Lilith could absorb the star core origin so quickly was because she had saved up a lot of star coins and exchanged them for a bloodline at the Heavenly River Star Federation's Hall of Affairs. Of course, that bloodline was very rare and could not be exchanged for with star coins. At that time, she had also picked up a good bargain. Lilith and Baldy Su were now gambling. They were gambling that Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as Lilith's. If that was the case, as long as Lilith entered the other party's warship, they would have a chance to kill the other party and seize the warship. Rather than betting their lives on the other party's character, they were more inclined to bet on their own luck. The reason why they chose Lilith over the stronger Baldy Su was obviously because she was a woman, and she was young and beautiful, which could make the other party lower their guard as much as possible. At this moment, as Lilith walked toward the entrance of the cave, the spirit concealment shuttle, which had been operating the concealment array, finally revealed its appearance after a hazy halo dispersed. The 12 people in the cave immediately gasped, and a greedy light shot out from their eyes. From the smooth lines, one could tell at a glance that the speed was incredibly fast. There were also the star cannons and energy shields on the exterior of the warship, which silently told of its powerful defense and attack power. More importantly, the concealment array engraved on the body of the spirit concealment shuttle would appear in a short period of time every time it was activated and deactivated. This was the case right now. The large number of obscure and mysterious runes that covered the entire exterior of the warship almost dazzled the eyes of the people in the cave. After all, it was a warship that had gone through 2 fusions. Whether it was its appearance or its true strength, it was absolutely first class. Even Baldy Su sighed in his heart. Now, he really believed that his god of fortune was not taken by the other party. If the other party had such a top-grade warship, why would they care about his god of fortune, which was at most an advanced light warship? In fact, Lilith, who was walking step by step toward the spirit concealment shuttle, was the most shocked at this moment. The warship in front of her was simply a fantasy, and she dreamed of having it. If not for the fact that she had not seen the owner of the warship and could not determine the other party's cultivation and strength, she would have wanted to make a move now. Soon, a door-like passage appeared on the body of the spirit concealment shuttle, but no one appeared. Lilith did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed in. There was a slight sound of the concealment array being activated. A halo flashed, and the streamlined body of the warship disappeared again. Even when using the divine perception to sweep back and forth, there was no trace of any aura. Even when it started the thrusters and flew away quickly, there was not the slightest trace of sound leaked out. All of it was absorbed by the concealment array. After a full 3 minutes, Baldy Su walked to the entrance of the cave with a suspicious look on his face. He looked left and right and muttered to himself, "Already? Gone? F***CK. There is no movement at all. This top-grade warship, I must get my hands on it." At the same time, in an area more than 100 miles away from this cave in the depths of the trench, the spirit concealment shuttle was silently but extremely quickly sailing. There were many cabins in the warship. Yi Xian was in the main control room, and Lilith was imprisoned in a cabin at the stern of the warship at this moment. As the owner of the spirit concealment shuttle, Yi Xian could control any part of the entire warship at will. Right now, Lilith was imprisoned by him. Yi Xian could not let her see his appearance. From the moment he learned the true identity of the white-robed man, even by Shirley had been set as a must-kill target by him. The other party had not returned to the Sky River Star, so he could only draw a rough picture of Yi Xian's appearance from his memory. But once he returned to the Sky River Star, he would definitely be able to find Yi Xian through certain channels from the Federation's Citizen Identity database of the Sky River Star. Therefore, Bai Shirley must die, and Lilith would not have a chance to see Yi Xian's true appearance. Suppressing her anger, Lilith tried her best to make her tone sound as delicate as possible. "Handsome, aren't you being too careful? It is very rude to treat a beauty with such an attitude." Chapter 2609. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing the white scoundrel. Lilith's expression immediately changed. She suddenly had a very bad feeling, as if she'd boarded a pirate ship. "What do you mean?" "Literally." Yi Xian's voice was still transmitted through the cabin sound transmission system. "Also, I can tell you the truth. My cultivation realm is indeed lower than yours. I'm only at Star Core Realm Level 4. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance in this warship because I won't meet you at all. Handsome, I admit that I did have the intention to steal this warship from the start, but that was all because Baldy Su forced me to do it." This time, Lilith was completely flustered. The other party had made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Under such circumstances, It would be strange if the other party still wanted to meet her. However, he'd clearly seen through her and Baldy Sue's plan. So why had he still pushed the boat along with the current and let her onto the warship? Could it be? Lilith seemed to see hope again at this thought. Her tone became gentle again. Handsome, you're not thinking of locking me up here as a sex slave, are you? I admit that I was wrong before, but I won't do such a thing. All right, I promise you that I'll take you to that ancient cultivator's abode. After that, we'll go our separate ways and we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? This was clearly a retreat in order to advance. Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha ha, this time. Please don't insult your own intelligence, okay? Lilith. 10 Federation military landing ships were cruising around the planet at low altitudes. Because there was still a thick layer of dust floating on the planet's surface due to the previous carpet bombing, the 10 landing ships all turned on their shipboard searchlights, one at the bow and one at the bottom of the hull. These searchlights had a strong penetrating power. Even in the thick dust environment, they could still illuminate everything on the planet's surface. But at the same time, because of these searchlights, the positions of the 10 landing ships were like fireflies in the night sky. They were incomparably clear even from a distance. Right now, the deity concealment shuttle was silently approaching the location of these 10 landing ships. Lilith saw everything clearly through the porthole of the warship that was also deployed with arrays. An ominous premonition floated in her heart. Lilith's voice even trembled a little. Handsome, did you get the wrong direction? We should fly upwards and rush out of the blockade of those 10 planetary-level battleships, then run far away before showing our faces or something. You're going the wrong way. That's right, I'll send you off first, and then I'll leave. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll lure these guys away, then I'll definitely do it. Yi Xian's words revealed a trace of strangeness. However, since you guys added some ingredients for me on the surface, then under the premise of luring these guys away, I naturally have to return the favor. Oh right, do you have a personal warship? Yes. What's wrong? Wah. Handsome, can we not play anymore? Why are you not playing anymore? Didn't you want to play? I also think it's quite fun. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, let's play slowly. All right, get your personal warship ready. It'll come in handy when we run for our lives later. Wah! Lilith was so scared that her face turned pale. A sobbing sound came from the microphone. It was unknown whether it was real or not, but Yi Xian ignored it and turned off the microphone. He had indeed decided to throw Lilith out, but not because of the anger in his heart, but because he wanted to kill by surely. Originally, if Lilith and Baldy Sue did not have any devious thoughts, Yi Xian would have helped them lure the enemy away before looking for an opportunity to make his move. After all, his deity concealment shuttle was now faster than the 10 planetary-level battleships, and it had energy shields and star cannons. More importantly, it could hide perfectly. Hanging behind the enemy's fleet, as long as Bai Shirley walked out of the warship, he would definitely have a chance to kill him. But now, since Lilith and Baldy Sue were courting death, it was obviously easier for Yi Xian to kill Bai Shirley. Soon, the deity concealment shuttle quietly arrived at the area where the 10 landing ships were. Then, with a thought from Yi Xian, the hatch opened automatically. A gentle force pushed Lilith, who was still pleading, out. Throughout the entire process, the concealment array of the deity concealment shuttle did not change at all. There was no trace of it at all. It was as if Lilith had directly teleported there. After doing all this, Yi Xian urged the deity concealment shuttle to retreat to a distance and began to order the star cannons on the ship to start charging. Of course, the energy shield system also began to charge. Yi Xian did not keep a single piece of the pile of star core origins that he had just snatched. They were all piled up in the energy room of the deity concealment shuttle. As for the resources needed to increase his level of cultivation, after he finished dealing with Bai Shirley and left this planet, it was really not difficult for him to obtain a large amount of star core origins with the innate ability of the Star Devourer in his body. Lilith was a living person, so she was quickly discovered. She had just taken out her private warship, but before she could jump in, the 10 landing ships surrounded her from all directions. 10 scorching light beams converged and shone on Lilith. She immediately closed her eyes and could not open them at all. She was so scared that she almost peed in her pants. She was really afraid that the other party would not say anything and directly launch such a cannon. But obviously, Bai Shirley would not do that. Seeing a living person all of a sudden, Although it was very likely that he was just a miner on the large engineering starship, they were the ones who discovered the wretched space pirate first after all. Chances were that they had some clues that were related to him. Therefore, Bai Shirley immediately gave the order to keep her alive. Moreover, he directly walked out of a landing ship. His figure slowly descended and approached Lilith. Behind him were 2 Federation major officers with a planetary corps rank, 7. The reason why he was so careless was that no matter whether it was the space pirate's warship or the concealment shuttle that he had stolen, there was no weapon system on it. No matter how powerful that space pirate was, even if he had concealed his cultivation at that time, he was at most core level 5 or 6. He was followed by 2 core level 7 cultivators, so nothing would happen to him. This was the opportunity that Yi Xian had been waiting for. He had predicted that Bai Shirley would appear and ask Lilith as soon as he saw her. Of course, Yi Xian would not give Lilith a chance to speak. However, Lilith suddenly realized this at this moment. Her face instantly turned pale as she screamed hoarsely, don't come over, I don't want to die." Right now in her eyes, Bai Shirley was the god of pestilence who was about to take her life. The latter's face immediately darkened. He obviously did not realize that something was wrong and thought that Lilith was afraid that he would kill her. Chapter 26:10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Oscillator, boom. Boom. A 10-meter thick pillar of scorching white energy suddenly appeared in the void without warning. Along the way, it reduced all the dust floating in the air to nothingness and arrived in front of them almost instantly, enveloping Bai Shirley, Lilith, and the 2 Federation majors behind the former. In an instant, the 4 of them were reduced to ashes. However, the God Concealment Shuttle's star cannon energy beam was not over yet and continued to blast forward. Under the impact, the landing ship that Bai Shirley had just stepped out of was instantly pierced through, producing a huge explosion. In an instant, flames soared into the sky as the landing ship turned into a huge fireball and crashed to the ground. Just a single shot had destroyed a landing ship. At the same time, there were 4 powerhouses, including Bai Shirley. Among the latter, there were even 2 level 7 star core realm powerhouses. However, under the attack of the star cannon energy beam, they were still reduced to ashes, not leaving behind a single hair. In the distance, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Now that even Bai Shirley was dead, there was no one who had seen his true appearance. Even if he returned to Sky River Planet, Yi Xian did not have to worry at all. Although Bai Shirley had left behind a portrait that was 60 to 70% similar to his original appearance, there were so many Federation citizens on Sky River Planet that there were many who looked alike. Yi Xian only needed to disguise himself a little and it would be foolproof. However, although his worries had been resolved, the trouble in front of him was clearly not over yet. Almost at the same instant that the God Concealment Shuttle's star cannon energy beam blasted out, the other 9 landing ships in the surroundings had also blasted out smaller energy beams one after another, sweeping toward Yi Xian. They intertwined in the air, forming a bright net of light beams, which was quite a sight to behold. However, Yi Xian immediately urged the God Concealment Shuttle to change its position. At this moment, he was no longer within the range of the intertwining energy beams. It was only now that he realized how advanced the concealment array that Bai Shirley had engraved on the God Concealment Shuttle's hull was. Before the shot was fired, Yi Xian was still worried that the launch of the star cannon would affect the concealment array of the God Concealment Shuttle, causing its hull to be revealed. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. From this alone, one could see how advanced the concealment array was. The remaining 9 landing ships were not equipped with star cannons. They were not at all. The energy beams fired from star cannon had a diameter of 10 meters, but the diameters of these small energy cannons were only about half a meter or so. Star cannons were only about half a meter. Even if the stars, even if the God Concealment Shuttle, translation the God Concealment Shuttle. On the other hand, the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky were also equipped with star cannons. The energy beams fired from them were also 10 meters in diameter. Even if the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle could withstand 1 or 2 of the attacks, the amount of star core energy consumed to defend against such attacks was obviously very frightening. Yi Xian did not have a lot of star core energy to replenish the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle. He was not sure if it would be enough for the energy shield to withstand a few shots. Therefore, to him, the most important thing right now was to escape. Bai Shirley was already dead. He was not in the mood to be entangled with the 9 landing ships. Following Yi Xian's thought, the God Concealment Shuttle turned around. After circling a little, it quickly shot into the sky. The direction it was facing was the gap between the flagship of the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky and another battleship. The planet below was so huge that even if the 10 battleships could surround it, the gap between the 2 battleships was obviously very wide. Under the circumstances where the God Concealment Shuttle was not exposed, it was entirely possible for it to rush out directly. Like a fish that had broken through a net, as long as this layer of defense was broken through, there would be a wide open sky. At the same time, in the central flagship of the 10 battleships in the sky, a major with a pale face roared like thunder. Everyone in the flagship central control room saw the scene that happened on the surface of the planet clearly through the big screen. The destruction of a landing ship and the death of 2 low-level Federation officers was already enough for them to drink a pot of wine when they returned. Now, even Bai Shirley had been blasted into smithereens. This matter was simply too shocking. It was obvious that they had to bear the anger of both Bai Zhengjun and Heavenly River Planet's military commander, Zhao Long, at the same time. Whether or not they could survive was another matter altogether. At this moment, the crisis of life and death had already caused the face of the Major to turn ferocious. He stomped his feet and cursed while issuing orders. "Kill him. You must kill him. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Damn it, even Bai Shirley is dead. It's over this time. Activate the space oscillator, no matter the energy consumption, activate all 10 battleships, form a space oscillation net, and force that guy's hidden battleship out." Damn it, who the hell is this guy? I didn't expect that there would be a second person here besides Bai Shirley, who engraved a concealment array on a private small battleship. If not, how could we be so careless? Damn it, this is too extravagant. Isn't it just a private small battleship? In addition to the engraving of a concealment array, there are actually star cannons? This is simply asking for our lives. One. As the Major complained with despair and exasperation, the flagship under his feet suddenly shook slightly, and a low buzzing sound that was low but at a very fast frequency was heard. In fact, the 9 battleships in the other directions also did the same. This was the sign that the space oscillator had been activated and began to work. This kind of device can't be equipped on small and medium-sized battleships because it consumes too much energy, and because it produces a vibration effect against space, it also has a certain impact on the hull itself. Only strong large battleships can be equipped with it. At this time, the 10 entry-level large battleships activated the space oscillator at the same time regardless of the energy consumption. In an instant, an invisible net was constructed above this huge black planet. This net covered the entire space above the planet, causing it to tremble violently. Although the body of the Hidden God shuttle was engraved with a concealment array, it had a special effect against this kind of space oscillation. In the next moment, the Hidden God shuttle, which had just rushed to the gap between the 2 battleships at an extremely fast speed, revealed the shape of the battleship without any suspense. It was captured by the 10 planet-level battleships and was immediately locked on. Fire. 10 battleships. Fire the star cannons. Turn him into ashes. Roar. With a crazy and ruthless light in his eyes, the Major in the flagship's control room stared closely at the Hidden God shuttle that appeared on the big screen in front of him. He gritted his teeth and issued the order to attack. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly hit Yi Xian's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. He suddenly roared, "Turn off the energy shield, ignore the defense. Break through at full speed." Chapter 2611. Chapter 2611. Chapter 2611 Tianhe Star Turbulence, Wang. At this moment, Yi Xian's ears were filled with this kind of high-frequency low-buzzing sound. The entire God Concealment Shuttle seemed to be placed on a platform that was vibrating at high speed. The hull of the shuttle continued to vibrate, which was caused by the strange power of the space oscillator. It directly affected the speed of the God Concealment Shuttle, allowing the star cannons of the 10 planetary-level warships to have the possibility of locking onto the shuttle. And at this time, Yi Xian's order was to turn off the energy shield, disregard the defense, and break out at full speed. This was a gamble with his life on the line. Even if the energy shield was not turned off, it could not withstand the bombardment of the 10 star cannon's energy beams at the same time. It would eventually be destroyed. And turning on the energy shield would consume a part of the energy, which would more or less affect the speed of the God Concealment Shuttle. After weighing the 2 options, Yi Xian made a choice at the risk of his life. either throw everything aside and break out with speed, or if he could not break out of this space oscillation area, the final result would be the destruction of the shuttle and the death of the passengers. Xiao! 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 It was as if the sound of the scorching white energy beams could be heard as the 10-star cannon's energy beams converged at the same time. At the same time, the energy shield that enveloped the God Concealment Shuttle disappeared in an instant. What accompanied it was that the shuttle, which seemed to have fallen into a swamp, suddenly rushed upwards. This was a sign of the instantaneous increase in speed. It was this sudden rush that allowed the God Concealment Shuttle, which was trapped in this high-frequency space oscillation area, to break free with a whoosh. It rushed out of the large oscillation net and entered the normal universe void outside the net. It was also at this time that the 10 terrifying star cannon's energy beams came rumbling, all landing on the position where the God Concealment Shuttle was at half an instant ago. The terrifying energy exploded, actually tearing apart that small area of space that was vibrating at high frequency, forming a void black hole with a radius of a few miles. The endless suction force of the black hole came, and a large amount of floating dust was drawn in. It was directly swallowed. At this time, the God Concealment Shuttle that had rushed out of the encirclement had activated its energy shield again under the command of Yi Xian. Then, with a speed that surpassed that of the 10 planetary-level warships, it instantly rushed into the void of the galaxy in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ran away? It actually ran away? We are finished. Quick! Hurry and evacuate. The space collapsed. This black hole will gradually expand and eventually swallow everything. Immediately report to the Xianxia star. We are in big trouble. In the flagship's main command, the star-level warship. After he gritted his teeth and cursed, he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. Because of this, what he had to face is. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order at all. In the next second after the formation of this miniature void black hole, the other planetary-level warships in the surroundings had already activated their maximum speed and retreated into the distance at the same time, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. A black hole would swallow everything, and once a black hole was formed, it was very difficult to repair it. Of course, a single beam of energy from a star cannon couldn't break open the void of the galaxy. In fact, the probability of 10 or even 100 beams of energy from a star cannon working together was very small. However, it just so happened that the only point of convergence of these 10 star cannons was under the influence of a space oscillator. As such, the probability of this happening was greatly increased. It could only be said that these guys were unlucky. Even if the probability of a black hole was increased, it might not necessarily appear. However, this time they had hit the jackpot. This black hole had clearly appeared. The entire vast and boundless domain of the graveyard had originally been a huge black hole that was slowly forming. Now, a real black hole had suddenly appeared in this unformed black hole. Although it was very small, its current area was almost like a sesame seed in the ocean compared to the entire domain of the graveyard of stars. However, it had appeared after all. As time passed, the entire domain of the graveyard of stars would be affected. It was just that no one could say for sure what kind of effect it would have. Even Yi Xian, who had already escaped, had never expected that his forced escape would leave behind such a huge hidden danger, which would affect the entire domain of the graveyard of stars at some point in the future, and even Universe 3, where the myriad Luo Federation was located. The 10 starships soon left, but this enormous black star didn't calm down. Instead, the storm raged even more fiercely. A powerful suction force was constantly emitting from the miniature black hole, which was about a mile in diameter. It slowly sucked in the surrounding void and the floating dust on the surface of the planet below, and then devoured it. The sky above the black star had already turned into a land of death. When this scene was witnessed by Baldy Sue and the others, who had just walked out of the cave in the depths of the dry trench, they opened their mouths wide and fell into a daze at the same time, as if they had made an agreement. They didn't know about the deaths of Lilith and by Shirley, nor did they know that the 10 starships had fired at the same time. Therefore, they couldn't understand how this miniature black hole had appeared in the sky. However, there was one thing they all understood, which was that something big was going to happen on the Heavenly River planet this time. This was a black hole. A real black hole had appeared in the domain of the graveyard of stars. In fact, before the 10 starships of the Federation returned, the entire Heavenly River planet was in an uproar while they were still on their way back. The death of Bai Shirley wasn't a big deal, but the miniature black hole was a matter of great importance. The major on the flagship didn't dare to hide it, so he contacted the Heavenly River Planet and reported it as it was. The officials of the Heavenly River Planet didn't dare to hide it, either. They published it on the internal Skynet of the Heavenly River Planet as soon as possible, and reported it to Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the garrison on the Heavenly River Planet. At this moment, in the official residence of the Heavenly River Planet's Heavenly River City in the northern region of the Heavenly River Planet, Bai Zhengjuan's thunderous roars were echoing incessantly. Good-for-nothings. Trash. A bunch of bastards. My good grandson is gone. Just like that? Goddamn space pirates, I, Bai Zhengjun, will never let this go. I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately. I want to talk to Jianghu. His son is gone. At the same time, in a huge starry city above the vast ocean in the eastern region of the Heavenly River Planet, Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's army, was in the same state as Bai Zhengjun. At this moment, he was so angry that he was laughing. A black hole? A black hole? Ha ha ha. This is too big. Who would have thought that a real black hole would appear in the domain of the graveyard of stars? Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately and report it to the military headquarters. Tell them that I'm here to kill those good-for-nothings with my own hands. Chapter 26:12. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Star Corps Level 5 in the Federation's military, a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was only an entry-level battleship. A 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered the main battleship of a small country. The Sky River Star Federation's military was also equipped with a stellar-class battleship. One of them was allocated to Bai Zhengjun to act as his bodyguard. As for the other 99 stellar-class battleships, the Major General of the Sky River Star Federation's military was in the hands of Zhao Long. Of course, in the Sky River Star Federation's military, the 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was not the most advanced. There was also a 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. It was no longer in the shape of a traditional battleship. Instead, it was shaped like a beehive. This kind of 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered a small one. In the capital, Tianchen Star, there was an even larger one. However, in the Sky River Star, other than the 99 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships, there were only 2 of them. Usually, they would not be deployed because the energy consumption was too terrifying. The Sky River Star Federation's military did not have such a 10,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. Following Zhao Long's orders, 20 stellar-class Federation battleships flew out of the Sky River Star and quickly rushed to the area where the incident occurred. This powerful fleet would immediately seal off the area where the miniature black hole appeared to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. At the same time, they would wait for the experts from Tianchen Star to resolve this matter. At the same time, the Sky River Star's planetary-class battleship, Bai Zhengjun, also spread the news of Yi Xian's arrest through various channels. This time, it was no longer an official arrest warrant. After all, even Bai Zhengjun had to keep a low profile after causing such a big trouble. However, this time, the bounty on the wanted poster issued by the black market had increased tenfold from the previous 10 billion star coins to a terrifying 100 billion star coins. As the news spread, a large number of interstellar mercenaries and Federation powerhouses swarmed out of the Sky River Star and rushed to the depths of the Graveyard Star region. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. Yi Xian didn't stop for even a second after that enormous black star had escaped. He drove the God-concealing shuttle at full speed, traveling day and night through the vast void of the domain of the buried meteorite for 5 days straight. Only when he felt that he was far enough away from that non-stellar region did Yi Xian stop. Although he didn't know about the miniature black hole, just the death of Bai Shirley was enough for Heavenly River Star to not let this matter rest. As a result, when Yi Xian, who was fleeing all the way, found some planets that were worth excavating along the way, he clenched his teeth and forcefully endured it, directly ignoring it. However, now that he was in a safe zone, exploring the stars and excavating the star core origin immediately became his top priority. Not only did the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's energy module need it, but he also needed it urgently for himself. There was a limit to the speed at which an ordinary powerhouse could absorb the star core origin, but Yi Xian had the Astral Devourer and the Devouring System, so this limit was basically reduced to the extreme. As long as he had enough star core sources, his strength would be able to continuously rise. Bai Shirley's death caused the sense of danger in Yi Xian's heart to grow even stronger. He had to grow up as soon as possible. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Yi Xian believed that one day, the truth of Bai Shirley's death would be uncovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin. Level 4 green, 1 foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin. Level 3 green, half a foot square. The stellar region in front of him was quite barren. Yi Xian had only encountered a small private warship on his way here, and after arriving here, there was nothing in the vast void except for a large number of stars of varying sizes and cosmic dust. However, although it was barren, the stars in this stellar region did not disappoint Yi Xian. He had simply controlled the soul concealment shuttle to wander around casually when the notifications of the devouring system continuously rang out in his mind. It was the system that had captured the aura of the star core origin within these stars through the innate ability of the star-devouring beast that he had already fused with. Although most of the notifications did not attract Yi Xian's attention, because the star core origin in the center of the stars was too little, or the level was too low, so he did not care. However, there were some stars that had a considerable amount of star core origin. For example, there was a star that was so small that it was almost like a meteor. The core of the star core contained a level 6 blue star core that was a foot long. To the current Yi Xian, this was simply a pleasant surprise. In the following time, Yi Xian went all out and excavated this stellar region for 3 whole days. The amount of star core origin he had collected was enough to fill up a cabin in the Hidden Soul Shuttle. And all of them were level 3 green star core origin and above. Among them, the best quality was even level 7 purple star core origin. However, there was not much of this level 7 purple star core origin, only about a quarter of a foot square, which made Yi Xian feel quite regretful. After 3 days, Ling Yi decided to stop the excavation. For safety reasons, he decided to absorb this pile of star core origin first and improve his cultivation strength before doing anything else. As there were many stars in this stellar region that had been excavated by him, it was no longer safe. Therefore, Ling Yi drove the Hidden Soul Shuttle and left this stellar region. He found a secluded and inconspicuous star in another stellar region that was 1 day's journey away and landed there. After choosing a place to cultivate in seclusion, Ling Yi restrained his aura and ordered the system to absorb the star core origin in the cabin. Of course, before the order was issued, Yi Xian had already sorted out the star core origin that almost filled the entire cabin. The level 7 purple star core origin that was about a quarter of a foot square and the level 6 blue star core origin that was about a foot square were stored in another cabin. He planned to use such high-quality goods when he reached the level 6 star core realm so that he could use them more efficiently. The rest of the star core origin was level 5 red star core origin and below, which was suitable for Yi Xian at the moment. However, he did not absorb all of them. He stuffed about a third of them into the energy cabin of the Hidden Soul Shuttle. The star core origin in the energy cabin was not to be absorbed immediately. The energy of the star core origin that was thrown in would be absorbed when it was idle and then stored in the energy core of the Hidden Soul Shuttle. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid of too much. As for the empty star core crystals that had been absorbed, they would automatically be moved out of a small cabin on the side. This time, the seclusion lasted for 2 whole days. When there was only about 2 feet square of level 3 blue star core origin left in the cabin that was used to absorb the star core origin, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 26:13. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios am rich. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the notification from the devouring system, ending his seclusion. He first sensed the power of the 5th order core stage and was delighted to find that it was indeed much stronger. However, when he scanned the cabin of the soul concealment shuttle with his consciousness, he realized that the small mountain of star core origins had been reduced to a small pile of level 3 cyan star core origins. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was only at the 5th order core stage, yet he needed such a large amount of star core origins to break through. What about the 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order? As for the meteor stage after the core stage, there was no need to even mention it. It seemed that he would have to spend most of his energy on mining star core origins in the future. When he realized this, Yi Xian realized how lucky he was to have encountered a young star devourer as soon as he entered the astral world. He knew that the star devourer was very precious. Otherwise, the devouring system would not have evaluated its bloodline as rare grade. However, Yi Xian had not realized the importance of star core origins and how difficult it was to extract them. so he did not have a strong feeling about it. It was only now that he finally understood. Although there were many star beasts in the vast universe, there were not many whose bloodlines could be extracted. Among them, the Star Devourer was definitely ranked at the top. The Star Devourer was even rarer. Even if one encountered one, if it was already an adult, its bloodline could not be extracted, so it was useless. This was also the reason why an existence like by Shirley would be so crazy after encountering a young space devourer. He did not hesitate to leave the guard fleet alone and pay a huge price to capture it. If Yi Xian had not obtained the Star Devourer, his cultivation level would still be stagnant at the First Order core stage. Even the Soul Concealment Shuttle would not be a dream. However, even if he had the Star Devourer's bloodline, Yi Xian was still under a lot of pressure. First of all, the various auxiliary systems of the devouring system needed to be activated. Some special treasures and resources must be obtained, such as the activation of the devouring system. In addition, even if it was an activated devouring system, the amount of fusion energy required to fuse with a treasure was already quite a large expenditure. It wasn't even lower than the amount of fusion energy required to increase Yi Xian's own strength. His spirit concealment shuttle had already appeared on the surveillance screens of the 10 planetary-level warships. As long as it appeared in front of others, his identity would be immediately exposed. Therefore, for Yi Xian, the next thing he had to do was to find a suitable small warship and fuse it 3 more times to change the external characteristics of the spirit concealment shuttle. Not to mention a suitable small warship, just the amount of star core origin required for 3 fusions was bound to be substantial. In other words, Yi Xian needed a large amount of planetary core origin for his own cultivation. On the other hand, the newly activated fusion system also needed a large amount of planetary core origin. Under such circumstances, even though he had the Star Devourer's bloodline, which was extremely sensitive to planetary core origin and could easily detect its aura, Yi Xian still felt the pressure on his shoulders very heavy. In such a short period of time, I have already broken through from level 1 to level 5. It is really inconvenient for me to continue breaking through crazily. It takes time to stabilize my cultivation. Otherwise, if my foundation is not stable, it will affect my future achievements. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, I'll use the next period of time to excavate the source of the star core. For the 3rd fusion of the God Concealment Shuttle, as well as the next breakthrough in cultivation. Mining. Crazily mining. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian jumped into the Spirit Concealment Shuttle. With a thought, he flew up from the planet where he had been in seclusion and once again rushed toward the depths of the graveyard star zone. Along the way, the devouring system's notification rang in his mind from time to time, but Yi Xian ignored it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 3 cyan, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 2 orange, half a foot square. These were all low-level goods below level 4, which could no longer satisfy Yi Xian's needs, let alone arouse his interest. In Yi Xian's opinion, all of this was natural. However, if this matter were to spread to the ears of the other interstellar mercenaries or cultivators of the Heavenly River Star, they would probably instantly overturn a large amount of vinegar jars. For them, a level 2 orange planetary core origin that was half a foot square was definitely a big gain, but Yi Xian didn't care about it at all. In fact, the more important reason was that the system's notification sounds were very scattered in his mind. Often, they would only ring again when he was far away in the void. With the experience of mining planetary core origin in the void before, Yi Xian had already discovered that areas with a large amount of planetary core origin, or high-level planetary core origin, usually had a very high proportion of planetary core origin in the central core of all the stars in the star zone. If one looked at a large number of stars and only sensed a few of them contained planetary core origin, then this star zone would basically not have much to gain, so it was not worth staying in. 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days, Yi Xian had not stopped because he had not found an area with a relatively high density of stars containing planetary core origin that could be mined. When even he was getting a little impatient, a pleasant surprise finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 6 blue, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 7 purple, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 9, 9 colored, weak reserve. As the system's notifications rang in his mind, Yi Xian was completely stunned. He even forgot to stop controlling the hidden soul shuttle immediately. It was only when the system's notifications in his mind gradually faded away, and he was far away from the star zone that he reacted with a jolt and hurriedly turned around. Forget about the level 4 green origin. Even the level 6 blue origin was 2 feet square. Yi Xian had never seen such a large level 6 blue planetary core origin before. This color, the level 7 purple origin, was half a foot square, and there was even the legendary level 9 colored. Although the reserve was weak, this was a 9-colored planetary core origin. The fact that there was a level 9 colored planetary core origin in this place was already a problem. More importantly, when Yi Xian passed by this star zone, the system's notifications rang in his mind one after another almost without pause. There was a limit to how far the astral devourer could sense the aura of planetary core origin. The continuous notifications could only mean that in this star zone, the proportion of stars with planetary core origin in the center of the star zone was extremely high. Chapter 26:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation A Great Harvest, Ding. Congratulations to the host. Discovered Star Core Origin. Level 9. 9 colors. Low reserve. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Discovered Star Core Origin. Level 8. Black color. Low reserve. As Yi Xian controlled the God Concealment Shuttle to return and circled around the starfield, the system prompt in his mind once again sounded out like a tide. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately start digging. He planned to roughly explore this area with an astonishing amount of star core origin energy, determine the best center point of the reserves, and then delineate the area. Then, from the center point, he would continuously excavate outwards. After half a day, the work was finally completed. Yi Xian was so excited that his face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. This was because the area with the densest amount of star core origin wasn't small at all. Even with his full speed, it would take Yi Xian several hours to cover the distance from the central point to the edges. He was now a level 5 star core realm warrior. It was easy to imagine the distance he would leave behind after flying at full speed for several hours. Furthermore, this was only the radius of the densest amount of star core origin. In short, this time, he had to be rich even if he didn't want to. It was definitely going to be a great harvest. For the next half a month, Yi Xian stayed in this area. Although he had the bloodline ability of the Star Devourer beast, which allowed him to keenly sense if there was any star core origin at the center of the star field within a certain distance, he still didn't have enough star core origin. However, after confirming the amount of star core origin, Yi Xian still had to manually excavate the star core origin one by one until he reached a certain distance. Only then could he use the Devourer system's devouring hand to grab the star core origin. Therefore, the excavation progress wasn't very fast. However, Yi Xian had the heavenly meteorite sword that had been fused once, so the excavation speed wasn't slow at all. After half a month, he had excavated a total of more than 8,000 stars in this star field. The amount of star core origin he obtained was simply vast. After half a month of continuous excavation, the star core origin in this star field had basically been excavated by him. Although there were still some stars at the edges, because they weren't of the highest quality and were more scattered, to the current Yi Xian had completely lost the motivation to excavate them. This time's crazy star core origin. Translation Origin Yi Xian immediately activated the God Concealment Shuttle and quickly left the star field. After all, in such a small star field, so many stars had been excavated at a high density. Regardless of whether there were any gains or how much they had, this kind of action was worthy of suspicion. Once other experts passed by and discovered the situation, there would definitely be trouble. It wasn't that Yi Xian was afraid of trouble. The problem was that he was anxious to take stock of his gains. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. The Soul Concealment Shuttle traveled at full speed for 4 full days before finally stopping at a rather remote star field. Yi Xian's figure landed on an extremely barren black star. He hid underground and began to take inventory. At this moment, almost all the cabins of the Soul Concealment Shuttle were filled with star core sources of different colors and levels. Of course, every time Yi Xian harvested something, he would collect the star core origins and store them in the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's cabin. He would classify them according to their color and grade, so it was very convenient to count them now. In addition to the main control room, The Soul Concealment Shuttle had 12 cabins, 8 of which were empty. Right now, all 8 cabins were filled with star core origins. The colors and grades of these star core origins ranged from level 4 green to level 5 red, level 6 blue, level 7 purple, including the legendary level 8 black and level 9 colored. Xianxia didn't specially mind the star core origins of level 3 blue and below. However, there were other high-grade star core origins beside them. Xianxia collected all of these star core origins, but he didn't pile them up. Instead, he threw them all into the energy cabin of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. After the energy contained in them was quickly absorbed, they turned into piles of blank star core crystals and piled up into a small mountain at the bottom of the cabin. Among the 8 cabins, level 4 green star core origins were piled up in 5 cabins. The total amount reached hundreds of cubic meters. It wasn't a cubic meter, it was a cubic meter. In the other 3 cabins, level 5 red star core origins were piled up in an entire cabin, nearly 100 cubic meters. Of the other 2 cabins, one was full, while the other still had a lot of space. The full one was piled up with level 6 blue and level 7 purple. The former was more than 70 cubic meters, while the latter was more than 20 cubic meters. The last cabin that wasn't full was filled with level 8 black and level 9 colored legendary star core origins. Of these 2 legendary star core origins, Xianxia had mined a total of 2 cubic meters of the level 8 black origin, while the top-notch level 9 colored origin was in fist-sized pieces. There were a total of 108 pieces, which didn't even add up to half a cubic meter. However, Xianxia had stored them in the most secretive part of the cabin. He had even added layers of protective formations to conceal the dazzling 9-colored radiance of his eyes. Xianxia didn't plan to use the level 7 purple, level 8 black, and level 9 colored origin for now. It would be too wasteful. He planned to use them when he broke through to the level 9 star core realm. Currently, his cultivation was at the level 5 star core realm, which was 4 small stages away from the level 9 star core realm. The remaining level 6 blue, level 5 red, and level 4 green star core origins were simply too vast. In Xianxia's opinion, it should be enough for him to fill these 4 small stages of the star core realm. No matter what, I have to fill up the energy reserve of the Soul Concealment Shuttle first. I'll have to use it in the future. After checking, Xianxia made a decision. With a thought, the entire level 4 green star core origins in the cabin started to flow into the energy cabin. After the energy was quickly absorbed, they turned into empty green star core crystals and appeared in the largest cabin of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. This process continued for almost a day. After consuming half a cabin's level 4 green star core origins, the Soul Concealment Shuttle's energy reserve was finally full. There was no way to extract more. Xianxia piled the empty energy cabin into half of the level 4 green star core origins before stopping. At this point, apart from the level 7 purple star core origins and above, Xianxia still had 300 cubic meters of level 4 green star core origins, nearly 100 cubic meters of level 5 red star core origins, and more than 70 cubic meters of level 6 blue star core origins. Chapter 26:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Immortal Rank Fragment for Xianxia. He definitely did not lack star core sources for the time being. But in the face of the mountain-like pile of star core sources in the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, he suddenly felt at a loss for what to do. He did not know what to do next. In terms of cultivation, he had made several breakthroughs in a short period of time. Currently, he was already at level 5 star core realm. It was not good for him to continue to make rapid progress in the near future. Otherwise, his foundation would not be stable, and it would affect him greatly in the future. Of course, there were many other things he could do besides cultivating, such as fusing treasures and so on. But now, he had a huge amount of star core sources, but he did not have any treasures to fuse them with. After some hesitation, Xianxia gritted his teeth and decided to return to Sky River Planet first. Before the Spirit Concealment Shuttle completed its 3rd fusion, it could not be shown to the public. This was a very serious restriction that had to be solved as soon as possible. In addition, the empty star core crystals in the bottom compartment were almost full. These were all star coins. He could not just throw them away like trash, right? Only when he returned to Sky River Planet could he exchange them for star coins at the Federation Hall. Of course, it could be polished physical objects, or virtual star coins tied to his identity as a citizen of the Federation. Xianxia obviously preferred the latter. With the star coins, One could exchange them for all kinds of treasures, cultivation techniques, special materials, and other cultivation resources in the Federal Affairs Hall. Of course, the star core sources that had not been absorbed were more valuable and could be exchanged for more things. Yi Xian had roughly glanced at many items before. Many of the items were specifically marked that they could only be exchanged with star core sources or other treasures. Star coins were not accepted. This was not a problem for Yi Xian. As long as there was something he really needed, be it star coins or star core sources, he could take them all out, and in large quantities. The only pity was that star coins and star core sources could only be exchanged for items in the Myriad Federation Hall. They could not be exchanged for items in the Devour Exchange Shop. In order to exchange for items, techniques, bloodlines, and abilities from the system, one needed Devour sources. Yi Xian only had one Devour source at the moment, and it was a bonus when the system was upgraded to the star level. Everything that could be exchanged for was of little value. Myriad Federation is so big, Devour sources, news, Yi Xian translation news. Star coins and star core sources. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. His desire to return to Heavenly River Star instantly soared, so he didn't hesitate any longer. After activating the concealment formation of the God Concealment Shuttle, the battleship instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the vast void. On the way back, the number of Federation experts they encountered was clearly much greater than when they first arrived. Although Yi Xian was well aware of this, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he could have connected to the Heavenly River Planet's federal network through the Soul Concealment Shuttle's onboard system. He could have used that to investigate the situation and news on Heavenly River Planet. However, after thinking about it over and over again, Yi Xian gave up in the end. The Heavenly River Star's Starry Sky network was obviously very powerful. If he left behind something like a back door or a wooden horse in the God Concealment Shuttle system, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Because of this, Yi Xian thought of another problem, which was his information channel in the future. The Devour sources he needed were not ordinary items. It was hard to say whether the small Sky River Star had any. But there was a huge Tianqian country on Sky River Star. Above Tianqian country, there were 3 big empires, and above those 3 empires, there was the whole Immortal Dynasty. It was certain that the Devour sources existed in the entire Immortal Dynasty, but Yi Xian had no way of obtaining this information because he had no access to the Star Network. In the scientific and technological base of the human world of the Myriad Luo Federation, there was a superbrain in almost every administrative planet. It was the central data processing center of the administrative planet, and it was also the network hub that connected the neighboring administrative planets. Battleships that roamed the void of the galaxy could also connect to it through the equipment on the battleships. The maximum distance was determined by the level of the battleship. The larger the battleship, the greater the distance it could maintain a network connection with the superbrain of the administrative planet. Of course, this kind of network was only the internal network of a single administrative planet. The star network of the technological faction of the Immortal Dynasty had 4 levels. In the Immortal Star where the imperial capital was located, there was an immortal superbrain. Half of the endless territory of the imperial capital was covered by the network of this immortal superbrain. This was the Level 1 network. The 3 big empires under the imperial capital were the Level 2 network. The Level 3 network was for the hundreds of small countries under the 3 big empires. Below the small countries was the Level 4 network, which was the internal network of each planet's administrative planet. The star superbrain in the Sky River planet was one of the many Level 4 networks in the Tianqian Nation's star sector. In the Sky River planet and its surrounding star sectors, anyone who wanted to access the Level 3 network of the Tianqian Nation had to go through it. Unfortunately, not everyone had the authority to access a Level 3 superbrain through the Level 4 superbrain. This was because the star superbrain of an administrative planet required a terrifying amount of energy to access the higher-level network. Without sufficient authority, the star superbrain could not provide any service. Although the devouring system was powerful, it could not forcibly suppress the star superbrain of an administrative planet and make it work for Yi Xian. As if it had sensed Yi Xian's distress, the devouring system's notification suddenly rang. Ding! System notification. To activate the Universal Independent Communication System, an immortal-level star superbrain is required. The first half of the notification made Yi Xian inexplicably happy, but after hearing the second half, he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. An immortal-level star superbrain? That was the first-level network core of the undying star of the royal capital. If they could get their hands on something like that, would Yixian have to worry about not being able to devour the origin? Ding. System notification. Searching for items in the Sky River Star Federation Exchange Hall. Ding. Discovered required item. Withered Superbrain X1. Rank: Immortal status. Deep slumber after atrophy. Form: Horn fragment. Value: Treasure grade. Yixian was petrified. It was an immortal rank superbrain. How did he find it so easily? Why did it feel like a dream? Even though it was only a fragment of a fragment that had fallen off from a shriveled superbrain, the words immortal were more than enough to crush everything. Moreover, even the devouring system's appraisal value was precious grade. Just a fragment of a piece could be appraised as precious grade by the system. Just this point alone explained a lot of things. Ding. Item appraisal complete. Enter Sky River Star? Only when the system notification rang in his mind again did Yixian recover from his great surprise. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly arrived at Sky River Star. It was right in front of him. No wonder the devouring system could check the information of the items in the Federation Exchange Hall. Chapter 26:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A mountain of stellar core crystals. Considering that the divine concealment shuttle could not be exposed, Yixian stopped in a void far away from the heavenly river planet. He spread out his divine sense, and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious in the vast starry sky around him, he stepped out of the divine concealment shuttle and put it into his body with a wave of his hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yixian once again arrived at the entrance to the heavenly river planet's protective barrier that he had passed through before. He blended in with the many powerhouses of the Federation and quickly entered the interior of the planet. With ease and familiarity, Yixian went straight to the floating platform where the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Hall of Affairs was located. He walked toward the window that specialized in purchasing blank stellar core crystals. The civil servants of the Federation in the window were all intelligent robots. Of course, as a service organization, these intelligent robots' appearances were still very pleasing to the eye. They were all beautiful women. The technology of the human race in the Myriad Federation was quite advanced in terms of the appearance and construction of artificial robots, so much so that they could pass for real. The platform of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Hall of Affairs was extremely vast, spanning dozens of square kilometers. Different buildings handled different affairs, so there was a lot of traffic. There was a long queue at almost every window or reception area. However, this window for purchasing blank stellar core crystals was the only one that was completely empty. Before Yixian arrived, this place was like a government office without a single person. Although it was a little strange, it was not difficult to understand. Although almost everyone in the vast Federation had something like stellar core crystals, after all, it was the most common and most important resource needed for cultivation. However, unless one had a special bloodline like Lilith's, or had a devouring system like Yixian's, the progress of ordinary cultivators in absorbing the energy contained in stellar core crystals was actually extremely slow. This situation directly led to the fact that even if cultivators could continuously obtain stellar core crystals that had been drained of their energy, they would only exchange them for star coins after accumulating a certain amount. This was the fundamental reason why this stellar core crystal exchange window was so empty. When Yixian approached the window, the beautiful robot inside immediately turned to look at him. Before she could ask, Yixian spoke first. "Hello, I would like to exchange for some stellar core crystals." "Yes, star coins, virtual ones, not physical ones." Perhaps it was because this window was too cold and cheerless, but Yixian standing here by himself was extremely eye-catching. As a result, some of the Federation experts who were queuing up at the other window subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Yes, the beautiful robot voice came from the voice. The system, voice translation from translation. The system voice translation is translation. Voice from translation. Translation voice translation. From within the window, the voice of the robot beauty sounded out. It was extremely pleasant to hear, and the smile on her face was also very amiable. It caused the remaining trace of nervousness in Yixian to disappear. However, looking at the window in front of him, which was only half a meter in size, he was a little stunned. After a moment, he grinned awkwardly. Is this the window? Isn't it a little too small? Don't you have a stellar core pouch? I suggest you exchange for one." The Federation Exchange Hall is on the east side. The beautiful robot's smile was still the same as before. She raised her hand and pointed to the east side of the window. A stellar core pouch with a capacity of 1 cubic meter only costs 10,000 star coins. Even a top-grade stellar core pouch with a capacity of 10 cubic meters only costs 1 million star coins. Of course, it's not usually used. Xianxia knew about the stellar core pouch she was talking about. This time, he did plan to exchange for a few to prevent the God Concealment Shuttle's bottom compartment from being full again. The stellar core pouch was jointly created by the top space technology experts of the Federation's Science and Technology faction and refiners of the Cultivation faction. Of course, it was not done by hand, but by an assembly line. Otherwise, there would be no way to open up the supply and promote the exchange on such a large scale. The reason for this type of stellar core pouch was that after the energy contained in the stellar core pouch was drained and turned into a blank stellar core crystal, it would continue to slowly absorb energy from the outside and store it inside. Because of this characteristic, ordinary space magical equipment was not suitable for storing stellar core crystals. Otherwise, in the long run, the magical equipment's quality and level would be affected. This type of stellar core pouch was made with special craftsmanship and special materials. In addition, it was mass-produced on a large scale. Its value was not high, so there was no such hidden danger. However, not to mention that Xianxia did not have a stellar core pouch now. Even if he had one, it would not be able to store the stellar core crystals that he had transferred from the bottom compartment of the God Concealment Shuttle and stored in his body. The top-grade stellar core pouch only had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. He had hundreds of cubic meters of stellar core crystals. How was he going to store them? He could not just reach out and hand him a bunch of pouches. Could he? Caught off guard, Xianxia felt extremely embarrassed. I don't have a stellar core pouch for the time being. Also, the space in the stellar core pouch is not enough. Because my stellar core crystals are, more than enough. So, can you make a warehouse or something for me to store them in? The beautiful robot at the window was stunned. Warehouse? He was just retrieving a bit of stellar core pouch, and he was asking for a warehouse? She had never encountered such a situation before. At the other windows on the left and right sides, some snickers could be heard at this time, revealing a sense of mockery and ridicule. Sorry, this is the reception window, not a warehouse. If you really have a lot of stellar core crystals and cannot pass them in through the window, I suggest that you take them out directly and put them on the counter. I will help you count them. The beautiful robot's voice was still pleasant, but the smile on her face was gone. With the technology of the Eternal Dynasty, it was already possible for these intelligent robots to have some simple emotional transformations. After all, the Tianji race had already developed self-awareness and finally rebelled against the human race. In comparison, this kind of simple emotional transformations was really nothing. Counter. Xianxia glanced at the long and narrow platform outside the window in front of him and pouted. I don't think I can put them all in here. How about I pile them on the ground? There's no one here anyway. But you just said that you would be the one to count them. Actually, I'm more inclined to put them in the room. Why don't you open the door? The beautiful robot's expression became more and more unpleasant, and even her tone was cold. Please abide by the rules of the reception hall. During working hours, no windows or doors are allowed to be opened casually. All right, you can take out your stellar core crystals now. If you really have a lot, I can ask for help from the higher-ups. All right, that's what you said. Anyway, I've already suggested it, so there's nothing you can do if you don't listen. Xianxia shrugged, then raised his hand and waved, taking out the large pile of stellar core crystals that he had stored in advance. Walala. A continuous series of strange sounds rang out. In an instant, a small mountain of stellar core crystals of various colors was piled up on the ground behind him. There were at least 200 to 300 cubic meters of them. Chapter 26:17. The purple lightning shuttle engraved with the speed formation. Hello. Hello. Beauty, can you hear me? Did you run out of battery? After Xianxia called out a few times, the robot Beauty, whose mouth was agape and eyes glazed over, as if she had run out of battery, finally came back to her senses with a jolt. Immediately, she turned to look at Xianxia with a flushed face. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I've never seen anyone bring so many star core crystals to exchange. The most I've ever brought was not even 1/10 of the amount here. I accidentally picked them up in space. Before this, they had been piled up in a valley behind an abandoned planet. They should have been scattered after a large battleship absorbed energy. Maybe there was a special situation, so it was not convenient to bring them along. Yi Xian grinned and explained everything in a few words. Although this kind of situation was 1 in a million, it didn't mean that it didn't exist at all. Normally, large battleships would absorb a lot of energy and accumulate a lot of star core crystals. If they were to encounter a sudden situation in space, it wasn't like they couldn't be treated as trash and dumped out. After all, the meaning they represented was only star coins. Although this explanation was bizarre, the Federation cultivators who were watching from the other windows all accepted it. It was like how it was difficult to win the lottery, but there were always such lucky people in the world. In their eyes, Yi Xian was undoubtedly one of them. Therefore, some sighs of admiration began to faintly ring out, all of them filled with envy. The robot beauty's work efficiency was not bad. In less than 3 minutes, a team of robots rushed over with instruments and star core capsules. They estimated the value of the pile of star core crystals on the spot, and then put them away with a large string of top-grade star core capsules. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a total of 1.68 billion star coins from the Federation. In less than a minute, Yi Xian heard the notification from the devouring system again. The huge amount of 1.68 billion startled him. A top-grade star core pouch with a space of 10 cubic meters only cost 1 million star coins. Didn't that mean that he could buy more than 1,000 of them? Yi Xian was stunned by the sudden wealth. He didn't know how he left the exchange window, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already in the hall of another building on the floating platform. It was the largest Heavenly River Star Federation exchange hall. The hall was filled with people. The 3 walls on the left, right and front were like LED LCD screens, but they were obviously much more high-end. They were densely packed with the words of the Federation. The 3 walls were divided into several large areas. Each area was further subdivided into many small areas. The items that were available for exchange were displayed in different categories. Anyone, as long as they had divine sense, could choose an item that they were interested in and extend their divine sense. All the items under this category, including their names and details, exchange requirements, prices, and so on, would appear in their mind. It was very convenient. Yi Xian only scanned through it briefly, and he felt like his eyes were going dizzy. The 3 walls were divided into thousands of small areas, and there were even more than a dozen large areas. It was a dazzling array of items. However, although there were many items available for exchange, it was impossible to successfully exchange for them without a corresponding amount of wealth. Among the dozen large areas, there was even a section that specifically limited the exchange of star core origin or treasures of the same value. It didn't accept star coins. The other large areas were divided into cultivation techniques, artifacts, battleships, special materials, and so on. The fragment of the immortal level superbrain that Yi Xian was determined to get was classified as an unknown substance under the large area of special items. The exchange requirement was 10 million star coins. It was simply a bargain. Suppressing the wild beating of his heart, Yi Xian immediately extended his divine sense and branded it. The system prompt that 1 million star coins had been automatically deducted rang in his mind. This 1 million star coins was the deposit. After the divine sense imprint was branded, the item would no longer appear in that category. The rest of the items could not be found even if one searched for them. All Yi Xian needed to do was to wait in line at the window of another building on the opposite side to pay the balance and receive the exchange item. Of course, if he changed his mind at the last minute, the deducted star coins would not be refunded. Although it was only a deposit, as long as there were no accidents, this fragment of the immortal level superbrain basically belonged to Yi Xian. This made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, completely fall back. Then, he swept his divine sense to the large section of battleships on the opposite wall, where small private battleships were located. As his divine sense touched the words on the wall, a long list of lists instantly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. All of them were small private battleships of various models and features. There were more than 10,000 options. No matter which one he liked, as long as he thought about it, the corresponding performance parameters and features of the battleship, including the exchange requirements and price, would automatically appear. Yi Xian just wanted to casually get a battleship and fuse it 3 times. He only wanted to change the appearance of the hidden god shuttle, but now that he had a choice, he naturally had to choose carefully. After some consideration, He decided to choose a battleship that had the advantage of speed. He already had the energy shield of the Hidden God shuttle and the star cannon, and these systems could be upgraded with each fusion in the future. It was fine as long as they were enough for now. There was no need to deliberately upgrade these two attributes. However, speed was extremely important. After all, the starry sky was vast and boundless. The faster the battleship was, the more time it would save for the cultivators. As for the advantage in escaping, that was even more important. Therefore, the speed of a small private battleship was indeed very important. After confirming, Yi Xian added the option of speed to the list before he thought about it. Soon, the original 10,000 battleships were reduced by 95%. There were only slightly more than 500 battleships left. Yi Xian looked all the way down from the top of the list, but he didn't see any battleships that had the advantage in speed that he wanted. They were basically just slightly faster than ordinary battleships. Just as he was feeling disappointed, a battleship at the bottom of the list attracted Yi Xian's interest. Purple Lightning Shuttle? With a shuttle and electricity, wouldn't it be very fast? With a thought, Yi Xian immediately pulled up the detailed information of this battleship. The first thing he saw was its exchange value. A simple line of words shocked Yi Xian so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Exchange requirement. Star coins are not accepted. Only star core sources are accepted. All are required to be level 6 blue. The amount is 1 cubic meter. Level 6 blue, and it was 1 cubic meter. To exaggerate, it was almost enough to buy all the other battleships on the list, nearly 500 of them. If not for Yi Xian's fortuitous encounter in the starry sky that made him a windfall, he probably wouldn't even be able to take out 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core sources. This was simply asking for a price without telling the heavens. It was too shameless. Chapter 26:18. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Dongshu Chapter. Although the Cultivation faction and the Technology faction of the human race in the Wan Luo Federation were both very powerful, their cultivation methods and living environments were completely different. For example, in the Technology faction, the main cultivation method was actually to use all kinds of gene-strengthening drugs to explore and enhance the potential of the human body. Of course, the Technology faction also had various cultivation methods that belonged to the Cultivation faction, but they were not mainstream. This was not reflected in the Sky River planet at all. After all, it was in the Graveyard Star region. Countless experts of the Federation came and went, so the mobility was not small. It could be said that after a long period of development, the two factions had almost reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. Whether it was the Cultivation civilization or the Technology civilization, it was unlikely that there would be any major breakthroughs and advancements in a short time. It was in this context that some special items that combined the elements of cultivation and technology had appeared, such as battleships that were engraved with some kind of array or magical equipment that had been added with technology. These kinds of items were really in high demand in both factions and were very rare. No administrative planet would casually throw them into the exchange hall of the Federation. In the exchange hall of the Federation of any administrative planet, in addition to the items provided by the government, private individuals could also provide items on commission, but they would charge a commission of 10%. This Purple Lightning Shuttle obviously belonged to this category. Its owner must be in urgent need of a large amount of level 6 blue star core origin. Otherwise, such an excellent item would never be given to someone else. In short, this was a rare opportunity that could only be found by chance. Yi Xian was well aware of this. But at this moment, while examining the performance parameters and various attributes of the Purple Lightning Shuttle, he fell into deep thought and hesitation. An entire cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin was no joke. The previous batch of star core crystals was already a bit exaggerated. If he took out so many high-quality star core origin, it would be difficult for him not to be targeted. But he was extremely unwilling to give up just like that. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and finally sent out his soul imprint. However, as the star core origin was a physical object, it could not be directly deducted by the exchange hall system. Therefore, the deposit was in the form of 10 million star coins. After the exchange of the star core origin, the system would automatically refund the 10 million star coins. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned around and left. He planned to head to the lobby of the opposite building to complete the transaction and leave Sky River Star immediately. Now that his wealth had been exposed, it was not wise to stay here any longer. However, at this moment, the notification from the devouring system sounded again. Ding! Discovered Dongshu Void Fragment. Value: a starry sky treasure, immeasurable. It is strongly recommended that the host participate in the auction. Dongshu Fragment? Auction? Yi Xian was shocked and stopped in his tracks. As far as he could remember, this was the first time the devouring system had added the word intense in front of a suggestion. It had not even appeared when he discovered the fragment of the immortal level superbrain. This was clearly a deliberate reminder and emphasis. This alone was enough to show the value and importance of this Dongshu Void Fragment. Judging from the name, it should be a cultivation method, but it was a fragment. Even so, the system's evaluation of its value was still the highest level, immeasurable. Could it really be a starry sky treasure? Yi Xian's eyes immediately swept to the wall on the right side of the lobby. There was an auction panel there. After searching for a while, he found the Dongshu Void Fragment. However, the information about this item on the panel was extremely simple. It could even be said that there was no information at all. There were only a few words: cultivation method, fragment. In addition, there was only information about the auction of this item. There was no indication of the reserve price, only the time and place of the auction. It was at 8 o'clock tonight at the Sky River Auction Center. A starry sky treasure, of course, could not be missed. Yi Xian immediately sent out a strand of his soul imprint again, and paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. This was also the qualification to enter the Sky River Auction Center. There were now two choices in front of him. The first was to bid first, come back here after the auction, complete the transaction of the immortal grade Starry Sky Superbrain and the Purple Lightning Shuttle, and then leave quickly. The second was to complete the transaction of the two treasures first, and then immediately hand over the Purple Lightning Shuttle and the Hidden Soul Shuttle to the system for fusion. Calculating the time, the third fusion should be completed before the end of the auction at night. In this way, whether it was because he exposed himself during the transaction of the two treasures and attracted the attention of others, or because of other accidents during the subsequent auction, Yi Xian could immediately take out his battleship and leave quickly after leaving the Sky River planet and entering the void of the Star River outside. The Purple Lightning Shuttle was a top-grade battleship with a speed formation engraved on it. After the third fusion, the new battleship would definitely be greatly improved in terms of speed. No matter how powerful the masters who targeted him were, Yi Xian would have a certain chance of escaping. After some consideration, Yi Xian turned around and walked toward the exchange and delivery hall. He chose to first fuse his battleship 3 times. Although there was a chance that he would be targeted in advance, the increased speed of his battleship would obviously outweigh the disadvantages. There were also many Federation masters in the exchange and delivery hall. There were definitely more than 100 of them, but even so, there was still a long line in front of each window. Here, any window could complete the final transaction of a reservation and exchange. Yi Xian found a window with fewer people and waited. After about half an hour, the people in front of him finally completed their transactions, but behind Yi Xian, there were many new masters in line. At this moment, Yi Xian did not notice that one of the figures had already appeared not far away when he first took out the star core crystals to exchange for star coins. This person's appearance was not astonishing. He belonged to the type that would be difficult to recognize once he was thrown into the crowd. However, the light in his eyes was rather sharp. From time to time, he would vaguely glance in Yi Xian's direction. It was obvious that he'd long since had his eyes on him. May I ask if you have any transactions to complete? If you do, please imprint a strand of your divine sense on this memory terminal crystal. The system will identify it and retrieve the items you have exchanged. The staff at the window was still a beautiful robot. At this moment, as she reminded him, she raised her hand and pointed to the side of the window counter. There was a semi-transparent crystal the size of a fist there, presumably the so-called system memory terminal crystal. Although Yi Xian found it a little novel, he did not show it on his face. He nodded slightly and sent a strand of his divine sense over. In the window, the beautiful robot's voice quickly sounded again. You have exchanged 2 treasures. One of them costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million in advance for 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin. Chapter 26:19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhao Long's way of making money. As the beautiful robot's pleasant voice rang out from the window, the people behind Yi Xian, as well as in front of the windows to his left and right, All exclamations could be heard. Heavens, this guy is so rich. A single exchange is worth tens of millions of star coins. I haven't earned as much as he did 10 times over the past few years. What's the big deal about star coins? Didn't you hear that the exchange was done in physical form of star core origin? My bro, you're so awesome. Instead of keeping the star core origin for cultivation, you're actually using it for an exchange. How extravagant is that? Humph, you might think it's extravagant, but that might not necessarily be the case. Didn't you hear the exact amount and grade of the star core origin he handed over? Level 6 blue. 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter? Heavens, I haven't seen that many blue level 6 star cores in my entire life. He's not deliberately causing trouble, is he? He doesn't look that impressive, and his cultivation realm isn't that high either. He doesn't look like someone who can take out a single cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin. Following the sound of these discussions, the other windows on both sides immediately turned their attention to them. Gasps could be heard from time to time, and this small area gradually became noisy. Yi Xian's expression quickly darkened. He had expected to attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so big. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. This time, he didn't dare to take out the 1 cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin directly. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion. The effect of a concept in one's mind and seeing the real thing with one's own eyes were completely different. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to exchange for a few star core pouches. It was obviously not wise to return to the exchange hall now. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian could only ask the beautiful robot at the window for help. I'm sorry, I've used up all my star core pouches. Can I borrow one? Of course, every window has a star core pouch prepared. This is because there are situations like this where the exchange of star core origin happens occasionally. The female robot nodded. She raised her hand and handed a star core pouch out of the window. Yi Xian thanked him and put away the planetary core pouch. Then with a thought, he took out a cube of blue level 6 planetary core origin from the hidden god shuttle within his immortal world and transferred it into the planetary core pouch. After that, he took out the pouch again and passed it to the beautiful robot at the window. The quantity is correct. The grade is correct. Congratulations. The transaction is complete. The system has already returned the remaining 1 million star coins. Please check. The female robot checked the amount of star core origin in the star core pouch and quickly confirmed it. As she spoke, her right hand was already pressing a green button on the table in front of her. With a flash of light, a palm-sized spatial box appeared on the right side of the empty table. Inside it should be the 2 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. They had been teleported here from the warehouse. The value of this spatial box was not high. It was considered a low-grade storage treasure for commoners. The female robot directly handed it out of the window. Clearly, she had no intention of taking it back. It was a free gift for this transaction. Yi Xian reached out and took it. He did not dare to examine it in front of everyone. He flipped his hand and sent the spatial box into his immortal world. Then, he turned around and left. There were still a few hours before 8 p.m. However, there were too many people in this area. Yi Xian decided to enter the Heavenly River Auction Center early. After all, it was not a place that anyone could enter. One had to pay at least 10 million star coins to enter. After leaving the huge floating platform where the Federation Exchange Hall was located, Yi Xian immediately used the devouring system to check the location of the Heavenly River Auction Center. Then, with a flash of his body, he headed straight for it. At the same time, after Yi Xian left, the small commotion in the exchange hall quickly returned to order. Only a few voices were still discussing this matter. However, if one were to pay attention, one would notice that right after Yi Xian left, 4 or 5 people who were originally waiting in line suddenly left and hurriedly walked out of the exchange hall. Among them was the unprepossessing young man who had been waiting behind Yi Xian. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, his cultivation was not weak. He was already at level 7 core state, 2 whole levels higher than Yi Xian. As for his identity, it was no small matter on the Heavenly River planet. It was just that no one knew about it. After leaving the exchange hall, the young man did not immediately leave. Instead, he found a secluded place on the huge floating platform. After seeing that there was no one around, he raised his hand and threw out a few array flags. He set up a simple isolation array that could only hide images and sound in a small area. After doing all this, the young man in the array raised his hand and gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger. This ring was actually his personal internet terminal. In the human race's technological camp, personal internet terminals had long been diversified. It could be a ring, a pen, or even a button or pin that was nailed to clothes. With a flash of light, a 5-dimensional 3-dimensional virtual screen appeared in front of him. The young man casually tapped a few buttons on the screen, searched for some information, and then turned on the communication device. In less than 2 seconds, the virtual screen flashed, and a half-body image appeared. However, only half of the face could be seen. The other party had a square face, middle-aged, and had a very strong aura. He was wearing a Federation military uniform, and his military rank was terrifying. He was actually a major general. In the Tianchen country, the rank of major general was sufficient to assume the position of commanding general of any other administrative planets other than the Tianchen star. The Federation's commanding general of the Tianhe star, Zhao Long, was a major general. In fact, the Federation's major general who appeared in the virtual screen of the young man's personal terminal was Zhao Long. General, we found a big fish today. The young man's face was already full of flattery, and even his waist was slightly bent. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. That kid should be a hothead who just arrived at the Heavenly River planet. First, he threw out a few hundred cubes of stellar core crystals in public and exchanged them for more than 1 billion star coins. Then, he went to the exchange hall and exchanged 2 treasures. One was for 10 million star coins, and the other was for 1 cube of a level 6 blue stellar core origin. I suspect that he still has a lot of stellar core origin on him, and its grade is definitely not low. This kind of fat sheep is hard to come by in 100 years, General? Before the young man could finish, Zhao Long's cold and emotionless voice came from the virtual screen in front of him. Where is he? He should have gone to the Heavenly River Auction Center. I can check with the spies we planted in the exchange hall. He paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. Chapter 2620. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations' third fusion activation on the Heavenly River planet. Zhao Long was the only one who could make Bai Zhengjun fear him. His authority was monstrous. However, as a major general of the Federation, he had his own worries. This worry was that although he had a lot of authority, he couldn't turn it into his own power and benefits. The military discipline of the Everlasting Dynasty was extremely strict. No one dared to do something like embezzlement. Once the higher-ups found out, the consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, even though Zhao Long was already a major general, stationed on an administrative planet, and received an astronomical amount of military funds every year, he didn't dare to act rashly on these funds. In the Heavenly Dust Nation, all the financial officials of the military branches on the administrative planets were independent. They reported directly to the military headquarters on the Heavenly Dust planet. Therefore, although Zhao Long had military power, he didn't have enough. Of course, as a major general was considered a high-ranking official in the Federation, Zhao Long's annual salary was still very generous. It was enough for his cultivation and other expenses. If it was a normal person, it would be enough. However, Zhao Long was different. Not only was his family located on the Heavenly Dust planet, the capital of the Heavenly Dust Nation, but even on the Heavenly Dust planet, they were considered a first-class noble family. Such large families usually had a lot of people. In Zhao Long's generation, there were hundreds of direct descendants, and more than half of them were males. To Zhao Long, these cousins were all his future competitors for the position of the head of the Zhao family. With hundreds of males, it was naturally impossible for all of them to be outstanding. If Zhao Long was one of those mediocre people, there would be no need to compete at all because the chances were slim. However, he happened to be one of the top few among the hundreds of males in the Zhao family. Since that was the case, how could he not compete for the position of the head of the family? The human race of the Starry Era had left behind too many profound lessons. Basically, there was no such thing as feudal and pedantic thinking. The larger the family and power, the stricter and harsher the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to maintain the power to continue. For a first-rate aristocratic family like the Zhao family, the younger generation had to be independent once they reached adulthood. Of course, they could also choose to enjoy the family's resources for free and live a normal life. No one would stop them. However, if they wanted to fight for hegemony, they had to go out. The family would not provide any resources to support them. If they had the ability, they had to prove themselves. Zhao Long and a dozen other cousins who had the potential to compete for the position of patriarch were all like this. Therefore, even though the Zhao family was powerful and wealthy in the Tianqin kingdom, Zhao Long didn't receive much resources from the family. Everything he needed to fight for the position of patriarch had to be obtained by himself. Of course, Zhao Long had many ways to make money. Although the occasional robbery by turning soldiers into bandits was only one of them, this kind of business without any capital would either not start, or once it started, the profits would be extremely shocking. In the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long had a large number of trusted subordinates who were like men of sacrifice. They were scattered everywhere as spies to find targets for him. The young man who was in the video call with him was one of them. The area he was in charge of was the floating platform where the exchange hall of the Heavenly River Planet Federation was located. I can give you double the usual authority. You can choose the people you need. There is only one requirement, and that is that this matter must be completed. After a short silence, Zhao Long spoke again in the virtual screen. This time, that idiot from the Bai family has caused a big mess. This is the best time to overthrow him and seize the position of patriarch of the Heavenly River planet. However, the Bai family is not without foundation in the Heavenly Dust planet. Old Man Bai has indeed given birth to a good son who holds an important position in the capital. If we want to use this opportunity to overthrow him, we must put in a lot of effort in the operation. And those old bastards in the capital have always had a big appetite. I'm afraid that ordinary things won't be able to move them. Today, this prey can throw out a pile of level 6 blue star core sources, and it is very likely that there are even higher quality star cores. These things are exactly what I need right now. It is related to the success or failure of the Zhao family's patriarch competition. Do you understand? The young man who called himself Zhou Hong was terrified. He quickly lowered his head and said, "General, rest assured, Zhou Hong understands. I will do my best to complete this task. If there is any mistake, I will bring my head to you." When he raised his head again, Zhao Long's figure on the virtual screen in front of him had disappeared. Zhou Hong let out a light breath and clenched his fists fiercely. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I thought it was just a slightly fat lamb as usual. I didn't expect this matter to be related to the battle for the position of the patriarch of the general's family. Hee. Once the general overthrows Bai Zhengjun and replaces him with someone from the Zhao family, not only will he be able to earn a lot of money in the future, he will also have made a great contribution to the Zhao family. The patriarch position will no longer be a problem. When that time comes, I, Zhou Hong, will be the most outstanding person. In the future, there will definitely be a place for me in the upper echelons of the Zhao family. Ding! Discovered Purple Lightning Shuttle, a top-grade formation battleship. Fusion requirements met. Will you fuse it? In his mind, the notification of the devouring system sounded. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Soon, the Soul Concealment Shuttle and Purple Lightning Shuttle in his body disappeared at the same time. A large amount of planetary core origin in the former's cabin was moved out and stored in Yi Xian's undying world. Of course, as the energy required for the devouring system, Yi Xian deliberately left behind a cubic meter of level 5 red planetary core origin. It should be enough. After a short while, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Fusion energy absorption complete. Third fusion beginning. Progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he wanted to check with the system to see if the Immortal Star Super Brain Fragment could be used immediately and activate the system's star-level communication system. However, at this moment, a vast land appeared in front of him. The auction center of the Heavenly River planet was near the coastal area. He was about to reach it. Therefore, Yi Xian could only put this matter aside for the time being. With a thought, he moved his body and quickly landed in the center of the Heavenly River planet. Compared to the ocean area, the land of the Heavenly River planet was more prosperous and lively. Huge buildings were everywhere. Even the most inconspicuous building had hundreds of floors. A large number of shuttles were intertwined at low altitude. It was like the Milky Way, dazzling the eyes. However, in an area near the coastal area, there was a huge castle-shaped building that seemed a little isolated and out of place. There were few other buildings in the surrounding dozens of miles. Instead, large commercial shuttles were everywhere. At a glance, The whole area was like a special holiday resort. This castle-shaped building was the Heavenly River Auction Center. It was the only official auction organization of the Heavenly River planet. It was a super-large indoor venue with a huge space and a large number of seats. Chapter 26-21. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Gene Cultivation Fluid. The interior of the Jianghu Auction Center was like a huge indoor gymnasium. In the center was an extremely spacious auction platform, surrounded by a ring of stair-like seats. There were many levels to the seats. The lower half was open, while the upper half was private rooms. Of course, even the dozens of open seats below were actually very luxurious. Not only were there comfortable animal skin sofas, but the space between each seat was also very wide. Those who could come to this level of auction were all distinguished guests, and it was impossible to have a scene of a swarm of people sitting together. Bidders who entered the auction center could choose to sit in the lower dozens of open seats or enter the upper private rooms. However, the private rooms were all locked. Before entering, one needed to scan the identity of the bidder. On the one hand, it was to confirm the bidder's identity. On the other hand, it was to charge a fee. No matter how many people entered each private room, it would cost 1 million star coins. It was still early at the moment. There were still 4 hours before the auction began, so the auction center was deserted. There was almost no one in sight. Yi Xian went straight to the upper floor and chose a private room that was closer to the eastern entrance. After handing over his divine sense imprint and paying the huge fee of 1 million star coins, he stepped in. Behind him, the door of the private room closed automatically. Moreover, there was a prompt from the auction center system, indicating that as long as someone had entered, unless the person in the private room handed over his divine sense imprint to open the door, no matter how powerful the person was, they could not force their way in from the outside, unless their cultivation had reached a terrifying level where they could ignore the overall defense array of the auction center. Basically, they had to be at least a legendary existence who was qualified to enter the Federation ranking list. After hearing the prompt, Yi Xian felt relieved. He examined the situation in the private room, then walked to the large animal skin sofa in the middle and sat down cross-legged. The entire private room was more than 100 square meters. Not only was there a comfortable animal skin sofa, there were even drinks, food, spirit fruits and the like on one side. In front of the sofa was a tea table with buttons, one red and one green. Yi Xian reached out and pressed a button. The green button did not respond, but when he pressed the red button, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared in front of the tea table. It was the scene of the central auction area below. After familiarizing himself with the private room, Yi Xian checked the fusion progress of the system again. He could not help but feel slightly disappointed. An hour had passed, and the third fusion progress was still 1%. It seemed that it would take at least 2 days to complete the fusion. Taking advantage of this free time, Yi Xian inquired about the situation of the immortal-level superbrain fragment from the devouring system. The response he received once again disappointed him. According to the reply of the devouring system, although Yi Xian only obtained a fragment of a corner, it was still completely possible to activate the system's Starry Sky-level independent communication. But there were 2 prerequisites. First, the fragment had to be stripped from an immortal star superbrain. Second, the fragment had to still be active. The former was not a problem, but the latter, the fragment in Yi Xian's hand, clearly did not meet these requirements. Although it was indeed dropped from an immortal star superbrain that had withered and withered, according to the devouring system's appraisal result, although this superbrain fragment had not completely withered, it was now in a state of deep sleep. It was only a matter of time before it completely withered away. Of course, if there was no way to save it, the devouring system would not recommend Yi Xian to exchange for it. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to find a nourishing liquid that could revive this superbrain fragment. He needed to continuously provide it and soak it in it. After a long time, it could be used after it recovered its activity. Although the star superbrain could be used as the data processing center of the star network after some processing, and its effect was excellent. Not only was it stable, but it was also almost indestructible. However, it was not a man-made object created by the human race in the star era. It was actually a strange species that existed between living matter and non-living matter, just like the Taisui fungus on Earth. However, its level was obviously billions of times higher. It was not at the same level at all. In the Immortal Dynasty, the star superbrain of any administrative planet required a large amount of nourishing liquid when it was used. Chapter 26-22. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What I want comes. Yi Xian pressed the red button on the coffee table in front of him, and the huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared. Through the screen, he could see that the auction hall below was already filled with people. At this moment, more than 60% of the seats around the auction platform were occupied. There were at least 10,000 people. Although the situation in the private rooms above could not be seen, it was estimated that there would be a lot of people. An official auction of an administrative planet with a starry sky background. This was indeed extraordinary. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and the auction officially began. On the originally empty central auction platform below, a teleportation array flashed, and then a few figures appeared, along with a large circular table. Behind the circular table, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen appeared. It was clearly for the bidders on the dozens of open seats below to see. At the same time, the virtual screen in front of Yi Xian also changed, splitting into two. On the left was the image of the auction hall below, and on the right was a list that could be scrolled down. The vertical bar on the right showed a number. 16,380. This was obviously the total number of auction items that would appear in this auction, more than 10,000 items. This was actually very normal. Although it would take at least a few days for all 10,000 items to be auctioned off, which of the powerhouses in the starry sky background did not have a long lifespan? A few days was really nothing. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. His personal battleship would need at least 2 days to complete the third fusion. Even if he'd already obtained the incomplete Dongshu chapter, he wouldn't be able to leave right now. Soon, the auction officially began. There were a total of 5 figures on the central auction platform below. Standing in the main seat was an old man with a gentle face. His identity should be the auctioneer, and the 4 behind him were the female robots who acted as his assistants. Welcome to the Heavenly River Auction Center. Everyone. I won't waste your time. Now, let's begin the first auction item. Those who are interested can bid, but those who are not are free to look for other items. While speaking, the auctioneer reached out and tapped on the huge screen. The long list originally displayed disappeared, and the first item was enlarged. At the same time, various attributes and auction rules were displayed. This was a bell-shaped artifact with a base price of 50 million star coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 million star coins. Yi Xian was not interested in this auction item, and he also knew that in an auction like this, the real good items were usually at the end. Therefore he withdrew his gaze, raised his hand, and tapped on the list of items on the right side of the big screen in the room, and slowly scrolled down. Yi Xian's house this time. He came to the Heavenly River Auction Center for the Dongshu fragment, but since he was already here, if he saw any useful treasures, he might as well bid. After all, the Heavenly River Star Coin C-Star. Was star he might as it? Among the more than 10,000 auction items, except for the first item that had entered the official auction, all the other auction items below the list only showed information about their specialties. As for the auction price or whether there were any other special requirements, obviously, they would not be shown at this time. They would have to wait until the auction officially started before they would know. Time passed slowly. Anyway, there were at least a few days, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. Sometimes, he would pay attention to the items being auctioned. The rest of the time, he would scroll down the list of items on the right side of the screen. Whenever he saw something interesting, he would tap on it and carefully check its attributes. After a few hours, the number of items that had entered the official bidding phase had reached the 367th item. The previous 366 items had all been sold. After all, the items that could enter this level of auction were definitely not ordinary items. There would definitely be people who needed them. Yi Xian had already scrolled down the list of items on the right side of the 5-dimensional virtual screen in the room, and found more than 2,000 items. Among these 2,000 items, there were many good things. There was even a small private battleship that had an advantage in speed. Its attributes were very tempting to Yi Xian. However, because he already had a top-grade purple lightning shuttle and was in the process of fusing with it, the same type of battleship was no longer suitable for Yi Xian. Furthermore, although the speed of these battleships wasn't small, they still couldn't compare to the purple lightning shuttle that had a speed formation engraved on it. Thus, until now, Yi Xian hadn't seen a single treasure that truly moved him and aroused his interest in bidding. As for the Dongshu fragment, he did not see it either. Treasures of that level should be coming later, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly browsed through the list. At the same time, while he browsed through the list, Yi Xian began to think about the fourth fusion of the battleship. The private battleship, the Flying Star Shuttle, which was gifted to him by the Devouring system after it was upgraded to the Starry Sky level, was undergoing its third fusion. The first time, he obtained the concealment array from the White Scoundrel's Dust Concealment warship. The second time, he obtained the energy shield of the defense system and the star cannon of the attack system from the Baldy Sue's God of Fortune. And the third time, he was about to obtain the speed array of the Purple Lightning Shuttle. After these three fusions, the originally ordinary Flying Star Shuttle was definitely the best of the best. It was estimated that very few small private battleships could be so perfect. So, what should he choose for the fourth fusion? Yi Xian thought of the teleportation array. Of course, this was also because he had seen the auctioneer and the 4 female robot assistants in the auction hall below using the teleportation array. That was why he had suddenly come up with this idea. Obviously, on the Sky River planet, this kind of short-distance teleportation array inside the administrative planet had long been used on a large scale. For example, in the exchange hall, including this private room, all the items exchanged or auctioned were transmitted through small directional teleportation arrays. The reason why Yi Xian had tentatively decided to use the teleportation array for the fourth fusion of the battleship was actually to prevent any accidents from happening. Yes, Starry Sky level masters could teleport, but in the vast universe, there were a large number of space cracks, so teleportation was not a very safe thing to do. And inside the administrative planet, because of the suppression of the power of the planet's defense array, the space was condensed, so ordinary masters could not teleport. Therefore, whether it was inside the administrative planet or in the vast universe outside the planet, the only thing that was truly safe was the directional or non-directional teleportation array. If his private battleship could have this kind of teleportation function, in case he encountered a special crisis and could not escape, he could still leave through the teleportation array. He could even take the battleship with him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a rush of excitement. However, a battleship branded with a teleportation array was even rarer than one branded with a concealment array. It was probably extremely difficult to find one. Chapter 26-23. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin A lot of lice don't feel itchy lot number 3467. Name: Shifting Star. Type: Small Private Warship. Properties: Advanced Private Warship, Engraved Teleportation Formation. Note: Damaged. Bidding base price: every bid. Additional requirements. That was all the information displayed on this advanced small private warship called Shifting Star. The bidding base price and the like were all question marks and had not yet been made public. What attracted Yi Xian was the description of its properties. This was actually a private warship engraved with a teleportation formation, which was the best choice for Yi Xian's fourth fusion. The only pity was that the teleportation formation engraved on this shifting star seemed to be damaged. Since it was damaged, it could not be used unless it was repaired. But even so, Yi Xian still decided to buy it. Small private warships engraved with formations were rare to begin with, and those engraved with formations and teleportation formations were even rarer. Even if it was a damaged warship, since he had encountered it, he should buy it. At least there was a chance to repair it. Otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter another warship of the same type again. In this way, there were a total of 2 treasures that he intended to buy this time. One was the Dongshu fragment, and the other was the shifting star. The value of these 2 treasures was estimated to be no small matter. Compared to the Purple Lightning Shuttle, they were definitely not inferior. In this way, as long as Yi Xian made a move, regardless of whether he could buy it in the end, the fact that he had a large amount of star core origin on him would most likely be exposed once or twice again. The probability of being targeted would greatly increase, and the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. But now that things had come to this, he did not care anymore. He was not afraid of being bitten when there were so many lice. Anyway, since he had already taken the lead, he might as well go all out and get as many things as he could. As long as he could escape, he would not be able to come back to Sky River Star in a short time. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and memorized the auction serial number of the moving star. He then began to flip through the auction list again. Half a day later, when the 3000th ranked starshift was about to enter the official auction, Yi Xian finally finished reading the entire auction list. There were more than 10,000 items. As long as he was slightly interested, he would click on them to take a closer look. Now that the auction items had been confirmed, he had already memorized the serial numbers of all of them. A total of 4 pieces. That was to say, In addition to the Dimension Void Fragment and SS Moving Star, he had his eyes on two other treasures. Basically, it could be said that the later the auction items were, the higher their value would be. And the item that Yi Xian had his eyes on was after the Shifting Star, which was numbered more than 3,400. It was enough to show its value. Of course, among all the auction items he had his eyes on, the last one was actually the Dongshu chapter, which was number 10,876. Of course, this did not mean that the items after number 10,876 were necessarily more valuable than the Dongshu chapter. The key was that it was a fragment. In addition, the devouring system could identify and assess that it was a starry sky-level treasure, but the appraisers of the Qianhe Star Auction Center might not be able to identify it. While he was pondering, the bidding for the 3,467th item finally began. The auctioneer's voice was heard by Yi Xian through the sound transmission system in the box. The 3,467th item is a small private battleship named Moving Star. Its attribute is that of an ordinary high-class private warship, and it is engraved with a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array is damaged and can no longer be used. Otherwise, such a warship would not appear in today's auction, and it would also be listed as a top-grade warship. Although it's a bit of a pity, it's actually not very good as a collector's item. The starting bid is 200 million star coins, and each bid increment must not be less than 5 million. There are no other additional requirements. Interested friends can start bidding now. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Not only was there no sound of a bid, but there was also no movement on the virtual screen. By the way, the people in the box could directly bid through the sound transmission system or directly transmit their divine sense imprint to the virtual screen to bid. Now that there was no response from the virtual screen, it meant that the bidders in the box were not interested in this item either. This item, which was ranked more than 3,400, was likely to be the first item to go unsold. This was actually very normal. Who could come to this auction venue without a private battleship that they were satisfied with? Although this Shifting Star was a battleship with a transmission array, the array was already damaged, so what was the use of it? Spending 200 million star coins to buy a battleship only as a collector's item was more or less impossible. Of course, a damaged formation could be repaired, but those who had the ability to do so were all refiners from the Cultivation camp. Moreover, they had to be refiners who were proficient in formations. If he could hire such a person, he might as well engrave a formation on his personal battleship instead of repairing it. In short, it was too weak, and the starting bid was too high, so it could not move people at all. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no sound. Yi Xian was still waiting, but he thought that he would miss out if this item really went unsold, so he sent out a divine sense imprint and bid the same starting bid of 200 million star coins. Soon, the huge virtual screen below displayed the information of Yi Xian's bid, which surprised some people. In the dozens of open seats below, many people cast their gazes toward Yi Xian's box, but they did not pay too much attention to it. 200 million star coins was indeed a lot, but it was not too shocking for the experts who could enter this auction venue. The result was no surprise. Yi Xian was the only one who bid. This round of bidding ended quickly, and a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. 200 million star coins had been deducted. The sound transmission system in the box also notified Yi Xian that the transaction had been successful. If he was willing to accept it now, he could press the green button on the coffee table in front of him at any time. When the time came, the battleship would be transported in a space box. Sure enough, it was a teleportation array. Only the Heavenly River Planet's officials had the ability to suppress the planet's defensive array on this planet. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Yi Xian immediately pressed the green button, and soon, a space box appeared. Yi Xian took it in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was indeed a black battleship inside, he was relieved. He did not admire it immediately, and he kept it in his undying world. Following that, Yi Xian asked tentatively, "May I ask if I can take out an item and entrust it to your auction house for auction?" "Of course. I'm referring to this auction. It can be added in halfway or at the end, and not the next auction." Chapter 26-24. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar. Entrusting an auction is a normal business, but adding a new item to an auction that is already underway is not allowed under normal circumstances. The AI female voice of the auction mainframe rang out from the sound transmission system in the room, replying to Yi Xian's question, However, if it is a rare treasure, it is not impossible to add it in temporarily, but there is a condition. The original 10% commission has to be doubled, and this commission has to be paid regardless of whether the auction is successful or not. Yi Xian frowned and asked again, in other words, if I put an item up for auction that is valued at 100 million, then I have to pay 20 million at the start of the auction, and this 20 million, regardless of whether the auction is successful or not, will not be refunded? Yes. But the condition is that the item you want to auction is indeed rare. Otherwise, let alone 20%, even if it is doubled, we will not accept it. In other words, the rules could be broken, but if they wanted to break the rules, there had to be enough benefits. If the item was not valuable, how much could the 20% commission be? Yi Xian was well aware of this point. He cursed in his heart, then asked, one last question. What if the value of the item cannot be estimated, or is inconvenient to estimate? This problem usually does not exist, but such situations have occurred before. To deal with these situations, we have set a limit. For all the items that cannot be estimated or are inconvenient to be sold, as long as the seller agrees, we will only charge 200 million as commission. 200 million star coins? Just for show? Yi Xian almost vomited blood when he heard this. This was too much. Even so, if he could restore the fragment of the immortal rank superbrain, and activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system, then he would not need to go through the various superbrains of the superbrain. He would be able to connect to the next level of the star network, or even the higher level of the star network. At that time, the information he would receive would undoubtedly increase exponentially, and he would not have to worry about the possibility of finding the devouring source. Therefore, after complaining for a while, Yi Xian finally took out a level 9-colored star core origin from his undying world and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Star core origin could be absorbed by the experts of both the cultivation and technology factions to increase their strength, so was very popular. However, it was usually only level 1 to level 7. In fact, level 7 purple ones were very rare. Level 8, level 9, and level 9-colored ones were considered legends. Although they were not unheard of, they were extremely rare. Besides, the higher the level of the star core origin, the more the star core origin, the lower the star core origin, the effect. For example, Yi star core origin was at the level. But the effect was, when he absorbed level 1 white star core. However, as one reached higher levels, the effect would become weaker and weaker. When one reached the 8th level of the starry sky realm, which was the black hole realm, even level 3 or level 4 star core origins would be completely useless, let alone level 1 white ones. What they needed was at least level 5 red star core origin. This was why Yi Xian decided to take out a level 9-colored one. His fragment of the immortal rank superbrain required level 8 and above gene cultivation fluid to restore its vitality, and the more he had, the less he had. This was because such things were also consumables. Who knew how long it would take to soak in them? In the Immortal Dynasty, only a dozen or so bottles of level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be produced in a year, and they were only the size of oral fluids. There might be a lot more level 8 gene cultivation fluid, but it was also considered a rare item. If one did not take out something of the same level, it was basically impossible to trade for it. Yi Xian even wondered if anyone on the Sky River planet had level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the other administrative planets might not have it, but the Heavenly River planet was close to the domain of the buried meteorites. Experts from various races of the Federation had gathered there to obtain the star core origin. The proportion of foreign experts here was quite high. Therefore, it was still possible to obtain level 8 gene cultivation fluids. In order to activate the Starry Sky independent communication system of the devouring system, Yi Xian did not hesitate, even if it was very dangerous. During the last crazy excavation, Yi Xian had excavated 2 cubic meters of level 8 black star core origin. The top-notch level 9-colored star core origin was in pieces the size of a fist. There were 108 pieces in total. He had only taken out one piece, so he did not feel the pinch. At this moment, the AI female voice of the auction center's mainframe gave an estimate. Level 9-colored star core origin? This is indeed a rare legendary item, and its value is immeasurable. Please keep the treasure and state your trade request. If you agree, the system will automatically deduct 200 million from your account. At the same time, you will be notified of the auction immediately. If the bid is successful, please take out the treasure to trade. I agree. Yi Xian nodded and put the star core origin back into his undying world. He continued, I will only trade my 9-colored star core origin for one item, and the quantity has to match its value. If it is too little, I will have to add other treasures. Also, I have the right to choose. This item is a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. On the central auction platform, the next item to be auctioned after the moving star had just been auctioned. The auctioneer was about to announce the next item, but the virtual screen behind him flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered the auctioneer's forehead, causing his expression to change instantly. Sorry for the delay, but there is a last-minute item that has been added to the auction. Due to the special request of the auctioneer, and the fact that this item was not in the previous list of items, we have decided to release the information first so that interested bidders can have sufficient time to prepare. This item will be auctioned last. After taking a deep breath, the auctioneer's expression quickly returned to normal, but there was a faint tremor in his voice. It was obvious that he was greatly shocked. This auction item is a legendary treasure. It's a fist-sized level 9 colored planetary core origin. It's full of energy and is of the highest quality. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar, and it was completely shaken. What? A level 9-colored star core origin? And it is of the highest quality with full energy? The Sky River star can reproduce such a thing? Have I arrived at the Imperial Capital's immortal star? Even on the immortal star, this item is rare, okay? I don't know who it is, but who would be so generous? Stop nagging, quickly state your bid. This star core origin is mine. If you are not in the black hole realm, don't compete with me. Chapter 26-25. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Starry Sky Meteoric Iron Essence. The auctioneer was not surprised at all by the commotion in the auction house. In fact, it would be strange if there was no commotion when an item of this level appeared. After everyone stopped talking, the auctioneer coughed softly and continued. The item requested by the friend who commissioned this auction is a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. Of course, the amount must match the value of this star core origin. If the amount is not enough, other treasures can be added as compensation. The client will decide whether to trade or not. This time, when the auctioneer finished speaking, although there was no more commotion in the auction house, there was a wave of gasps. A level 8 genetic cultivation fluid? It was possible to find such a thing on the capital planet, but how could it be found on the administrative planet of a small country like the Heavenly River planet? The energy consumed by the Starry Sky superbrain on the administrative planet was only a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid. Although there might be a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid, it was at most a level 7 genetic cultivation fluid. Then, sighs of disappointment rang out one after another. The black hole realm old man, who claimed to be determined to win, was stunned for a moment. His expression quickly darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere in the auction house quickly returned to normal, and the auctioneer began the official bidding for the next item. On the surface, it seemed that the commotion caused by the level 9 colored star core origin had passed, but in fact, everyone knew that there was a turbulent current surging in the dark. Even in the open seating area below, many experts lowered their heads and turned on their personal communication terminals. They were either contacting each other to see if they could get their hands on the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or making other arrangements. As for the private rooms above, needless to say, they were even more excited. In one of the private rooms was Zhou Hong, who had been eyeing Yi Xian since the Heavenly River Planet Federation's exchange hall platform. He had also turned on his personal communication terminal and contacted Zhao Long again. What's going on? Did something happen? As soon as Zhao Long's half-body image appeared, he frowned unhappily. Great news. General. A legendary item has appeared in the auction. It's a level 9 colored star core origin the size of a fist, and it's full of energy. I suspect that it was that kid who commissioned the auction. He's not in the public area, and I've checked the client. It was indeed someone in the private room area who commissioned the auction. What? A level 9 colored star core origin? Zhao Long's tone suddenly became urgent. No matter what, you must get it. It doesn't matter if it's that kid or not, he can't escape. He can't escape. Have you made the arrangements to targets? No problem, General. This time, we have arranged double the usual forces outside Sky River Star. As long as he goes out, he will not be able to escape unless he hides in Sky River Star forever. Is. Of. He's is. D asterisk eminent. Zhao Long's expression changed, and he immediately cursed. Although I can get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star, if I want to send it over in a short time, I have to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Teleportation Array, which requires the authorization of the Superbrain. Bai Zhengjun will not agree. He will most likely use this method to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star and then exchange it for the level 9 colored star core. Ha! Zhou Hong gasped. If Bai Zhengjun gets it, I'm afraid he'll send it to the capital. If that's the case, we won't be able to topple him this time, right? Speaking of this, Zhou Hong's heart turned cold. He felt a great sense of loss, as if he had missed a great opportunity for glory and wealth. If Bai Zhengjun gets his hands on the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, we can't do anything to him. With my status, I can't do anything to him on the Heavenly River Planet. Zhao Long's tone gradually became gloomy. But it's not completely hopeless. This level 9 colored star core was probably taken out by the kid you're watching. If he can take out one, he must have more on him. As long as we can take him down, what's the point of Bai Zhengjun getting a mere level 9 colored star core? Wise. You're wise, General. Zhou Hong saw hope again. He was not in the mood to stay in the auction hall any longer. He immediately said, "Then there's no time to lose. General, I'll go out and make arrangements now. As long as that kid leaves the Heavenly River Planet, we will succeed." At the same time, in Bai Zhengjun's luxurious official residence on the Heavenly River Planet, Bai Zhengjun, who had just received the news, suddenly exclaimed, "What? A level 9 colored star core? And it's full of energy? Ha! God is helping me. We don't have to worry about this crisis anymore. No matter what Zhao Long does, a level 9 colored star core will be enough to destroy his scheme. Contact the Heavenly Dust Planet immediately. Tell my son to get some level 8 gene cultivation fluid no matter what. Also, use the stellar teleportation formation to send it over as soon as possible. In addition, apply to the Heavenly River Planet supercomputer for permission to use the stellar teleportation formation. Of course, only teleporting items, not life forms. It seems that I'll have to use another batch of level 5 gene cultivation fluid. But for that level 9 colored star core, this kind of energy consumption is worth it. The entire Heavenly River Star was in turmoil. Even the two leaders in charge of the military and political affairs, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly River Star, were plotting against each other. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day had passed. During this time, Xianxia spent a total of 600 million star coins and finally succeeded in obtaining the second treasure he had set his sights on. At this point, there were only slightly more than 400 million star coins left of the original one. 4 billion star coins. He was spending money like water. This auction item was not a treasure, but a material. It was a starry sky level meteoric iron essence, which was also a rare grade item. However, because this material was used to fuse offensive magic weapons or defensive armors to enhance their grade, it was generally done by weapon refiners from the cultivation camp. This meteoric iron essence was very difficult to melt. Therefore, there were not many people in the technological camp who were interested in this kind of starry sky level material. Even so, just 4 fist-sized starry sky level meteoric iron essences cost Xianxia a total of 600 million star coins. Each one was an average of 150 million star coins. Just from this alone, one could see how precious they were. At this point, there were only 2 treasures left that Xianxia had set his sights on. Chapter 26-26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The heavenly talent from the imperial capital. When Xianxia's devouring system was upgraded to the Starry Sky rank, the system reset all his abilities and attributes to 0. Then, he was gifted with Starry Sky rank treasures, including warships, offensive and defensive armors, and weapons. But now, his warship was about to complete its 3rd fusion, and his Star Destroyer sword had also undergone its 1st fusion. Now that he had obtained the Starry Sky rank meteoric iron essence, he was about to fuse the Star Destroyer sword for the 2nd time. After all, It was difficult for others to melt the meteoric iron essence, but he handed it directly to the fusion system, so there was no such problem. In this way, among the 3 treasures gifted by the system, only the personal defensive armor, which was the streamer star armor, had not undergone any attribute enhancements. This time, as long as he got his hands on the defensive armor and the starry sky rank meteoric iron essence, Yixian's streamer star armor would be able to undergo 2 consecutive fusions, and its attributes would be greatly improved. After another half a day, the defensive armor, which was the 3rd treasure that Yixian had his eyes on, finally entered the bidding phase. Lot number 9684 is a defensive armor called the Glazed Jade Phoenix armor, and it's of the highest grade. The requirement for this auction is that only blue rank 6 and above star core sources will be accepted, and the one with the most will get it. Those who are interested can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. No one made a bid, and there was no movement on the virtual screen. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Although a blue rank 6 star core source was not a legendary item, it was still a cultivation resource, and it was not easy to obtain. This armor was not bad, and the fact that it was evaluated as the highest grade was enough to prove its worth. But if it required a large amount of blue rank 6 star core sources to exchange for it, most experts would not do it. But if it was too little, it was obviously impossible to exchange for it. In short, this was a very confusing matter, which was why the bidders had such strange looks on their faces. At the same time, Yixian in the private room had a strange look on his face as well. He suddenly suspected that this glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle he had obtained before were from the same person. Otherwise, why would they ask for star core sources that were level 6 and above? Of course, the value of the purple lightning shuttle was not as high as the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, he placed it in the exchange hall while the latter was brought to the Milky Way auction center. It seemed that this person was indeed in urgent need of a large amount of blue level 6 and above star core origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to take out such a valuable and practical treasure. Sounds of bidding soon appeared. After all, the other party didn't mention how many level 6 blue star core origins he wanted. What if he got a big bargain by using a small amount of this thing? Therefore, the first few bids were all meant to test the waters. 1 square foot. 2 feet. 2 feet and 1 fon. I bid 2. 5 feet and a half. 2 chi 6 fon. After a few probing bids, the rest of the bidders actually started to increase the price bit by bit. 1 fon was 1/10 of 1 square foot. In the private room, Yixian was so angry that he was about to laugh. These guys were really shameless. They knew that the other party was in urgent need of blue level 6 and above star core origin, so they actually hit him when he was down. It was understandable that they wanted to get a bargain, but to increase the price bit by bit, it was a little too evil. At the same time, in another private room, an extremely resentful female voice sounded at this moment. Of course, the voice was only in the private room and didn't spread out. "Miss, these guys are really shameless. They are such bullies." There were 2 figures in the room. The one standing next to the sofa was a young girl in a green dress. She was probably a personal maid or something like that. She was the one who was complaining at the moment. The one sitting in the middle of the sofa was also a young woman. She wore a light purple long dress and had a pretty and dignified face. Facing the same thing, she didn't show any resentment on her face. Instead, she revealed an extraordinary bearing that wouldn't be surprised even if she was humiliated. The glazed jade phoenix armor that was being auctioned was hers, and so was the purple lightning shuttle that Yixian had obtained previously. "Lulua, the auction is a matter of mutual consent. It's their business how they bid. Why be resentful?" She turned around and glanced at the lady in the green dress who was standing beside the sofa. The beauty in the light purple dress smiled indifferently. "Moreover, if they are willing to offer too little, I won't approve of it and will cancel the auction. Anyway, the purple lightning shuttle has already raised 1 square foot of blue level 6 star core origin from before. Coupled with the level 9 colored star core origin that will be auctioned later, there isn't much left." In other words, it seemed that she had already determined that the level 9 colored legendary star core origin was destined to be hers. What was even stranger was that Lulua wasn't the least bit surprised by these words. Instead, she thought that this was how it should be, and the resentment on her face gradually eased. "That's right. If that's really the case, Lulua hopes that this group of people will continue to shamelessly add on. In that case, miss, you won't have to part with your precious glazed jade phoenix armor in the end. Although this armor is something that you used before, it's still a girl's personal armor. If it's auctioned off by a wretched man. Miss, you are the glazed jade phoenix on the human ranking list of the Federation. Even in the entire Myriad Net Federation, you are a peerless genius of the younger generation. How can you allow yourself to be sullied by a poor cultivator from a small corner of the heavenly river planet? Lulua, you are becoming more and more arrogant. The purple-robed woman frowned, her expression faintly displeased. Yes, we are indeed from the imperial capital, but the starry sky is vast. Where can there be no true powerhouses? Your attitude really disappoints me. It seems that I really shouldn't have brought you out for this clan trial. Miss, Lulua still had a trace of unwillingness on her face, but she hesitated and didn't continue speaking. Let's not talk about other things. Just that level 9-colored star core origin just now is an item that is hard to come by even on the immortal star of the imperial capital. Today, it appeared on the heavenly river planet, and you still have the nerve to call it a poor corner of the heavenly river planet? While speaking, the purple-robed woman suddenly turned her head to look at the virtual screen in front of her and chuckled. Look, besides the one who took out the level 9-colored star core origin, isn't there another one? Tesca. What a big deal. A level 7 purple cube? This guy's heroism is probably going to make those people who bid just now feel so ashamed that they can't show their faces. Chapter 26-27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The last auction item. A cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin was absolutely shocking no matter where it was placed. Although it wasn't the legendary black or 9-colored planetary core origin, it was still the most top-grade planetary core origin. It wasn't hard to see a little of it, but a whole cubic meter of it was hard to imagine. Even Lulua, who had just expressed that she didn't want the glazed jade phoenix armor to be sold so that some stinky man wouldn't tarnish her mistress's image, was now urging him to sell it. This cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin was indeed the price that Xianxia had quoted. During the last crazy excavation, Xianxia had obtained a total of more than 20 cubic meters of level 7 purple planetary core origin. Therefore, he didn't feel the pinch at all when he took out 1 cubic meter of it. Although he felt that this cubic meter of level 7 planetary core origin was slightly more valuable than the glazed jade phoenix armor, it wasn't much. Moreover, the other party was indeed his benefactor, who had allowed him to obtain the purple lightning shuttle and this top-grade armor. Now that the other party was in trouble, Xianxia should do the same, even if it was a good karma. He believed that the other party would understand after seeing the price of a cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin. After all, who would be willing to squander such a precious item? At this moment, Xianxia put the cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin into a planetary core pouch and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Then, he used a teleportation array to send out a small space box. He scanned the box with his divine sense and saw that there was indeed an extraordinary armor inside that was overflowing with light. However, just as Xianxia's smile was about to form, it immediately froze. This armor was actually for women, and it didn't look like an outer armor, but a personal item worn inside. Boom! Xianxia was immediately dumbfounded by the explosion in his mind. Could it be that the mysterious expert who had reluctantly given up the purple lightning shuttle and the glazed jade phoenix armor was actually a woman? Moreover, looking at the style of this close-fitting armor, this woman's age was clearly not too old. When Xianxia realized that he had actually obtained a woman's personal armor, he immediately felt uneasy and depressed. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly as he kept the spatial box into the undying world within his body. Although it was a woman's item, and a personal one at that, he wasn't going to equip it directly. He was just fusing with it. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't that unacceptable. However, this matter still made him feel somewhat strange and awkward. Fortunately, no one knew about it. Even the original owner of the glazed treasure armor didn't know that he was the one who had won the bid for it. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. The appearance of this 1 cubic level 7 purple planetary core origin caused an uproar in the auction venue once again, especially those who had only bid for a level 6 blue planetary core origin before this. However, they had actually increased the bid bit by bit. All of them were extremely embarrassed. However, due to the fact that a level 9 colored star core origin had already appeared before, and although a level 7 star core origin was stunning, the bidders present today had already made a mental comparison, so they weren't too surprised. This small disturbance soon passed. After an hour, the final auction item that Yi Xian had his eyes on, which was the Dongshu fragment that he had come to the Qianhe auction center for in the first place, finally began to be auctioned. This auction item is a cultivation technique called the Dongshu fragment. However, it's a fragment, so it's called the Dongshu fragment. Although this cultivation technique is a fragment, it is complete for the 7 realms before the black hole realm. It's just missing the cultivation technique for the black hole realm and beyond. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was indeed worthy of being evaluated as a priceless treasure by the devouring system. Although there were only the first 7 realms, it was more than enough for Yi Xian. Although the cultivation camp was on the other side of the 3rd universe, Yi Xian was confident that as long as he completed the cultivation of the first 7 realms, he would be able to reach it no matter how long the journey was. When that time came, he might have the opportunity to find the remaining fragment. After all, he was currently only in the 1st realm, the Star Core realm. This Dongshu fragment was enough for him to use for a very long time. Since that was the case, he was determined to get this item. He had to win it no matter what. It was also at this moment that the auctioneer below began to introduce the auction requirements for this item. The bidding requirements for this item are also very simple. No star coins are accepted, and no bartering is accepted. The only thing the owner of this item needs is a star core origin, and it must be at least rank 7 purple quality. Wow! The entire auction house was in an uproar again. Another star core origin? What was going on today? Why was this happening again and again? It was worth noting that star core essence was the best cultivation resource. The reason why the entire Myriad Sifting Federation, and even some of the Heavenly Legacy clan's servant races, had flocked to the domain of the Falling Domain was to obtain star core essence. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to hand over the star core origin that they had obtained so easily? Although this kind of special bidding requirement was usually heard, it was usually a star core origin that was at least class 5 red in quality, and it was rare for it to appear. However, it had appeared several times today, and it was always a star core origin that was at least class 5 red in quality. The previous requests were fine, but this time it was even more outrageous. The owner wanted class 7 purple in quality, which meant class 8 black in quality and class 9 colored in quality. Although the Dongshu fragment was precious, it was a fragment after all. It was impossible to exchange it for a class 9 colored in quality. In other words, the owner was just hinting that he wanted class 8 black in quality. Given the rarity of class 8 black in quality, a fist-sized star core origin should be enough to exchange for the Dongshu fragment. However, how could an ordinary person have such a thing? Miss, we already have enough high-quality star core origin. In fact, the class 9 colored in quality is enough. Besides, we've already exchanged many class 7 and class 6 star cores with the previous items. Why don't we apply to cancel this auction? In the same private room, Luluwa turned to the woman in green and said with a pained expression, "This Dongshu fragment is a starry sky treasure level cultivation method. Although you've already imprinted a copy of it, it's best that it doesn't leak out." No. Chapter 26-28. Chapter 26-28. Chapter 268 The Hidden Purple Shuttle. Isn't it just a level 8 black crystal? There will definitely be. Didn't a level 9 colored one appear before? Lulua's mouth twitched. Who knows, that guy who took out a cube of level 7 purple might also have some level 8 black crystals. After all, he has so many level 7 purple crystals. You think they are 2 people? A playful smile appeared on the purple-dressed girl's face. Her words seemed to be explaining, but also seemed to be muttering to herself, "I suspect that they are the same person, including the guy who bought the purple lightning shuttle in the Heavenly River Star Federation Exchange Hall. It's really strange. Although the purple lightning shuttle is branded with a speed formation, it is not excessively precious. To not even let go of the purple lightning shuttle, it means that this person's cultivation should not be very strong. But if that's the case, how did he obtain so many high-quality star core origins? Could it be that he's the same as me, a disciple from one of the 3 great imperial capital's great clans? Even from the imperial capital? Oh my god, miss, look! Level 8 black has really appeared. Right at this moment, Luluwa suddenly exclaimed, Our incomplete chapter of the Dongshu dimension was originally auctioned off. I wonder who took out this Class 8 Black Star Core Origin. It's actually a top-grade item full of energy. The girl in the green dress smiled faintly, and the playful smile at the corner of her mouth became even more intense. All the bidders at the auction venue were already numb to the appearance of this level 8 Black Galactic Core Origin. The auction this time was really too strange. First there was a level 7 purple core, then there was a level 8 black core that was the size of a fist and was full of energy. Then, there was the level 9 colored core. TSK, TSK, TSK. It gave people the feeling that this kind of top-grade Star Core Origin was already sold everywhere and was worthless. This was obviously impossible. Then, the only explanation was very simple. Whether it was the level 7 purple crystal or the two level 8 black and level 9 colored crystals, if there were no accidents, they were all taken out by the same person. This person was either very lucky and had dug out a star that contained a large amount of high-quality Star Core Origin, or he had an extraordinary background and a powerful background. These resources were all obtained from the family behind him. Such beings might be rare in other domains, but they were much more likely to appear in the domain of the falling domain. However, judging from his actions of bidding for the glazed jade phoenix armor, even if this person's identity was really noble, his cultivation was definitely not too high. After all, this glazed jade phoenix armor was actually something that the purple-dressed woman used in the past. Because of this, many people were secretly paying attention to this matter even before the auction was over. However, although these people knew that the person with a large amount of high-quality Star Core Origin was in the box area, they did not know which box he was in. When the people in the box were bidding, the big screen would not show the box's serial number. Only the people in the auction center would know the box's serial number. Therefore, the experts in the auction center who harbored evil intentions were secretly using their connections to get this information. It was foreseeable that although Yi Xian had not been exposed yet, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. The Tianhe auction center was so big and there were so many staff members that it was impossible for everyone to resist the temptation. It was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Yi Xian was also well aware of this, but he really did not care. This was because when he handed over the level 8 Black Star Core Origin in exchange for the incomplete Dongshu scripture and stored it in his undying world, the long-awaited notification of the devouring system finally rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The third fusion is complete. You have obtained the top-grade warship, the Hidden Purple Shuttle. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, instantly fell by half. With a strong sense of expectation, Yi Xian checked the Hidden Purple Shuttle that had completed the third fusion. Its appearance was indeed different from the previous Hidden God Shuttle. It had become an extremely luxurious purple warship. In terms of attributes, the strength of the energy shield had increased, and so did the star cannon. The concealment array was still there, and the various mysterious runes that covered the entire surface of the warship had changed. The runes of the speed array had been added, making it even more complicated and difficult to understand. The most obvious improvement was the speed. The previous Hidden God Shuttle was already very fast, and even a large planet-grade warship could not catch up with it. Now its speed had doubled. Yi Xian did not expect such a result and was very surprised. It seems that the quality of the Purple Lightning Shuttle is still above my original expectations. Otherwise, this Hidden Purple Shuttle that has completed the third fusion would not be so fast. Yi Xian nodded his head and muttered to himself. Yi Xian was even more confident in his successful escape after the auction ended. But he could not leave yet. Because his level 9 colored Star Core Origin would officially enter the auction at the end of the entire auction. He had already paid the commission of 200 million star coins. What's more, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid was so important to him. Yi Xian could not give it up just like that. At present, there were still thousands of items waiting to enter the official auction. Yi Xian calculated the time and estimated that it would take about a day. If he continued to fuse the warship for the fourth time, there would definitely not be enough time. He now had two choices. One was to fuse the meteoric iron essence that he had already fused for the second time. The other was to fuse the starlight armor once. Of course, there were also two choices. One was to fuse with the meteoric iron essence for the first time. The other was to fuse with the glazed jade phoenix armor for the first time. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Xian made his choice. It was a critical moment now. With his cultivation realm, what he needed most at present was obviously his defense. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to fuse the starlight armor with the starlight armor. As for the treasure to be fused for the first time, Yi Xian chose the meteoric iron essence. Although this kind of starlight-level equipment refining treasure was extremely difficult to melt, it was not a problem for the fusion system. Another important feature of the meteoric iron essence was that it was extremely hard. Yi Xian had just bid for 4 pieces. If he added 2 pieces to the starlight armor, its hardness would obviously be greatly improved. In case of an accident, it would also be a layer of defense. After making the decision, he immediately took out the starlight armor and the 2 pieces of starlight-level meteoric iron essence and put them in the small space of the fusion system. Then, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Fusible treasure found. Starlight armor. Starlight-level meteoric iron essence. Do you want to fuse it? Chapter 26-29. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor. Nearly a day later, the first fusion of the meteorite armor was finally completed. Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and checked the Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor that he had obtained after the first fusion. He found that its defensive capabilities had indeed improved by a large margin, and its outer appearance had also changed. It was completely black and had a bold design. Specks of starlight occasionally bloomed on the surface of the armor, flashed, and then disappeared into the armor again. In short, this was a very practical and eye-catching protective armor. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. With a thought, he directly equipped it on his body. However, when it wasn't activated, it was hidden within his body. Only when it was in battle would it appear and become an outer defensive armor. At this point, Yi Xian had completed all the preparations for his quick escape after the auction ended. In fact, he did not have much to prepare. After all, his cultivation level was still too low, and there was not much he could do. It was just a suit of armor that had been fused and a small private warship that was terrifyingly fast. Although it was simple, it should be enough if he was caught off guard. At this time, the bidding for the last item of the auction had finally been completed. Next up was Yi Xian's level 9 colored Star Core Origin. When the auctioneer below announced that the Star Core Origin had officially entered the auction segment, all the bidders in the venue immediately became nervous. In fact, even outside the venue, many people were paying attention, including the 2 big shots of the Sky River planet, by Jianghu, and the commander of the Federation military, Zhao Long. Next up is the last item of this auction, which is the level 9 colored Star Core Origin that has been announced before. The seller has requested that the bidders must have a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or above. Those who meet this condition can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire conference room was filled with discussions. However, no one made a bid for it. In the private room where the girl in the purple dress was, the personal maid called Lu Luo seemed to be a little anxious. She urged, "Miss, why aren't you bidding? Genetic cultivation fluid is nothing to us. The Xianyuan family is one of the 3 major genetic families in the empire. We are also one of the families in the entire empire that is able to formulate level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. You have a lot of them, so I'm sure they will be satisfied. In that case, what is there to be anxious about? Let's wait and see, there is no hurry." The girl in the purple dress Essence Starlight Jade Essence Starlight Editor. Transin. She was thinking about something. In the other private room, there were 2 men who had only arrived halfway through the auction. Both of them had the surname Bai. One was Bai Hao, and the other was Bai Hong. They were both Bai Zhengjuan's trusted aides. This time, the 2 of them had brought 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid that Bai Zhengjun had temporarily transferred from the capital, Tianchen Star. Their purpose was to exchange for the level 9 colored Star Core Origin. These 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only 20 milliliters each, which was about the same amount as a tube of oral fluid. In fact, all gene cultivation fluids were like this, and the amount was also the same. The only difference was the amount of energy contained in the liquid inside the tubes. Even though the amount of these 2 level 8 gene cultivation fluids was so small that it was not eye-catching, its value was very shocking. Although such a thing could be obtained from the Tianchen Star of the Tianchen country, In fact, such a level 8 gene cultivation fluid was impossible for a small country to concoct. Only in the imperial capitals of the three great empires under the everlasting dynasty would there be a few clans that possessed this ability. Therefore, the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in Tianchen Star was actually distributed by the imperial capitals every year. The amount was fixed. Because of this, even though Bai Zhengjun had a good son who held an important position in the Tianchen Star, he could only obtain 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in such a short period of time. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were not enough to exchange for the level 9 colored star core origin. Therefore, under Bai Zhengjun's authorization, Bai Hao and Bai Hong brought many other treasures this time as supplementary items for the owner of the star core origin to choose from. It seems that no one in this group can produce a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. After waiting for a minute and seeing that no one made a bid, a smug look appeared on Bai Hong's face. Come to think of it, in the entire Tianhe Star, only Xingzhang and Zhao Long have the ability to obtain a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid from the Tianchen Star. However, this is an auction. Even if Zhao Long has the ability, he is too far away to deliver it immediately. It seems that this level 9 colored star core origin is destined to be our Xingzhang's. Ha ha ha. In that case, let's not delay any longer. This time, we have made a great contribution. Let's end this quickly and go back to receive our reward. On the side, Bai Hao raised his head and laughed, then transmitted his voice. In the private room, this guy could have made a bid with a divine sense imprint, but now he deliberately did so, obviously to show off and show off. In addition, he deliberately provoked and demonstrated to Zhao Long, since no one is bidding, I, Bai Hao, will not be polite. I offer 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. In addition, there are 10 top-quality warships, armors, magic weapons, and other treasures for you to choose from. Of course, you can only take away 5 of the 10 top-quality items, but in addition, the Bai family of Tianhe Star can also promise a favor. Hearing this, the whole venue suddenly became noisy again. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were indeed not as good as the level 9 colored star core origin, but with the addition of the 5 top-quality treasures, although it was not enough, it was not far off. In the end, if the Bai family of Tianhe Star promised a favor in public, then this amount was obviously a little bit more than what was needed. The Bai family of Tianhe Star, this was just a vague way of saying it. In fact, it was completely a promise from Tianhe Star, because who dared to call themselves the Bai family here, except for the people sent by Zhengjun, the Bai family of Tianhe Star? The significance of the promise of an administrative planet, and the value that it could reflect at certain times, may in fact surpass the level 9 colored star core origin. From the looks of it, Bai Zhengxing was determined to obtain the star core's origin core. Chapter 2630. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. What was the Bai family? The Bai family? Yi Xian frowned immediately. At the same time, he was caught in a dilemma. No one had made a bid for an entire minute. At that time, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He had thrown away 200 million star coins for nothing, but the key was that he did not get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid he needed. After leaving this time, he had no intention of returning to the Sky River Star in the near future. Since that was the case, it was basically impossible for him to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid in the near future. The closest administrative planet to the Sky River Star in the Tianchen country was located in the distant void of the galaxy. With the speed of the purple hidden shuttle he had just obtained, he might not be able to reach it even after several years. Therefore, Yi Xian was quite unwilling to accept this. Later, when Bai Hao made a bid, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised at first. However, when he heard that his surname was Bai, Yi Xian already had a bad premonition in his heart. When he heard the latter part of the bid, his heart completely sank again. Although he needed these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, if he were to give away the level 9 colored one, the result would be no different from giving away the enemy. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Although these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were a little lacking, they were the hope of restoring the immortal superbrain fragment in his hand. They were also the hope of Yi Xian obtaining more devouring origins. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a dilemma. Should he trade or not? For a moment, Yi Xian was completely unable to make up his mind. Just as he was hesitating, a second voice suddenly rang out like a pleasant surprise. Moreover, it was actually a woman. His voice carried a kind of coldness, a kind of indifference, and even a strong sense of arrogance. I'll offer 6 vials of grade 8 gene cultivation fluid. Wow! The entire auction hall was in an uproar again. Firstly, it was because of this unexpected turn of events. Secondly, it was because the other party had made a bid for 6 tubes. Even on the capital's Heavenly Dust Star, a level 99 colored legendary level Star Core Origins market price was only comparable to 5 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. For this woman to have this type of thing in her hands, there was no way she didn't know about this, yet she just had to report an extra tube. On the one hand, this showed that she was determined to get this 9th level 9 colored crystal. On the other hand, it was actually a hint to some people with bad intentions in the venue. My background is not simple, you'd better not make a mistake. In fact, the effects were already showing. The eyes of the black hole stage old man lit up when he heard someone bid again, but when he heard that the price was 6 tubes, he frowned again and fell into deep thought. Apart from that, Xianxia could also tell that there was a third layer of meaning behind his words. As for the third level, it was specifically targeted at Xianxia alone. Previously, when Xianxia had bid for the glazed jade phoenix armor, due to various reasons, he had purposely paid an extra level 7 purple level Star Core Origin. And now, he had encountered the same situation. Unfortunately, the other party was also a woman, which was one of the conditions to be the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely suspicious that this woman who had 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid was most likely the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle. And the reason why she had taken out 6 tubes, other than to reciprocate Xianxia's previous actions, was more likely to be a hint. If I can casually take out 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, then why can't I have one of level 8 and above? This was ridiculous. After all, in the entire Everlasting Dynasty, there was only one clan in the Everlasting Star that could concoct level 9 gene cultivation fluid. There were only a dozen tubes in a year, and normally, they wouldn't leak out of the capital. However, it wasn't completely impossible. For example, Xianxia himself. Who would know that he still had 2 cubes of the 8th level black and a total of 107 cubes of the 9th level 99 colors? Judging others by their own standards, Xianxia suddenly developed a strong interest in this woman. Just as Xianxia was pondering this, Bai Hong's voice rang out again. This time, he obviously couldn't continue to bid, because no one on the Sky River Star could take out more than 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Bai Hong had spoken up because he was angry because he thought that he represented by Jianghu, the local tyrant, so he had issued a public warning. Although this was not in accordance with the rules of the Sky River Auction Center and could even damage its reputation, the auction center was originally an official organization. Even if the person in charge was dissatisfied, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Girl, you'd better consider carefully before you make a bid. Don't be fooled by the fact that you've taken out 4 extra vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. We also have 10 top-grade treasures and a promise from the Bai family. Especially this promise, its value is immeasurable. It might even be more valuable than your 6 vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Since it's not worth as much as my bid, and you're behind me, aren't you deliberately making trouble? These words were shameless enough. What the other party wanted was a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Naturally, they would choose a bidder with 6 vials. However, this Bai Hong was pestering them endlessly, insisting on making a fuss about the total value. This was simply a blatant attempt to force a deal. In fact, although these words were directed at the woman who made the next bid, they were also a warning to Xianxia. The latter obviously understood. A cold smile appeared on his face and he was about to speak up. However, before Xianxia could open his mouth, the woman's voice was heard again. A favor from the Bai family? What does the Bai family count for? This young lady is from the imperial capital. Do you think this sentence carries enough weight? The imperial capital? A large number of gasps rang out. This time, even the expression of the Black Hole Realm Elder changed. The so-called imperial capital was naturally referring to the heavenly underworld star. One of the 3 great empires under the immortal court was the heavenly underworld empire, and its imperial capital was the heavenly underworld star. The heavenly dust country was just a small country under the heavenly underworld empire. Many of the powerhouses present had never even been to the heavenly dust star, so when they heard about the imperial capital, they were scared out of their wits. Bai Hong and Bai Hao were completely speechless. They didn't even dare to say a word. The reason the Bai family was so well regarded on the heavenly river planet was because Bai Zhongjun had a good son who held an important position on the heavenly dust star. However, even he couldn't afford to offend a giant from the imperial capital. No one doubted the woman's words, because the level 8 gene cultivation fluid wasn't something a small country like the heavenly dust star could produce. It came from the imperial capital, and a certain amount was distributed every year. This woman casually offered 6 tubes, so if she wasn't from the imperial capital, could she be from the heavenly dust country? If that was the case, to be able to hold 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid meant that she was at least a princess of the heavenly dust country. She couldn't be offended either. Chapter 2631. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The only hope before the auctioneer had even announced the results, many people had already started to leave, especially those in the private rooms above. If they left now, it would prove that they had nothing to do with the person who possessed such a large amount of star core origins. If they left after the transaction was completed, they would definitely attract some suspicious gazes. That would be unnecessary trouble. Of course, there were still many people who remained in the private rooms. For example, Yi Xian and the girl in the purple dress were definitely still in the private rooms because the two of them were currently in the middle of a transaction. The other party was rather generous. He directly placed the 6 tubes of pale gold level 8 genetic cultivation fluid into a space box and sent it to Yi Xian's private room through the auction center's directional transmission array. After checking and confirming that there were no mistakes, Yi Xian flipped his hand and sent it into the undying world. Then, he took out another space box. Inside it was a level 9 colored star core origin. He placed the space box on the coffee table in front of him. Before Yi Xian pressed the green button to send it to the other party, his hand suddenly paused. Then he said, "Can I request to speak to the other party?" This small request was quickly answered by the Sky River Auction Center's artificial intelligence. The answer was naturally affirmative. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and pressed the green button. Soon, the small space box disappeared and should be in the other party's hands in the next instant. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the girl's voice suddenly rang out from the private room's sound transmission system. "Actually, Ziying would like to have a small chat with you. It's mainly to express my gratitude. It's not just the cube of level 7 purple star core origin, but also the cube of level 6 blue star core origin from the purple lightning shuttle. These high-grade star core origins are indeed things that I urgently need. Originally, it would be very difficult to obtain them in such a short time here." The other party's words were meant to test him. On the other hand, there was no doubt that she was implying that if they weren't here, it wouldn't be very difficult for her to obtain these things. This was a type of pinching gesture. It was obvious that he could tell that Yi Xian had a request for her. Yi Xian sighed in his heart at Ziying's shrewdness. Since she was a straightforward person, there was no need for him to hide anything. He smiled faintly and replied, "It's just as I expected. Fellow Taoist Ziying is straightforward. I am Yi Xian, and I would like to thank fellow Taoist for the 6 vials of 8th grade cultivation fluid. These are also things that I urgently need." "Did you ask to speak to me just to express your gratitude?" "First of all, I have enough high-quality star core sources. In fact, I don't need that level 9 colored star core at all. I plan to keep it for my collection. After all, this kind of thing is rare even in the imperial capital." Ziying's voice came from the sound transmission system again. "Considering that you've helped me a lot this time, if you have any other requests, I can do my best to help you. The heavenly river planet isn't very peaceful after all." This was a very obvious hint. She was clearly telling Yi Xian that if he didn't have the confidence to escape, she could lend him a helping hand. After all, with her background, no one on the heavenly river planet would dare to attack her. Of course, this woman's cultivation must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she dare to come to the remote graveyard star field alone from the imperial capital? Yi Xian naturally understood the meaning behind her words. However, he didn't intend to accept it. On one hand, Yi Xian didn't have the habit of accepting favors for nothing. On the other hand, he was confident that he could leave safely. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want to waste this opportunity and wanted to use it where it was more needed. Even though his attitude wasn't bad right now, it was obvious that he had a high and mighty attitude. If Yi Xian were to accept his protection, then if he were to ask about the level 9 gene cultivation fluid again, he would truly be shameless and have no self-awareness at all. Thinking of all this, Yi Xian immediately thanked him. Then he changed the topic. Fellow Taoist Ziying, I do have something to ask you. If you know about it, I hope you can help me. I will be very grateful. As far as I know, there's a level 9 gene cultivation fluid below the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. That's enough. You don't have to ask any more. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish, Ziying decisively interrupted him. I think you're dreaming. There is indeed a level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but only a certain existence on the immortal star of the everlasting dynasty's imperial capital can produce it. There are only a dozen vials a year, and most of them are used up on the immortal star. Each year, the 3 great imperial capitals can only get 1 vial. Do you think I have something like that on me? When she said this, Ziying's tone was clearly different from before. There was a hint of embarrassment and anger in her voice, which puzzled Yi Xian very much. However, if he knew that Ziying was from the Shenyuan family, one of the 3 families in Tianming Nation's imperial capital, Tianming Planet, who were able to concoct the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, he would be able to understand the situation. This girl was clearly indignant about the existence on the undying planet that could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't accept it even if she didn't want to. That was why she was so embarrassed and angry when the level 9 item was mentioned. Alright, let's end the conversation here. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid is definitely not something you can dream of, so I advise you to give up on it. Not to mention that it rarely flows out of the immortal star. Even if it was right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to exchange for it. Can you take out at least 10 level 9 gene cultivation fluids with 9 colors? Just as Yi Xian was pondering why the other party was suddenly displeased, the voice of the mysterious woman named Ziying sounded out once again. This time, it was slightly more relaxed. It was obvious that she knew that she had vented her anger on Yi Xian earlier. Of course, it's not completely impossible. Don't even think about the 3 tubes that the 3 great imperial capitals give you every year. However, the immortal star keeps the other 11 tubes. Every year, 1 tube will be handed over to the Wan Luo Federation for experts with large amounts of Federation contribution points to exchange for it. This is the only way to obtain it. However, it's also out of reach for you because if you want to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, you need 10 million Federation contribution points. Go to the Heaven, Earth and Man rankings and you'll know how terrifying 10 million points are. At this point, she suddenly sighed and continued. However, I advise you to think about the current crisis. To be honest, I have a good impression of you, but I have my principles. I gave you a chance just now but you rejected it. Therefore this time, I can only wish you a safe journey. I hope that we'll meet again in the future. Take care. Chapter 2632. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The way to obtain contribution points. Yi Xian naturally knew about the Federation contribution points. In the myriad Luo Federation, the first thing that came to mind when the Federation contribution points were mentioned was the Federation rankings. The so-called contribution points were actually Federation contribution points. The Federation rankings had a total of 3 rankings: the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to the 100th place with the highest contribution points. The Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. The Human ranking was based on the 1001st to the 1000th place. These 10,000 places had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Human ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. The last few people on the Human ranking all had more than 100,000 contribution points and a cultivation base above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation bases were all question marks. When Yi Xian had first arrived on the Sky River planet, he had checked the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking of the Federation. He had sighed inwardly and set this as a goal. He had never expected that the level 9 genetic cultivation fluid he needed the most would be related to the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking. The last few people on the Human ranking list had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points, while the first half of the Human ranking list had more than 10 million contribution points. In the Federation Exchange Hall, exchanging for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid required 10 million Federation contribution points. This meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use his Federation contribution points to exchange for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid at the Federation Exchange Hall on the administrative planet, he would have to make it to the top half of the Human ranking. The Human ranking was from the 1001st to the 1000th place. The top half of the Human ranking, which had 10 million contribution points, referred to the top half of the human ranking. The entire Myriad Luo Federation was huge, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to make it to the top 5,000. There were two ways to obtain the Federation contribution points. One was to kill the Myriad Luo Federation's enemy, the Heavenly Fate race, or the experts of some of the Heavenly Fate race's slave races. The second way was to obtain some special items or resources and hand them over to the Myriad Luo Federation. Of course, these items had to be of great help to the Federation in its fight against the Heavenly Fate race and its slave races. The Myriad Luo Federation would appraise these items and give the Federation contribution points. It seems I have to leave the Sky River planet and enter the graveyard domain. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He knew that due to the uniqueness of the Graveyard Star region, not only did it attract the experts of the various races of the Myriad Luo Federation, but even the experts of the Heavenly Fate clan and the many slave races of the Heavenly Fate clan from the first universe had come. There were wormholes in the depths of the domain of the buried falling that connected the three universes. Most of the powerful experts from other universes were active in the depths of the domain of the buried fall, where they would have a chance to run into powerful experts from the Heavenly Legacy race's slave races. And by killing them, one could obtain federal contribution points. Of course, Yi Xian still had a long way to go. What he needed to do now was to leave the Sky River planet safely. There had to be a trap waiting for him outside. Although his personal battleship had successfully completed its third fusion and was extremely fast, his personal strength could still be improved. The fifth level of the core realm was still in the middle stage. The sixth level of the core realm was also in the middle stage, but it was close to the late stage. In terms of controlling a battleship, it was definitely different from the fifth level. However, if he continued to make breakthroughs, his realm would become unstable. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to break through to the sixth level of the core realm first before leaving. Although it was only a small increase in rank, his chances of escaping had increased by quite a bit. Although the auction had ended, the experts who had entered the private rooms could still stay in the auction until the next auction started. This was also because of the special nature of the auction. Many experts would be in danger if they left the private rooms after bidding for some extremely sensitive treasures. Therefore, they would need some time to prepare in the private rooms. From this point of view, the Sky River Auction Center was very humane. Yi Xian immediately put aside his other thoughts and took out a large amount of level 5 red stellar core origin from his undying world. At the same time, he ordered the devouring system to start absorbing its energy. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed unknowingly. When the system beeped in his mind again, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The host is now in the 6th level of the core realm. The 6th level! Yi Xian was excited. He clenched his fists and felt the surging energy in his body. His confidence instantly increased. Calculating the time, it seemed that the next auction would start the next day. In other words, even if Yi Xian was unwilling to leave, he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately got up and raised his hand to form a divine sense imprint. The door to the private room opened and Yi Xian stepped out. For the past 2 days, the surroundings of the huge castle-like building where the Sky River Auction Center was located were normal. However, under this normal appearance, there was an undercurrent surging. Under some intentional investigations, Yi Xian's identity had been exposed. Some people even knew his identity as a member of the Federation. After finding out that the person who had a large amount of stellar core origin was actually a citizen of the Federation called Yi Xian and wasn't strong at all, many people started thinking of robbing him. This included the old man with the Black Hole Realm cultivation base. He had also investigated the identity of the purplish warbler, but he couldn't find anything. However, he was sure that the other party was from the Tianming planet, where the Tianming imperial capital was located. As a result, no one dared to touch the purplish warbler. Those who could come here from the imperial capital were not ordinary people. Even if their cultivation base was not strong, they definitely had a strong background. No one could afford to offend them. Furthermore, the purplish warbler's cultivation base had already reached the Black Hole Realm level 2. She was also an extremely strong existence. It was even more impossible for anyone to have any thoughts about her. In the past 2 days, those who wanted to make a move on Yi Xian had all stayed around the Sky River Auction Center and closely watched his movements. At this moment, when Yi Xian walked out of the Sky River Auction Center and appeared in front of everyone, these people were all excited. Some people even had little stars in their eyes. In their opinion, Yi Xian was a moving treasure trove with a large amount of stellar core origin. Chapter 2633. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The two black-hearted tycoons. Xian was not a hothead. In fact, he had experienced more life and death situations than most of the powerhouses in the Wanluo Federation ever since he started out as an ordinary person. As soon as he walked out of the Jianghu auction center, he sensed something. It was an unseen feeling, and he knew that he was being watched by many people. These people had concealed their auras and did not even look in Yi Xian's direction. However, Yi Xian could sense them, but he did not care. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a rather playful smile. He leaped up and rushed toward the sky screen passage he had come from. Not long after he left, many figures chased after him at a leisurely pace from all directions. Yi Xian did not care about these people at all. He knew that he would not have any interaction with them, so they would not have any chance to do anything to him. Although he did not know about Zhao Long's arrangements, he was certain that Bai Zhengxing would not let him go. That level 9-colored star core origin was very useful to Bai Zhengjun, but there was nothing he could do about it now that it had fallen into the hands of the girl called Ziying. Since that was the case, he could only look for a breakthrough from Yi Xian. Of course, even Bai Zhengjun would not dare to make a move on Tianhe planet. He was only a planet manager, and he was temporarily in charge of the Tianhe planet's space-time superbrain. It did not belong to him, so the superbrain could refuse certain orders from him. For example, the star defense array of an administrative planet was an independent system. It was also controlled by the space-time superbrain of the administrative planet. However, even a planet manager would not be able to interfere with this part of the array. This was why Zhao Long's method of making money could only be done on Tianhe planet. He could only wait until he was outside of Tianhe planet before he made his move. It was not just to avoid arousing suspicion. It was really impossible to make a move on Tianhe planet. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could always stay in the Heavenly River planet to seek refuge. If he needed resources, he had to leave. Moreover, if he stayed in the administrative planet, as the planet's leader Bai Zhengjun, he would be able to find an opportunity to make a move on him. In fact, even Bai Zhengjun had not expected that Yi Xian would leave so soon. When he received news that Yi Xian had left the Tianhe auction center and rushed to the entrance of the star defense array, he was overjoyed. So he immediately sent a signal to the forces that had been deployed outside of Tianhe planet. Yi Xian had the planet. A dignified leader of a planet actually plotted against an ordinary federal citizen. One had to admit that Bai Zhengjun's heart was truly black. He had also received the news that Yi Xian was preparing to leave Tianhe planet. Originally, he had asked Zhou Hong to handle this matter. However, this was a matter of great importance. Yi Xian might still have a large amount of high-grade star core origin on him. Furthermore, Bai Zhengjun might also make a move on him. Zhao Long had no choice but to take action himself just in case. He was a black hole realm powerhouse, but he was only a rank 1 powerhouse. In this regard, even Bai Zhengjun was inferior to him. There was only one black hole realm powerhouse on Tianhe planet, Zhao Long. Even the old man who had appeared at the Tianhe auction center was an outsider powerhouse. After leaving the entrance of Tianhe planet's star defense array, Yi Xian did not immediately take out the hidden purple shuttle and flee. He knew that there must be some kind of trap outside. However, he had no idea what it was or where it was. It would not be wise to leave at full speed now. At the very least, he should wait until all the other parties' arrangements were revealed before he made a targeted decision. That way, his chances of escaping would be higher. Therefore, after leaving Tianhe planet, Yi Xian merely relied on his physical body to travel through the void of the Star River and gradually skimmed off into the distance. If that was the case, then with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Star Core realm, his speed definitely wouldn't be fast. After a full 4 hours, Yi Xian still hadn't gone far from the Heavenly River planet. As long as he turned around, the enormous Heavenly River planet was still within his field of vision. This situation had long caused the nearly 100 experts behind him to curse in their hearts. This little brat did not know what was good for him. He was clearly a hothead. He was already being watched by hundreds of people, yet he was still traveling through the void unhurriedly with his physical body. Then again, even if he took out his personal battleship, it was obvious that he would not be able to escape. However, traveling at such a leisurely pace was really irresistible. Yi Xian did not pay any attention to the group of people behind him. Another 2 hours passed. Just as Yi Xian was starting to feel a little impatient, 4 battleships finally appeared in the starry sky ahead. These 4 battleships were all planet-grade, but they were not the standard battleships of the Federation military. Furthermore, these 4 battleships were clearly engraved with a concealment array formation. No one had discovered their existence until Yi Xian had swept over them. Perhaps they had been waiting outside Tianhe Planet's star defense array from the very beginning. However, they had always maintained a concealed state and quietly followed Yi Xian. They only revealed themselves when they felt that they were far enough away from Tianhe Planet. This was the prelude to making a move. Not only did Yi Xian's eyelids twitch with the appearance of the 4 planetary-level concealment battleships, but even the 100 or so experts behind him who had hidden themselves also collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them did not hesitate at all. They turned around and left, directly giving up. Only the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm Level 2 decided to stay after a short moment of hesitation. Obviously, he was not willing to give up just like that. These 4 battleships were all by Jianghu's private battleships. There had always been a rumor in the Tianhe Planet that there were 4 such concealed battleships active in the surrounding areas. It was rumored that they were related to Bai Zhongjun. Therefore, as soon as these 4 battleships appeared, the powerhouses tailing Yi Xian understood that since Bai Zhongjun was taking action, there was basically nothing for them to do. Rather than stay and be silenced, they might as well turn around and go back to sleep. Although they were also planet-grade battleships, the value of these 4 battleships was obviously much higher than the planet-grade battleships of the Federation military. The value of the concealment formation alone made them much more valuable than the standard battleships of the military. Although they were all concealment formations, the effect of the concealment formation engraved on a small private battleship was obviously different from that of a planet-grade battleship. The value of these 4 battleships was astonishing. It must have cost Bai Zhongjun a lot of money to equip them. However, at the same time, with these 4 concealed battleships roaming around Tianhe Planet, they had obviously helped Bai Zhongjun reap a lot of wealth. Judging from this point of view, none of the Tianhe Planet's planet manager and military commander were good people. All of them were doing this kind of shady business. At this moment, as soon as the 4 battleships appeared, they were already in formation, blocking Yi Xian's path. Behind them, the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm also appeared. Chapter 2634. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A loach in the starry sky, brat. I advise you to come to me obediently. At least you can still keep your life. After his figure appeared, the black-robed Black Hole Realm old man immediately sneered and sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian. I presume you've also heard of the rumors about Heavenly River Star. Those 4 hidden battleships belong to Bai Zhongjun, and if you fall into their hands, you'll definitely be silenced, but this old man is different. Hey Luo Ying, am a rogue cultivator, and am alone. Things like reputation don't matter to me. As long as you give me enough benefits, I can spare your life. Almost at the same time, 2 figures appeared on the 4 planetary battleships opposite him. They were Bai Hong and Bai Hong, but their faces were obviously covered. At this moment Bai Hong, whose voice had changed, raised his head and laughed as soon as he appeared. Yi Xian, you'd better come to us quickly. Do you know who the old man behind us is? The famous space pirate He Luoying. This old man is famous for his ruthlessness. All the experts who fell into his hands were robbed and then silenced. It is for this reason that, although it is rumored that he is a space pirate, no one is alive, so he has been able to get away with it. Even when he came to the Heavenly River Planet, the authorities couldn't do anything to him. Although we are also space pirates, at least we have never shown our true faces in front of anyone. So, as long as we can get enough benefits from you, what's the point of letting you go? This won't affect our defense at all. So the road to survival is here. You'd better not make a mistake. This is about your life. Yi Xian currently knew that there were 8 starry sky realm experts, which were star core, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. The space pirate He Luoying behind them was a black hole realm powerhouse, but Bai Hong and Bai Hao were only at the planet realm. There was a difference of 4 realms between them, but they were fearless. It was obvious that they were relying on the power of the 4 concealed battleships. Yi Xian was already cursing in his heart. None of these fellows were good people. It was a pity that his current cultivation was too low. He had actually fallen to the point where he was being threatened by these 2 fellows at the same time. A huge sense of anger rose in Yi Xian's chest. After entering the starry sky, this was the first time he was angry at his low cultivation. It was also at this moment that he came to an incredibly clear realization. The world set against the backdrop of the starry sky was no different from what he had experienced before. The Myriad Net Federation might appear to be rather orderly on the surface, as if all the races were tightly knit together to resist the Heaven's Legacy race. But in fact, this was all a facade. The entire starry sky world was not just a battle between the Myriad Net Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in any small camp, the law of the jungle was the same. At this moment, Xianxia felt that his state of mind had improved to a certain extent. The endless anger rising in his chest seemed to have turned into a heart full of pride. When it came to fighting for supremacy, when had Xianxia ever been afraid of anyone? With this thought in mind, Xianxia was no longer angry. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! A bunch of flies and dogs. Do you think you are qualified to kneel in front of me? After cursing, Xianxia didn't hesitate in the slightest. Taking advantage of the fact that old monster He Luoying and the experts on the 4 hidden battleships were still in a daze, he directly took out the purple hidden shuttle and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he transformed into a purple ray of light that shot towards the void to the right and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Its speed surpassed the standard battleships of the Federation military. All of this happened too quickly, and before anyone could react, the purple light had already disappeared. He Luoying opened his mouth wide. *T. What kind of battleship is that? It's like a loach in space. It's too fast, and it's small. This is definitely a godly item for escaping. On the other side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao's faces were extremely gloomy. Bai Zhongjuan's 4 concealed battleships were indeed faster than the standard battleships of the Federation military, but they definitely could not compare to a Star State battleship that was 3,000 meters long. That small battleship that turned into a purple light was faster than an ordinary Star State battleship. How were they going to catch up? I was careless. I'm afraid I won't be able to report back now. Sigh, this kid is too strong. Where did he get such a super extreme small private battleship? Unwilling to give up, the 4 warships under the 2 of them gradually disappeared. Obviously, they were leaving quickly. They couldn't see the light in the first place. Now that they had appeared in this void, they had to leave immediately. As for the space pirate, old monster He Luoying, he unwillingly stared in the direction that Xianxia left in and coldly snorted. Then his figure quickly disappeared and he left as well. The void became empty again. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that 2 figures slowly appeared in a corner in the distance. It was Purplish Warbler and her personal maid, Lulua. At this moment, the 2 women had strange expressions on their faces. Their bodies flashed, and they chased after Xianxia. I didn't expect that we were all wrong. That kid actually has such a stunning small private battleship. Just looking at its speed, it's even faster than your Shen Yuan boat. But why do I feel that his battleship is somewhat familiar? And its appearance is so unfamiliar. Could it be that just because of its purple body, it gave me the illusion that I'm looking at the purple lightning shuttle? That doesn't make sense. By the way, miss, where are we going now? Don't tell me we're going to chase that kid? Now that we have the Star Core origin, we should... Shut up. Do you think we're the only ones here? After Purplish Warbler's last words, her maid, Lulua, stopped talking. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the distance. At this time, Zhao Long's figure appeared in a remote corner in the distance. His eyes were shining brightly as he watched Xianxia and Purplish Warbler leave. He muttered to himself, "What a powerful girl." As expected of a rank 2 black hole realm expert, as expected of the Shenyuan family of the imperial capital, as expected of a genius ranked in the top 5,000 on the Federation's contribution list. And that kid, although his cultivation level is too low, his temperament is indeed impressive. What's even more rare is his luck. TSK. 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 A mere Star Core realm cultivator can sit on such a huge amount of Star Core origin and that super quality battleship. Fortunately, I didn't show up this time. I don't believe that he won't come to Sky River Planet again in the future. When that time comes. Hee hee. Chapter 2635. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That was the Purple Lightning Shuttle. The Shen Yuan boat was actually a small private warship, but it was rather special. From the word Shen in front of the name of the warship, it could be deduced that this warship was a unique warship of the Shen Yuan family. The Immortal Dynasty was the technological faction of the Third Universe's human race. Although they also had cultivation techniques, in general, they still used gene cultivation fluids to break through realms. The gene cultivation fluid didn't need to be like the energy from a planet's core source. It needed to be continuously absorbed and accumulated. After breaking through, the powerhouses of the technological faction no longer needed the same level of gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the exact amount of gene cultivation fluid required to break through depended on the person's talent. Level 1 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the first of the 8 realms in Yixian, the core realm. Level 2 corresponded to the meteor. Level 3 corresponded to the satellite. Level 4 corresponded to the planet. And so on and so forth. Level 8 corresponded to the black hole realm. As for level 9, it corresponded to the stronger realms after the black hole realm. If the citizens of the technological faction wanted to become cultivators, they had to inject the level 1 gene cultivation fluid. If they succeeded, they would reach the level 1 core realm. Of course, if they wanted to succeed, some people could break through with just 1 tube, while others couldn't break through with 10 or 100 tubes of level 1 gene cultivation fluid and become a level 1 core realm powerhouse. After successfully breaking through, they didn't need the level 1 gene cultivation fluid anymore. They could use other methods to increase their realms, such as absorbing the energy from the core source. Only when the level 9 core realm needed to break through to the next major realm, the meteor realm, would they need to use the level 2 gene cultivation fluid again. Then, when they reached the level 9 meteor realm, they would need to use the level 3 gene cultivation fluid again. In other words, in the technological faction, gene cultivation fluid was used to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, just like how it was used to increase one's life level. Small realms within the same major realm didn't need it. Even if they injected it multiple times, it wouldn't have any effect. Because of this, the families that could concoct gene cultivation fluid were the true tycoons of the technological faction. Ordinary level 1 to level 3 gene cultivation fluid could be concocted by some pharmacists, so it wasn't precious. Level 4 and above wasn't something ordinary people could concoct. As for level 8 gene cultivation fluid, in the Sky Underworld Empire, only the 3 major families of the Sky Star could concoct it. The Xianxia house was one of them. From this it could be seen how it wasn't difficult for such a huge family to be able to gather some craftsmen from the cultivation faction and warship manufacturing base to create a warship for the younger generations. It wouldn't be difficult for such a big family. Translation. The Xianxia Zhou represented the Xianxia family in the imperial capital. This was a form of protection as well. After all, the greater the size of a clan, the more the disciples of the clan would be sent out to gain experience and tempering. When they encountered danger, the formidable Xianxia boat was not only a method to protect their lives, it was also a form of deterrence and warning to their enemies. At this moment, Xianxia Ziying and Lu Luo raised the Xianxia boat that represented the Xianxia family in the capital and quickly chased after Yixian. However, although the speed of this Xianxia boat was astonishing and wasn't any weaker than an ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warship, it was still a grade lower than Yixian's purple hidden shuttle. Even the purplish warbler, who was from the Xianxia family and had a black hole realm cultivation base, could only match the speed of a star-level warship. It was obvious how rare Yixian's hidden purple shuttle was. Of course, what was even rarer was the fusion system. Miss, we have already gathered the star core origin that Master Su requested. Aren't you going to look for him to refine the Xth Xianxia house? He is a famous master refiner in the cultivation camp. It's rare to meet him, and he even agreed to our request. If we don't go now, what if he leaves? Glancing at the purplish warbler, Lu Luo asked in confusion. Look at the direction we're heading. We're obviously going to chase after Yixian. That kid has a good warship. Even your Xth Xianxia house can't compare to it. But, as long as Master Su helps us refine it again and improves its performance, it will definitely be better than his. That's the safest choice. It's better than robbing him or asking for a trade, right? We might not be able to catch up to him. Even if we do, he might not agree to let us have it. So, didn't you say that although his purple warship had a different appearance, it gave you the illusion that you were looking at the purple lightning shuttle? Before Luluwa could finish, the purplish warbler interrupted her. She had grown up with Luluwa. Although they were maids, they were actually sisters. Therefore, she was very clear about this girl's personality. If she didn't understand some things clearly, she would probably continue to nag endlessly in the days to come. The purplish warbler had no choice. In order to have some peace and quiet, she could only say, "I can tell you with absolute certainty that that warship is the Purple Lightning Shuttle." To be more precise, the Purple Lightning Shuttle has only fused with that warship. What? Miss, this? How is this possible? Luluo was stunned. She sucked in a breath of cold air and covered her delicate cherry lips with her small hand. How many years did I use that Purple Lightning Shuttle before I left the imperial capital and received this Shen Yuan boat from the Patriarch? Only after I obtained the Shen Yuan boat did I erase the divine sense imprint I left on it. Tell me, how could I be wrong? The purplish warbler turned her head and glanced at Luluo. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and faintly sighed. This time, I really made a mistake. I didn't expect this person to be an artifact-refining Grandmaster, who is much more formidable than Grandmaster Su. How long has it been since he obtained the Purple Lightning Shuttle? If I'm not wrong, this person should have successfully refined his original battleship during the few days of the auction. Moreover, during this process, he fused the Purple Lightning Shuttle into it. You should know that the Purple Lightning Shuttle is a top-quality small private warship with a speed formation inscribed on it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have kept it for so many years. Similarly, it is also because of this that I can explain why the warship he possesses now possesses such terrifying speed. A personal warship used by a Grandmaster weapon refiner would never be ordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he obtained the speed formation of the Purple Lightning Shuttle. This person was able to refine a warship while auctioning items in just a few days. This is simply shocking. Even Grandmaster Su has to go into seclusion to refine weapons. He can't be disturbed by any external force. Under such circumstances, do you think we should look for Master Su or him?